Izuku Midoriya was not having a great day. No, it would indeed be more accurate to say that he was having a horrible day. Or even better to say, he was having the worst day of his short 4-year-old life. Yes, that seems about right. Now before anyone writes that statement off as purely childish hyperbole, let's take a few different factors into consideration and add a bit of background. First, the year is 20XX. 80% of the population has developed a unique ability or trait ubiquitously referred to as a quirk. These quirks can range from super strength to flight to telekinesis, and even the ability to see the future. Yes, quirks truly were the end-all, be-all in such an age. This brings us to the second factor: not everyone is born with a quirk. As stated before, 80% of the population possesses a quirk. The other 20% are considered quirkless, including Izuku Midoriya. It wasn't fun being quirkless. Those with quirks didn't particularly enjoy your company, and more likely than not would use their quirk to set you on fire than piss it out. Now factor 3, public use of quirks is forbidden. As such, someone who would set a quirkless person on fire would be labeled as a villain. Now anyone who's read a comic book before knows that the only way to stop a villain is to employ the help of a hero, which led to the birth of a major industry called pro-hero work. Just about anybody with a strong enough quirk could become a pro-hero, but only the best and brightest could hope to be truly successful in such a competitive industry. And only the strongest could hope to top it as the symbol of hope. Unfortunately, being quirkless automatically disqualified you from this competition, the lack of such a commonly unique trait being seen as disability in the eyes of the majority. In poor young Midoriya's case, his desire to still become a hero made others see him as pitiable and delusional. Evidence of this mindset need not be found further than in the actions of Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's old friend, and his most consistent tormentor. This now rounds out the factors and brings us to our present situation. Katsuki Bakugo was popular, he was also not quirkless. Furthest thing from it, in fact. Bakugo was blessed with a powerful quirk. A quirk that, with enough training and discipline, could see him becoming a top hero one day. Alas, on this particular day, the young boy was not acting particularly heroic. He and his friends, read followers, had been attacking another boy in the park. Most bystanders had simply taken this as a group of young boys playing heroes and villains, a game most children were wont to play outside, and went about their business. Izuku, however, was no such bystander. After all, what game of heroes and villains ended in the villain crying their eyes out while the heroes wailed on them? He'd been on the receiving end of enough of those blows to know just how hard Katsuki and his friends were hitting the boy, and he ran in to try to help. After all, what kind of hero would he be if he just ignored someone in trouble? His actions were indeed heroic. He ran in between the perpetrators and their victim and stood fast. His body was shaking like a leaf and his voice trembled as he told the boys to stop what they were doing. But even still he stood straight and kept his eyes forward. In a fair world, that would have been the end of it. This was not a fair world. Instead, the boys redirected their attention from the other boy that they were roughing up and turned their attention to the quirkless punching bag, known as Izuku Midoriya. And so, here we come to see young Izuku beaten, bruised, and bawling on the ground. The boy he had saved was nowhere to be found, likely having taken off during his savior's beatdown. Yes, it truly was the worst day of his life. In another timeline, this would be the point where Izuku Midoriya came to the conclusion that all men are not created equal. In that other timeline, he would remain quirkless and unacknowledged for another decade. In that other timeline, he would face hardship after hardship and break himself repeatedly for the sake of others, before he could finally be recognized the world's greatest hero. Yes, but none of that matters here, because in that other timeline, Izuku Midoriya never met Goro Majima. Goro Majima was having a fine day. No, it'd be more accurate to say he was having a fucking great day. Or even better, he was having one of the best days of his long 40-year-old life. I suppose it'd be best to provide some context for this great mood that Majima happens to be in. First, he was Goro goddamn Majima. Life looked pretty shitty for him a while back. He looked pretty shitty too as a result. But nowadays, as president of Majima Construction, he was living his best life. His boys did some pretty great work, of course due to his gentle, harsh, touch, and firm, read, violent, guidance. They had actually just closed an exclusive contract with the Yaoyorozu family for some great metalworking materials so that they could get started on a few special projects for UA High. Some kind of special situation training building and a few news arenas for battle training. Nothing too difficult for his specially trained. Learned everything they know on the internet under threat savage beating boys. Second, he didn't have to put up with any of the bullshit that actually went into building these projects. His boys would go and do it all on their own, only calling him if there was a real emergency. So he had a ton of time to just dick around and have a good time. Nothing better than a bit of time to waste, in his opinion. Third, he had a family. Not a wife and child. Hell, not even blood-related. But a family nonetheless. A kind-hearted, if sometimes dense, younger brother, a beautiful sister-in-law, and an adorable little nephew. The lattermost of which he was on his way to grab from the park so they could spend some time together, at the behest of the boy's mother. It had been a full 2 years since he had last seen his little Izuku, and it was taking all he had to not start sprinting full speed into the park to scoop the young boy into his arms. He had to stay composed after all. Izuku didn't need to see him go mad dog out of nowhere. He was already certain some people would start giving him suspicious, purely by virtue of only having one eye. And no shirt, but that's not important. No sooner had he arrived at the entrance to the park, did he begin to hear a child sobbing. Clearly they must have quite upset or hurt. Well, sucked to be them, hopefully their parents took care of that. He had his own toddler to find and look after. Now where would Izuku be? Spying with his one eye and attempting to ignore the rudely loud sobbing child. He looked for an untamable mop of curly green hair atop a tiny, obviously better behaved, much more appealing child who happened to be related to him. Well, that's weird. Where are all the other kids? He hoped he had gotten the right park. He couldn't stand the thought of having to go and explain to Izuku that his shitty sense of direction had led him to the wrong place, and that's why he was late. It seemed that, in his excitement, he had forgotten that him picking up Izuku was meant to be a surprise. Well, might as well ask that brat over there if he's seen him, and maybe see what's both airing him. Walking towards the sobbing he heard, he called out to the child. Yo, kid, can I ask you something right quick? The sobbing quickly stopped as a surprised squeak reached the ears of the nearly middle-aged Cyclops. Great, now I freaked him out. It'll probably take hours to get him talking. Now, before he could even finish the thought, he noticed a few things. A mop of unruly green hair, bright green eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. Tear-stained cheeks with 4 freckles forming a diamond on each side. This child was Izuku, and Goro Majima, for the first time in his life, was going to kill someone. It took a minute or two, but Majima managed to get his raging bloodlust under control. Whoever hurt his Izuku would pay, most likely with their lives, but now was not the time. He had to make sure Izuku was okay after all. The poor thing was trembling, probably out of fear that whoever had hurt him before would be back to hurt him again. Now, one could argue that young Izuku was frightened by the tall, one-eyed man with tattoos and no shirt, but those assertions are ludicrous, so shut up and don't mention it again. Shit, how do I calm him down? Hey, Izuku, how you been? How do you know my name? Crap, that might've just scared him more. Alright, just keep pushing on. Little Izuku's gotta remember me. It's me, Uncle Goro. Goro-ajizan. Goro-chan. I used to sing to ya. Back when you were still in diapers. He smiled widely at the child, hoping that that was enough of an explanation. Izuku stared tearfully at the strange one-eyed man, hoping that he would just leave him alone eventually if he understood that he got the wrong kid. Majima sighed, realizing that this would take some doing, and got ready to jog his memory in the best way he knew how. All right, here we go, he whispered to himself, before continuing loudly with, From the studio, out of the blue, I bring my singin' to you. The young boy was startled by the sudden energy of this man, but not uncomfortable anymore. It was almost familiar to him. Suinao and I love you. Tadokyu? Kiddo, you love me. Sudaweru sa? Kimi and I niao glass no kutsu wa sagaso. It took a moment, but as Izuku listened to the man singing, the mirthful cadence and cheerful tone, he could remember. There was a man that used to come around with his father and dance around with him and sing to when he would start crying. That man's name was Goro Jiji. Ha! Remember me now, Izuchan? Shoulda just let in with that, honestly. What are you doing here, Jiji? Coming to spend time with my favorite nephew, of course. Aren't I your only nephew? Yeah. So favorite by default. He didn't quite get it, but the cheer in his uncle's voice made Izuku giggle a bit. All of a sudden, Majima's face became serious. All previous signs of humor gone completely. We need to talk, Izuchan. And now, Izuku was nervous again. Who was it that hurt you? I want names and addresses. He gulped, after explaining exactly, and I mean exactly, what had transpired before his uncle arrived. Izuku, sitting cross-legged in front of Majima, was attempting not to shiver and or marvel at the pure black aura that the ocularly challenged man exuded in waves. Meanwhile, Majima resisted the urge to hunt down and savagely beat several different people of differing relevance to Izuku, starting with Hisashi working his way down and winding right back around to the idiot. Majima knew why the man had to leave. Inko-chan knew. Most close friends of Hisashi knew why he had to leave. But somehow the idiot never thought that his own son, who had just been told that he had been afflicted with his generation's version of a handicap and was likely in a very emotional and unstable state of mind, that he needed to leave on business and that he didn't care that his only son was quirkless. Now, maybe it slipped his mind, so much was happening after all. And how many people could really say that they had received a chance to work on I-Island as a head researcher in quirk theory and development? Hell, one day they might even make it possible to produce the world's first quirkless heroes, or maybe even a way pass on quirks to other people, who fucking knows. What he does know is that family comes first. And in the name of family, he was going to kill Hisashi Midoriya. Just a little bit though, enough for him to learn his lesson. But first, alright, listen up, Izuchan. Izuku stood, well sat, at attention at the sound of Majima's voice. You shouldn't listen to any of the crap those kids tell ya. The adults too. I'm gonna tell ya a fact of life, kid. Ya listenin'? Izuku nodded his head rapidly. Good. Then listen close. You're gonna find despair in life no matter who ya are. Pain, hatred, crushing hopelessness. It's all there. Doubly so for a kid like you. At this, Izuku began to tear up again slightly, turning his head to the side so that his uncle wouldn't see him start crying again. He was surprised to feel a gloved hand grab his chin and softly pull his face back up, and all he could see was Goro's Majima's smiling face. So remember this. Hardship bears character, and pride is born from despair. So buckle in and put your foot on that accelerator. Show him your drive, kiddo. Rising from that despair lets you tower over those fools like a crane over a pile of trash. You want to be a hero, right? Like All Might. Izuku nodded again. Then let's get started. We'll make you the best goddamn hero this world's ever seen. Izuku Midoriya-chan. You've got my word and support as my nephew and my #1 hero. You can be a hero. Izuku could feel two things at that exact moment. The first, a smile so wide that it would probably make All Might jealous. And the second, a fresh track of fat tears from his big eyes. That's what he needed to hear. Just what he needed. You can be a hero. I will be a hero. And so began the story of the world's most unpredictable hero. It was dark out by the time Majima and Izuku arrived back at the Midoriya residence. Inko had given the older man a key, likely expecting something like this. The young boy of the pair had fallen asleep on Majima's back, the day's events likely having been especially taxing on him. He snored lightly into his uncle's shoulder, the smell of katsudon heavily present on his breath. After their little heart-to-heart, Majima felt like Izuku deserved a little treat, and he wanted to maybe make up for getting ready to ignore him earlier. He kept the latter reason to himself. After telling Izuku he could have as much as he wanted at the nearest Fujisoba, it didn't take long for the boy to order and scarf down 3 bowls of katsudon. It almost reminded him of a certain someone. And so here they were, at the front door of the Midoriya residence, with a bag of takeout, also from Fujisoba. Pulling the key he was given out of his pocket, slightly adjusting Izuku to make sure he wouldn't slide off his back with all his shifting, Majima unlocked the door and opened it. The man stepped in and closed the door, sliding off his boots before sitting down on the edge of the Genkan and setting little Izuku on his lap to do the same for him. That done, Majima stood with the child in his arms. Softly, so as not to startle the boy he was holding, but loud enough to be heard in the small apartment, he called out, "Tadaima!" Seconds later, a softer voice called back, "Okiri!" A few muffled words, followed by a rush of footsteps soon after, reached his ears. When they stopped, he was greeted by the sight of a beaming Inko Midoriya. Her hair was the same shade of green as her son's. Far less curly, though. He'd gotten that and his freckles from his father. Truth be told, he sometimes found it kind of freaky just how perfect a combination the boy was of his parents. But he would just reason that that was another reason why the boy was so great. He was all the best parts of two of his favorite people in the world, even if he wanted to strangle one of them at the moment. Put together, that aside, Inko came up to the two and gingerly took Izuku from Majima, pulling the man into a quick, one-armed hug as she did so. "Thought you got lost or something." She let go and quirked her brow, a knowing smile already dancing across her lips. Little Tyke was hungry, put away 3 bowls of katsudon before he called it a night. He always has been a voracious eater. Reminds me of a certain someone, actually. Is that so? Yeah, a little lady I treated a few times. One time, she left me with a 200K bill. Wow, she could eat. Yeah, she could. And here's the funniest thing. She looked a lot like you. Huh, that is pretty funny. You should introduce us. Maybe over dinner. Ha, yeah right. My wallet's already crying. The two chuckled briefly before Inko went to put Izuku to bed, pointing Majima to the one room with a light on. She seemed oddly smug, for some strange reason, probably just his eye playing tricks on him. Oh, I see. HM? Inko, you back. Inko always was a clever girl, pretty and smart. The perfect balance for Hisashi's idiocy, of the social kind. That same intelligence made him love her just as much as his little Izuchan. And as he looked at the computer in the room to see an active video call with Hisashi Midoriya on the screen, Majima could swear he was beginning to love her just the teensiest bit more. Yo, Haichan. How's Island? Ha, Nizan, is that you? Closing his eye and leaning towards the camera, the Cyclops gave the man on the other side of the screen a pleasant smile. Any normal person who had never met Goro Majima would think nothing of it. To someone like Hisashi, who had known Goro Majima for a good 2 decades, he knew exactly what that smile meant. And it filled him with an intense and familiar fear. And Nizan? Is he everything Oka dash? I'm gonna fucking kill ya. Why? I didn't do anything. That's the problem. Idiot. You didn't do anything when you should have been the first. Ha! Majima breathed in deeply. He didn't want to punch the screen and screw up this talk with the dumbass. Haichan, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'll beat you to death real slow if you get it wrong. So don't, okay? Hisashi, pale as a sheet, nodded quickly. Okay, Haichan, answer me this. How many people are in your family? And Nizan, where are you going with Dash? He was cut off by a scalding glare. Answer the question. 3, there's 3. That's right, good job. He gave Hisashi a quick clap before continuing. Now, who are they? First, there's you, then Inko and Dikairu. Oh shit. Oh shit, indeed. Wanna explain why you didn't tell your son why you had to leave? I thought he needed some space. Space? Space. You thought he needed space. Yes. I'm gonna use your goddamn head as a baseball. Ah. Why? Because you're a goddamn moron. I thought if he had some space he'd be more willing to talk about it later. He's fucking 4, Hisashi. He's smart for his age. 4. WL yeah. But Dash. Ichi and I, San. 4. Would you just dash? Hisashi. The more you argue with me, the more pissed off I get. So stop. And listen. Hisashi, showing that he did have more than a single working brain cell, kept his mouth shut. I don't know how the hell you got it into your head that leaving a child alone in an incredibly emotional state was a good idea. And, truth be told, I don't want to know. I'd probably catch a plane straight to wherever the fuck island is right now just to kill ya. And you know that if I wanted to, it'd be done. Ain't any security system on this green earth that'd stop me. Hisashi stayed quiet. Now wasn't the time to try to defend himself. He knew for a fact that his older brother would make good on that threat. Past history or not, the man took Izuku's well-being to a new level. It'd bring a tear to his eye if it weren't the reason why he was currently under the threat of death. Now, in your mind, I bet you thought, Dikairu won't be alone, Mama's right there. When he's ready to talk, he'll tell her. She'll tell me. We'll all talk about it together, herp de derp. That sound about right? Blink once fair yes, twice fair no. Blink. Yeah, that's what I thought. Never were the brightest when it came to people. Always a few grains shirtuva a rice bowl. Intellectual genius, social dumbass. Critical hit to Hisashi Midoriya's pride. He knew it was true, but it still hurt. So that's why I came up with a better plan. You may thank Goro Majima-sama later. And now he was preening. Great. First, you'll be talking with Izuchan tomorrow. I don't care what you gotta do. Cancel or move it. It's less important. A nod. Next, you'll be cutting out at least an hour every week to call and talk with Inko-chan and Izuchan. And me if I feel so inclined to see your ugly mug. Another nod. Finally, and this is the big one, you're gonna help Izuchan become a hero. Ha! Yeah, you heard that right. Izuchan's gonna be a hero. Not just any hero, though. He's gonna be the greatest goddamn hero this world's ever seen. The conviction in his elder brother's voice shook Hisashi slightly. The last time he had heard him like this was when he was looking after Ma, a dear friend of his. All he could really do was nod again. And no more harebrained schemes, ya nincompoop. Okay, Nizan. Great. Anything ta add? Inko-chan? Wait, Inko-chan? Nope. You pretty much covered it, Goro and I. And there stood Inko, ashtray in hand, smile on her face. I'll see you in the morning, dear. Good night. Gee, good night, Han. And the call disconnected. Majima took a moment to let out a breath, most of his anger gone after telling off his well-intentioned, but still foolish younger brother. He looked at Inko, who had pulled up a chair and sat the ashtray that she was holding on the computer desk. Well, that's odd. Didn't you quit? I did. This is for you. Figured you'd need it after your talk. That explains it. Pulling a cigarette out of the pack he had on hand and putting it between his lips, he asked, Got a light? Yeah, here. She pulled out an Endeavor-themed Zippo lighter, put it in front of the unlit cigarette, and flicked. Thanks. He closed his eye and took a long drag, while Inko gently set the lighter down next to the ashtray. It was a quiet moment, a nice one on a nice night after a mostly nice day. So, Endeavor. Inko picked the lighter back up, flipping the top and flicking the flint. When she heard the click and saw the fire from it spring to life, she smiled fondly and explained, Hisashi and Izuku got it for me last Mother's Day. Izu looked so happy when I flicked it the first couple of times that I didn't have the heart to tell I wouldn't be using it much. What made those two get it for ya in the first place? Izu found the one that I got from Michan. His dad told him I was a collector. Ah, so that's the rub. Another beat of silence. Another long drag, another puff. When it was broken again, the Cyclops wasn't the culprit. Mom! Goro and I. He saves everyone with a smile, no matter what trouble they're in. What's up? He's such a cool hero. Did you really mean what you said? Can I? What about? Be a hero too? About Izu, about him. Becoming a hero. Did you really mean it? I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. The look in her eyes was intense. He could see them glint as she bored into his soul. He could see verdant green flames roaring with emotion as she stared him down waiting for his answer. Guilt, fear, sorrow, and hope. Of course. Izuchan's gonna be so great. All Might's gonna be a skin for his autograph. Matter of fact, when he wakes up, I'm gonna ask him to sign one for me. Hearing the earnestness in the voice of the older man's voice as he sang her son's praises made Inko release a breath that she didn't even know she was holding. If Goro Majima said something was happening, it was happening. Didn't matter how anyone felt about it. It was just his way. That's why, with a weight lifted off of her chest, tears, and a smile largely present on her face, she hugged Majima tightly and said, "Thank you. Thank you so much." She didn't need to say what she was so thankful for. They both already knew. Hero Training Day 1. Izuku sat cross-legged on the sandy ground as Majima, sans jacket, stood and addressed him. "All right, Izuchan. Today's your first day of hell on earth, courtesy of myself." Izuku was already starting to regret this. It'll be hard, you will not like it. But the more you hate it, the more it'll teach you. You will want to quit. You may choose to quit some days. Regret intensified tenfold. But know this, every single day that you work hard at this training, the closer you are to that dream of yours. Every day that you work yourself to death, the closer you get to living life as a hero. Izuku's eyes shimmered as he nodded once with a newfound resolve. "All right, so what do I gotta do, Gorojiji?" "Well, first, look around ya. What do you see?" Garbage." "Exactly. Garbage. Garbage that you're gonna clean up, Izuchan." "Huh. Like father, like son. You see, it's a man's civic duty to separate his trash. If you don't, who's gonna be left to take responsibility when we got toxic-ass dioxins floating around?" Izuku had no idea what dioxins even were, but his uncle seemed so passionate about it that he just let him continue without a word. And when a man's slacking in his civil duties, it's up to a hero to either punish or pick up that slack for him. "Why yeah. You see, Izuchan, this dump here used to be a pretty bangin' spot for couples. But in the past couple years, some wise asses decided they were gonna start throwing trash and crap in the water. When I find 'em, there'll be hell to pay. But for now, you're gonna be a friendly neighborhood hero and start getting this place cleaned up." "Oh, okay. Well, go on now, scamp. Smallest pile stuffs over thataway." The man in the eye patch pointed far off into the distance. "Got a truck set up for you to toss the crap into. Can't miss it. I'll come get you before it gets too dark. Scream if you need anything." "K. Well, on your way, Shushu." Majima smiled toothily and waved a single-gloved hand, as Izuku trudged off in the direction that he was shooed away towards. As the young boy disappeared into the distance to do as he was told, Majima let his hand and smile drop. Nishida and some of the other boys could watch him till it was time to go. If he was going to train that boy to be greater than the #1 hero, he would need to get his shit together and start putting in a bit of work. He'd been slacking lately. Everybody was too afraid of getting bit to fight a mad dog, so that took a lot of his edge off. He couldn't find the old man, and old Kiryuchan was too busy being a saint or whatever he was doing. So his options for strong opponents were limited after he left Kamurocho. But if it was for Izuchan, he'd train his ass off as much he could before he hit a wall. He'd punch, kick, chop, and slash till he could teach it all to the boy that wanted to be a hero. He could probably also look into some batting cages. He always did like hitting things with bats. Maybe Izuchan too. Looking around quickly to make sure he wasn't being watched, he dropped to his hands and started doing push-ups. Start with the basics, work your way up. That worked for him. And so began years of hellish training for one Izuku Midoriya, age 4. Hero Training, Day 7. Izuku laid, out of breath, on a recently cleared patch of sand. The only cleared patch of sand, aside from the pathways he had made for him. He had managed to take a few things off of the smallest trash pile, dumping them in the back of the truck just like his uncle had told him to. The newest addition being a somewhat heavy mini-fridge. He now wanted to go with Gorojiji whenever he found whoever threw some of the bigger trash away on the beach. He would smile at whatever they had coming to them. That aside, Izuku was curious. He was sure that he was alone on that part of the beach he was cleaning. No one would answer whenever he would call out, after all. And everyone knows that when someone asks, "Is anybody there?" you have to answer. It's the rule. But for some reason, whenever he was too tired to move anything, he would find these weird drinks. He knew that he shouldn't drink anything that he found in the piles. he was 4, not stupid. But for some reason, they were always on one of the paths made for him. And they all had his name written on them. So that meant they were his. Right? Right? Glad we agree. But Izuku's question was, who was leaving these drinks? They were really sweet and he felt much better after drinking one, especially the ones with the yellow wrapper and the birdie on it. But he had no idea who was leaving them for him and he wanted to say thank you. So he laid a trap. He was going to lay down in the middle of where all the pathways connected, and then when whoever was leaving the drinks for him came by, he would pop up and say, "Thank you." Foolproof. Perfect plan. And so there he was, lying in wait and listening out for footsteps. Listening and waiting. Listening and waiting. Listening and wait, there it was. The sound of footsteps. He kept still, letting them get closer and closer until, now, thank you. He jumped up with a huge toothy smile, eyes shut, and waited for the other person's response. Kid. Huh? The boy opened his eyes, looking straight forward to see a sea of red surrounded by gray. Looking up, he saw a man's face. Cool features. He looked a little younger than his uncle but definitely older than his dad. His eyes, slightly widened in bewilderment, still held a sort of authority and strength in them like a dragon. Izuku would love to say that he was cool and didn't freak after taking in the sight of this huge man, but things don't always work out the way that people want them to. And if anyone were to ask if he almost peed when he tearfully cried out, "GG," he would violently deny it. Takoba Municipal Beach Park Mad Dog Training Day 7. Majima kept his stance low as he circled his opponent, who stood in place unflinchingly. It was just a single scrub. He could take him down with his hands tied behind his back. Just get ready and GG, Izuchan. Majima immediately disengaged from the combat situation with the training mannequin and took with speed that would make a certain blue hedgehog jealous in the direction that he had heard his nephew crying out from. What happened? Did he fall off one of the trash piles? Did one of the trash piles fall on him? What the hell are Nishida and the boys doing? Why weren't they there to help? I swear, if Izuchan's hurt, I'm gonna beat him so hard that their grandfather's fathers'll feel it. Thoughts of vicious assault running rampant through his mind. Majima hardly noticed when he had finally arrived at the spot where the cry had originated. Then he heard another loud cry of GG, before feeling a tiny mass slam into his leg and cling on for dear life. Looking down, he saw the big tearful green eyes of his tiny nephew and he sighed in relief. There wasn't a single scratch on him. This was good. No one had to die. Now came the big question. What happened, kiddo? Why'd you scream? Izuku didn't say anything, simply burying his face back into the man's pant leg and pointing behind himself. Following the direction of his nephew's pointing finger, the Cyclops finally took note of the other person present. And as he took in the visibly bemused man's features, his eye widened in surprise. Kiryu-chan. The man's eyes seemed to widen as well, not in surprise but rather recognition as called out. Majima Naizen. Took about 5 minutes to calm Izuku down and convince him that Kiryu wasn't going to eat him. I know Kiryu-chan looks scary on the outside, but on the inside, he's a real softie. Soft as a marshmallow. It took a bit of light singing on Kiryu's part to make him a bit more at ease, but they eventually managed to get Izuku back to working on clearing some of the trash away, while the two men got reacquainted near the entrance. So Kiryu-chan, what are you doing here in Mizudafu? Thought you took your girl and ran off to run an orphanage or some shit. I did. Haruka's class is on a field trip to see UA and the surrounding city, so I have some friends taking care of the place until we get back. So, what are you doing here? Majima chuckled and gestured towards Izuku, as the boy struggled to move a car tire from one pile of trash onto the truck that was waiting for him. You mean he's? Nah, nothing like that. He's my brother's kid. You have a brother? That's right. A brother that has a kid? Yeah, that's the long and short of it. The more you know, I guess. Yeah, the more you know. A beat of silence passed between the two, filled only by the sounds of Izuku moving trash and throwing it into the bed of the pink truck that Majima had left for him. Fuck it. He's here, might as well ask. Kiryu-chan. I need your help. What? I need your help. With what? Exactly? With Izuku-chan. I need you to help me make him a hero. At that, Majima dove into a full explanation about his relationship with Izuku and his family. His talk with the child. The promise he made, all leading into the reason why he and Izuku were on the beach-turn junkyard. So, he's quirkless and wants to be a hero, huh? Yeah. Never heard of a quirkless hero before. Most of the world hasn't. SWHY he's gonna be the first. Still don't see where you need my help in all of this. You seem to have it all covered. That's just it, Kiryu-chan. I don't. What do you mean? What I mean is that I ain't got much I can do for him at the moment. I've been losing my touch lately. Ain't many bastards to fight with nowadays. At least not fairly. Sounds like a personal hell for you. You're telling me. But that ain't the point. The point is, I need someone strong to put him through his paces. And you're the strongest bastard I know. Oh no, Majima, I can't. I'm only here for the week and then I'm heading back to Okinawa with Haruka. That's nowhere near enough time to teach a kid anything about fighting or anything like that. Unless he were to end up in Okinawa for the next couple weeks with ya. Majima, you can't actually be suggesting that I take this kid back home with me. What about his parents? His dad's away on business and his ma's probably fine with it. I'll ask her tonight when I take him home. You're actually serious about this. Serious as cancer, Kiryu-chan. Kiryu stared into Majima, his gaze unfaltering. Majima stared right back, his own stare resolute. He wouldn't back down on this. Fine, if you can get his mom to agree, I'll do it. Hearing the answer that he was waiting for, Majima's glare melted into a look of pure elation. You got it, then. Hi ha 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 ha. This is gonna be great. Kiryu sighed. As much as he would love to say that he was used to Majima's eccentricities, but even still, he couldn't get a read on the guy. He could only hope that the man's nephew didn't share his proclivities for violence. Hey, Kiryu-chan. Let's go a couple rounds for old time's sake. Yeah? For his own sake. Day 14 departure to Okinawa. I love you, sweetie. Love you too, Mom. If there's anything you need, you want to talk or anything like that, Kiryu-san has my number, so just ask him. Okay? Okay, Mom. Oh, and your father said he'd send something for you in the mail, so be on the lookout. Okay, Mom. And... Oh, my baby's growing up so fast. Inko kneeled, reached forward quickly, and crushed the tiny child in a tight bear hug. Izuku, who was still riding high on the excitement of taking his first trip outside of Mizutofu, hugged her back with just as much force as he could muster, which admittedly was quite a bit for a 4-year-old. Call me when you get settled in. Okay? Okay. Be good for Kiryu-san. He's letting you stay with him and 8 other kids. So do your part while you're there. Okay, Mom. All right, I'll let you go now. I love you. See you in a few weeks. I love you too, Mom. Bye. At that, Izuku turned around and sped off to where Kiryu and a young girl waited at the entrance to the terminal. Inko waited a few moments for them to all enter the terminal and leave her sight before letting a few errant tears flow down her cheeks. Wiping them away, she smiled. It would be lonely for a little while, but it would be well worth it. Why? You ask. Because her baby would be a hero. On the flight to Okinawa late morning. We will be arriving at Naha Airport in approximately 30 minutes. Repeat. We will be arriving at Naha Airport in approximately 30 minutes. Finally, Kiryu groaned, the sound of his joints popping while he stretched his back almost soothing. He both loved and hated these flights from Tokyo to Okinawa. Loved them because they were essentially 2 hours to sit back and relax. Hated them because everything after the first half hour of nothing happening without a drink or a smoke was about as entertaining as watching paint dry. But at least those two are enjoying themselves. He smiled slightly as he looked to his right, seeing Izuku and Haruka chatting happily without a care in the world. Well, to be more accurate, Izuku was doing most of the chatting while Haruka smiled softly at him and nodded, interjecting every once in a while when the young boy needed help with a word or happened to start muttering rapidly. Kiryu and Majima had decided to introduce the two, seeing as they would be living together for the better part of a month, and they hit it off. Izuku absolutely adored Haruka, and Haruka found Izuku absolutely adorable. Whenever their uncles would meet up, the two children would be nigh inseparable. Kiryu was glad that Izuku so far was proving to be almost nothing like his uncle, who he was sure would have tried to start at least 5 different fights with him by now, and likely succeeded due to the aforementioned boredom. He really should have brought a book with him. If he were to be completely honest, he had warmed up to the boy pretty quickly himself. He was earnest, polite, and genuinely cared about other people. He really hoped the other kids felt that way as well. Morning glory road afternoon. The excitement was fading. No, it wasn't just fading. It was being violently punched out of his chest, dripping, and hardening into a ball of dread in his stomach with every single step that he took towards the building that he was supposed to stay for the next few weeks. Holding Haruka's hand as she told him about the kids that he was about to meet, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. It was so weird. He was walking right next to a beach on a sunny day. He shouldn't have chills. He tried to ignore it, he really did, but he just couldn't. Izuku was smart for his age. Anyone who had spoken with him for more than 10 minutes could say that with certainty. He spoke well, using proper grammar usually, and he picked up on new words and phrases quickly. His uncle was proudly shocked when he heard Izuku utter the words, "Oh, shit!" in English when he tripped while they were walking home from the junkyard the week before. He had immediately been reprimanded afterward and told to never say it around his mother. But the point had been made. Majima had only said that particular phrase in English twice around the boy. So yes, Izuku was smart. Smart enough to realize that he was weird. Smart enough to realize that he was weird for being normal. It had only been a few weeks since he had been diagnosed as quirkless, and he noticed how the other kids wouldn't play with him. He wasn't popular before, not in any sense of the word, but the other kids, at least, still included him in things. They invited him to tag along when they went to play in the woods, even if he couldn't keep up all that well. They let him play on the hero side sometimes when they played heroes and villains, even if he wasn't all that strong. They didn't just sit back and watch Kakin when he got a bit rough while playing, and if they couldn't do anything to help, they'd at least ask if he was okay. But when it came out that he was quirkless, it all changed. They never asked if he wanted to come into the woods with them when they wanted to play. The times that they'd let him play heroes and villains with them, he'd be the only villain in the game. And then he'd get pummeled. And when Kakin got too rough, they didn't try to stop him. They didn't ask if he was okay afterward. They'd ignore him. Sometimes, they would join in. Kids are cruel. Not due to any malice in their hearts, it's just how things are. They're cruel until they're taught to be kind. But they're never taught to be kind to something unnatural or freakish. And Izuku, being as normal as he was in a world of quirks, was the most unnatural, freakish thing those kids had ever come across. So yes, Izuku was weird. It wasn't fair. It didn't make sense, but it was just the way the world worked. And so Izuku was scared. He knew how the world worked for people like him. He knew that as much as he wished for people to be kind like Haruka-nichan, or funny like Gorojiji, or gentle like his mom, that it was just that. A dream. He wanted to brace for it. Square his shoulders and cover up his face like he did when Kakin would let off an explosion in front of his eyes. He wanted to hide. Curl up in a ball somewhere and stay there where no one could find him. He wanted to run. He knew he wouldn't get far. He never did. But he wanted to try. He wanted Izuku-in? He hadn't even realized that he had let go of Haruka-nichan's hand and stopped in his tracks. He could see her looking at him worriedly. The sign next to her head said mourning something. Looking down at his side, he noticed that his hands were curled into shaking fists, and he couldn't figure out why everything looked so warped and wavy. And then, a few drops of water fell and hit the sandy road. But why? It wasn't raining. That was it. He was crying. Haruka-nichan probably thought he was a loser now. A weirdo. A freak. He should have stayed home. With Mom. With Gorojiji. He was such a Izuku. A firm hand landed on his shoulder. He looked up to see whose it was and found himself staring into warm brown eyes. You must be nervous. Don't worry, we all get that way sometimes. Even me. Izuku highly doubted that Kiryusen, of all people, broke down into tears at the thought of meeting new people and being seen as a freak. But he kept his mouth shut and let the man speak. Everyone in there'll be happy to see you. It's not often that we get new faces around here, especially from Tokyo. Aren't Kiryu-san and Haruka-nichan from Tokyo, though? And definitely not a hero from Mizutofu. But I'm not a hero. I'm just a quirkless weirdo. No. You're Izuku Midoriya, Goro Majima's nephew, and soon-to-be first quirkless hero. But Izuku-in. Turning towards where Haruka-nichan's voice came from, Izuku was unprepared for the pleasant sensation of a tender hand and soft cloth on his cheeks. He could feel her rubbing at the tear tracks on his face. Looking forward again, he saw another pair of kind brown eyes. Honestly, I expected you to cry at some point, but I expected it to be after you had some of Uncle Kaz's specialty curry. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing. And all done. There you go, Izuku-in. All cleaned up. She pulled her hands back and gave him a bright and toothy smile. Huh. He reached up towards his face, feeling his cheeks, which were wet with tears just a moment before, and was shocked to find them completely dry. Can't have you meeting the other kids with tears on your cheeks, can we? They might think you don't like them. But Izuku, it'll be fine. Trust us. And at that moment, with the honest and kind smiles on both of their faces, he decided that he would. And thus, with his hand in Haruka-nichan's hand once more and Kiryu-san leading the way, Izuku Midoriya took his first steps into Morning Glory Orphanage. Morning Glory Orphanage afternoon. Uncle Kaz. Haruka. Guys. Uncle Kaz and Haruka are home. And suddenly, they were confronted by 8 children of varying ages and sizes, with at least half trying to speak to Kiryu-san at once. The one who had called out first, a brown-haired boy in a blue shirt, was about a head taller than Izuku and didn't seem to notice him as he chattered on about some baseball-related news to Kiryu-san. The second one who had spoken up, a rather tanned and stout boy in a red shirt, attempted to draw Kiryu-san's attention away from the first boy with something about wrestling or wrestler. He didn't notice Izuku either. The third person, a girl in green with black hair and 2 braids, happened to look down as she spoke to Haruka and spotted a small head of green locks peeking out from behind the older girl's legs. Who's this? Haruka. Izuku tried to hide further behind Haruka-nichan, not feeling quite ready to meet the new people yet, but was gently ushered forward. It's okay, Izuku-in. Ayako's really nice. Go on, introduce yourself. She won't bite. Ayako, seeing that the young boy was clearly uncomfortable in his current situation, decided that she ought to grease the wheels a little bit. Leaning forward slightly, she smiled and said, Hey there. I'm Ayako. What's your name? Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Where are you from? Mizutofu. Oh, I've heard of that place. That's where that big hero school is, right? What was it called? UUA High. That's it. Thank you, Izuku-kun. You're so smart. How old are you? 4. I just turned 4. And you're already speaking so well? You must be some kind of genius. And no, I'm not. At this point, the other 7 children had taken note of the young child who had come in with their caretaker and adoptive older sister. They were going to go over and see what was up, but were collectively stopped with a hand from the one adult currently present. He explained that Izuku would be staying with them for the next few weeks as a favor for a friend of his. He told them that he was pretty shy around new people, so it would be best if they waited for Ayako to finish talking to him. They listened and watched as Izuku slowly, but surely, detached himself from Haruka's leg. They observed as he began to speak more and more animatedly, his stutter disappearing as he began to chat excitedly with the older girls. After a minute or so of that, Kiryu gave the children the okay to go over and introduce themselves while he went inside and made lunch. They did and began to rush over to where the small boy and the 2 oldest girls at Morning Glory were talking. Their hastened arrival startled Izuku slightly, but he had been made comfortable enough to not bolt or hide behind Haruka or Ayako when they came running at the 3 of them. He looked at them, swallowed around the slight lump in his throat. He was still, at least, a little nervous, and introduced himself. Whatever he feared would come afterward, never did. The other kids all just responded in kind. The brown-haired boy in the blue t-shirt introduced himself as Koji. The stout boy in the red said his name was Tai Chi. A dark-skinned boy in a green polo told him to call him Mitsuo. One could only assume that that was because it was his name. A bespectacled boy with a bowl cut and a yellow hoodie quietly said his name was Shiro. A girl in a long-sleeved pink shirt, a little younger than Haruka and Ayako, told him that her name was Riona. Next up, a young girl who was seemingly the same age as Riona in a bluish-green polo, said that her name was Eri. And finally, likely the youngest of the 8, came up and told him that her name was Izumi. After introductions were finished, they all sat down at a table to the side and fell into a bit of polite conversation, getting to know each other, while Haruka went inside to help Kiryu prepare lunch. They asked if Izuku played baseball, if he liked wrestling, what manga he liked to read. It was a fun time. And then, Koji asked, "Hey, if you come from Mizutofu and want to be a hero, you must have a pretty awesome quirk, right? So what is it?" Izuku could feel his heart drop to his stomach. Here it comes, the moment he was dreading. He was really having fun. He might as well just get it over quickly. "I don't have one. I'm quirkless." Silence overtook the previously loud and rowdy table. "You're Koji, quirkless, Taichi, and you still want to be a hero?" Mitsuo. "That's Riona. Here it comes. Amazing." Eri. "Yeah, that's so cool." Taichi spoke again. "Yeah man, that's awesome." Koji chimed in. "You really are a special one, Izuku-kun." Ayako added her 2 cents. "It's pretty manly. I have to admit, I might end falling for you when you get older if you keep being so cool." Riona added. They all just kept piling on the praise. Izuku honestly had no idea what to do. "You don't think it's dumb?" "Dumb? Izumi. Why would we think that?" Riona. "It's pretty amazing. None of us could do that." Shiro. "Huh, what do you mean? We're all quirkless. Uncle Kaz and Haruka are too. Most people in Okinawa are. None of us have ever thought about trying to be heroes. So the fact that you are, and you're so much younger than all of us is really amazing." Ayako explained this all with a smile. Izuku could feel that ball of dread in his stomach pop and float away, while the warm, fuzzy feeling came rushing back in full force, working its way up from his toes, up his legs, through his stomach, and settling in his chest. In the end, he didn't know what he was worried about. As he sat and laughed and joked with his new friends, he was going to enjoy his time at Morning Glory. He could feel it, and as Kiryu and Haruka watched from the door, they both felt the same way. It was going to be nice having Izuku Midoriya at Morning Glory Orphanage. They would both bet on it. Morning Glory Beach, early morning, day 1. Combat training. Kiryu and Izuku stood on the beach across from the orphanage, staring each other down from opposite sides of a large circle that they had drawn in the sand a few minutes prior. The caretaker had woken the boy about a half-hour earlier, moving him to the dining room where he fed him some freshly made miso and a rolled egg omelet with a side of rice. He had made more and left it warm in the kitchen for the other kids when breakfast time rolled around. Now was the time. He had 3 weeks to get Izuku ready for whatever hell Majimo Naizen would have ready for him back in Mizutofu. Not a ton of time, but he was fine with a challenge. It was pressure that made diamonds, after all. So first things first. "All right, Izuku, your training with me starts today. But before that, I need to know what I have to work with. With me so far." "Yeah. All right. So, what I want you to do is hit me." "What?" "Hit me. Punch, kick, knee, elbow, headbutt. Doesn't matter what you hit me with or where you hit me. Just hit me." Kiryu-san, I'm not sure this is a good idea. It'll be fine. I've been hit by way worse than a 4-year-old. So, come on. I won't leave the circle and I won't back. You can leave the circle and you have 10 minutes to land a hit. If you can, we move on. If you can't, we'll start you on some condition training. Arms, legs, things like that. Okay? Okay. Alright, good. Let's get started, then. Kiryu walked to the side of the circle and set the timer that he had brought out with them for 10 minutes. Exactly. That done, he ambled back to his original position, before raising an arm and putting a fist in front of his chin, leaving the other crossed down in front of his waist. It looked simple, but the red aura that burned around the man was anything but. Even across the circle, Izuku could feel the heat from the man burning up the cool morning air. He had felt this kind of heat before, under a different context and with a lot anger mixed in, but he had felt it. Clock's ticking. Izuku, you gonna come at me or what? No time to think about that, he had to hit Kiryu. Luckily, his uncle had had an idea that something like this might happen and prepared him accordingly. A few days before the boy had been to Okinawa, Majima took Izuku to a different part of the junk beach as the boy had taken to calling it. This part of the junk beach had a full clearing, with a couple of old store mannequins set up on really heavy-looking stands. Looking at them, one could see that the damage done to them was recent. Heavy slashes, denting from something that had to have been from something like a bat, and even just hard imprints from fists. Majima didn't explain any of that, simply sliding off his jacket and addressing his nephew. All right, Izuku-chan, here's what's gonna happen. Kiryu-chan's a pretty soft guy when it comes to kids. He won't want to hit you during training, so he'll likely have you do a test that you can't pass, and then you'll be stuck doing some shit like breathe-in exercises and condition training. At this, he ambled over to one of the less worn mannequins, likely one that had used to present men's exercise wear, judging from its build. Firm and muscular. I want you to actually learn something while you're there. I can teach you conditioning and breathe-in and crap like that here. Kiryu-chan's better off teaching ya how to do some real damage. Izuku nodded and waited for his instructions. Whenever his uncle started rambling like this, it would always lead to him having to do some weird or roundabout exercise that showed results pretty quickly, oddly enough. They just left him with this strange feeling of power, almost like he leveled up, like in one of those Aracure Quest games that his dad left behind. Man, he loved those games. He wasn't all that good at them yet, but he loved watching his dad play them and come up with strategies and… Wait, what was he talking about again? Oh right, instructions. All right, Izuku-chan. I'm gonna teach you a few things how to catch him off guard, so pay close attention to what I do. Izuku leaned forward and kept his body low. Right arm crossed in front of him, the other held loosely at his side, just like he'd been shown. He hadn't the foggiest idea of how he'd gotten the hang of his uncle's fighting style so quickly, but if he were asked to describe what it felt like when he had seen it action, he'd say that it just clicked. He had a vision in his mind of him using it. Poking eyes, kicking guys into rails, and even choking them. He could see it all in his head. He was too small to do most of that, but that didn't mean he couldn't do anything with what he knew. At the very least, he knew how to throw a hard and quick punch. His stance solid, he bent his legs slightly and kicked off into motion with a war cry. He made a beeline straight for Kiryu, fist cocked back as soon as he was halfway to the man who seemed almost surprised at the young boy's speed. Not surprised enough to let himself get hit by Izuku's sloppy haymaker, but surprised. As Kiryu dodged to the side, Izuku stumbled, kicking up dust and desperately trying to keep himself from falling face first into the sand. He sputtered and coughed a bit as some particles floated into his face. Kyuso. He had missed his shot. He'd been banking on catching the older man off guard with his speed. A kind of that no child should conceivably possess at age 4. And that's exactly what Majima had trained him in. The boy knew he couldn't put all that training to waste, so he quickly regrouped and ran at Kiryu again. Another cry passed his lips as he raised his fist once more. He struck at air once, Kiryu having sidestepped his strike again. Continued like this for some time. Punch, dodge, punch, dodge. It got to the point where Izuku didn't even want to hit Kiryu for the training anymore. He just wanted to punch the man out of sheer frustration. He was tired, hungry again, and sick of getting sand in his eyes and mouth. It stung and he needed to wipe his eyes before he started moving again so see where he was going. Wait, that's it. He didn't have much time left. If he was going to make it work, he had to have the perfect timing. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was ready. He got low again, right arm raised, left arm loose. Knees bent again, he watched Kiryu's feet. He wasn't doing anything special. His feet were spread apart slightly for better movement. But looking more closely, got it. Exploding into motion, he charged straight at the man once more, fist raised and cocked back again. Kiryu simply began to step to the side once again, but wasn't prepared for the splash of sand that was thrown into his face. Slam! Or the tiny body that launched itself shoulder first into his groin. Ryang! And as the timer sounded off and he crumpled to the ground in a groaning heap, Kiryu mentally reprimanded himself for underestimating the nephew of one of the most unpredictable people he had ever met. Minutes later, the two sat across from each other in the circle again. The young Midoriya, oddly smug, and Kiryu ignoring the shit-eating grin on the child's face for the sake of his own pride. Alright, that was pretty good. I can see you've already got a solid foundation. That was your uncle's fighting style, right? The boy nodded. I see. It was rough compared to his, though. You're supposed to be able to chain strikes fluidly with that style. Punches into elbows into kicks into grabs. It's brutal but elegant. So you shouldn't be throwing wild haymakers like that with it. The sand thing was clever, though. Just what I'd expect from someone who learned from your uncle. At this, Izuku preened. But his preening stopped. Your form's still really rough and you can't just go rushing at an enemy like that. I wasn't hitting back, but I assume a villain would. I also assume that they'd be going for the kill if you missed and stumbled the way you did earlier. So we'll be working your balance for a while, until you get a handle on that. Izuku nodded and they got to work. Morning Glory Beach late morning combat training. Day 10. Kiryu had Izuku pull himself into a number of different poses and used a number of exercises, all to improve his balance. Reverse lunges on an old exercise ball. Tree poses on a large piece of driftwood. Sumo squats on a very large rock at the coast at low tide. After a week and some change of that and more, Izuku's balance was improving by leaps and bounds. He no longer stumbled when he missed and his strikes were far more measured and fluid than before, if not as elegant as his uncle's. As evidenced by the fact that Kiryu was actually starting to break a sweat while he dodged the boy's strikes. As some of the other children from Morning Glory watched on and cheered. Get him, Izuku! Taichi. You've got it, Izuku-kun. Ayako. Take him down, Iken. Izumi. Beat him up, Izuku-kun. Itu. Haruka? Little turncoats. Izuku was loving it, though. His strikes got faster and more fluid as the grin on his face got wider. Almost scarily so. So much so, that he had to restrain himself from striking back when Izuku lashed out with a kick, being so oddly reminded of a one-eyed friend of his. He was getting much quicker. His stamina was getting better. A couple of days ago, he would have been winded at this point. They'd been at it for a little under 20 minutes and he was just starting to sweat. But, for some reason, he felt that if he didn't end this soon, Izuku would keep pushing until he dropped. Not just because of the encouragement of the older kids that he had started to look up to, no. That helped, but the child's drive was far more simple than that. If he looked closer, he could see it. Heat emanating from the boy, like blue flame shrouding him in an aura of power. He knew what it was doing to the boy because he had felt it before. He had been feeling it at that moment. Though where his heat felt like a roaring flaming that you could feel from miles away, Izuku's felt like the embers of a soon-to-lit campfire. He wasn't quite ready yet, but if he kept improving at a steady pace, he would be. Quickly stepping around Izuku's next blow, he strolled out of the circle. That's enough, Izuku. Let's call it for today. Izuku, who had seemingly been having the time of his life judging from how quickly his smile dropped when he was told the fight was over, dropped his stance and took a breath. Haruka walked over and handed some water and a towel, which he accepted with a wide smile. Thanks, Nechan. Hey, what about me? What about you, Uncle Kaz? Wow, that was cold. Kidding. Here you go. She walked back over towards the other kids, who handed her a towel and another bottle of water. She ambled over to him with both in hand and handed them over. Thanks. He took a long gulp of water, before drying off slightly with the towel and draping it over his shoulders. That done, he looked over and addressed Izuku. All right, Izuku. That was good. Better than at the beginning of last week. You're really starting to get the hang of a more intricate fighting style and I think that you deserve a break. So you've got the rest of the day off. Do whatever you like. Just be ready to get back to work tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Thanks, Kiryu-san. He never felt comfortable calling the man Uncle Kaz like the other kids did. It wasn't that he thought Kiryu would get angry about it. He had even encouraged the boy to do it once or twice in the week that he had been at Morning Glory. No, it was more that he had felt like he hadn't quite earned it yet. He didn't bring that up with any of his new friends, though. He knew that they would just say he was being silly. He had to earn it. He would be better. He had to be. Or some baseball, right, Izuku? He snapped out of his train of thought as Koji addressed him. Yeah. He heard baseball and just assumed they were talking about playing a game. Awesome. Let's go then. Luckily, he had assumed correctly. As he followed the other kids inside to grab the bat, mitts, and ball, he let all of his previous thoughts leave his mind. He was supposed to have fun too, after all. Morning Glory Orphanage, early evening, day 16. It was getting close to time for Izuku to go back home. He had improved by leaps and bounds in the time that he was at Morning Glory. His form was good. Still a bit rough, but far less sloppy than it was when he had first used it against Kiryu. His speed was out of this world for a child and would only continue to get better as he got older. His strength, once again, was amazing for a child. Unfortunately, unlike his speed, he'd have to put most of his weight behind a punch or a kick for it to be truly effective against a larger opponent. That'd be dangerous in an actual fight, but it wasn't like he'd be fighting against any adults anytime soon. So Kiryu's evaluation of Izuku's progress in the past couple of weeks would say that it was amazing. If he didn't know any better, he would say that Izuku was even picking up on his fighting style a little bit. He could see some of his own jabs and hooks being thrown into the mix whenever Izuku would get particularly heated up during a spar. They were crude with a bit of wasted movement thrown in, most likely due to Izuku putting his weight behind them to add in some force. It was less like a dragon and more like a street brawler. Just like he was years ago. It wasn't hard to see that Izuku was a precocious child, but this was almost ridiculous. At this rate, by the time he was old enough to attend a hero school, he'd probably be a monster. Thinking about it made the old dragon chuckle around his cigarette. Well, all the better for him. You can do it, kid. I believe in you. And as he watched Izuku beam and laugh, inspiration in his eyes, as he watched a wrestling match with Tai Chi, he felt that that belief was truly well-founded. Aniki. Stamping out his cigarette and looking to where the voice came from, he raised a brow. Yeah, Rakia? We need your help. Several days later, departure back to Mizudafu. Kiryu and Haruka walked alongside Izuku as he wheeled his little suitcase behind him. It had been half filled with clothes, a toothbrush, and some comic books when he had arrived in Okinawa. Now, he was leaving with souvenirs from all the people at Morning Glory. A baseball glove from Mitsuo. It was well worn and slightly, comically, big on his small hand, but he still appreciated the gesture. Some manga from Koji. It was a shounen manga, heavy on explosive action and friendship. Izuku loved it. Ayako gave him a book about UA and its most famous alumni. It looked slightly used, some of the pages dog-eared and the cover somewhat shelf-worn, but she hadn't read it. No, she had gone to a used bookstore earlier in the week and gotten it for him when she saw it. She had used the last of her allowance to buy it and smiled brightly when Izuku slammed into her and hugged her waist. She had said that that reaction made the book worth it for her. Riona gave him a magazine featuring Pixie Bob from the Wild Pussycats on the cover. She said it would teach him how to talk to girls when he got older. He didn't get it, he could talk to her just fine, but he went along with it anyway. He wasn't going to turn down some free hero stuff. Shiro gave him a book on medical terms, stating that he had read it already. It seemed that he had forgotten that Izuku was 4 and that a good number of the terms would go over his head, but people older than him have made that same mistake numerous times. He couldn't be blamed. Eri and Izumi pooled together their allowance and bought him a hand-stitched All Might doll. He was still holding it. Enough said there. Tai Chi gave him a book on wrestling techniques. He said he wasn't a big fan of reading and that Izuku would probably get more use out of it than he would. The gleam in Izuku's eyes as he skimmed the book was enough to make most of the older kids at Morning Glory feel just the teensiest bit sorry for any villains that got on the wrong end of the hero hopeful's righteous anger in the future. Haruka gave the boy some candy and an amulet. She said that the amulet was supposed to protect him from harm and the candy just tasted really good, it being some of Kiryu's favorite. Izuku loved the candy for the 2 seconds that he had it. The amulet, the string of which was tied around his neck, made him feel secure. And Kiryu gave him 2 more things. One of them was an old lighter. He said it was given to him by an old friend, and he wanted to give it to someone who would actually use it, seeing as he could hardly look at it nowadays. He could give it to his mom or keep it for himself, just as long as someone found a good use for it. The second thing was something that Kiryu had made sure to give the boy when he knew that they were both alone. A magazine. Not just any magazine, but the mythical shrink-wrapped magazine. He had seen them before in vending machines that his mother and Haruka told him to never go near, but never up close. Kiryu instructed the boy to wait for at least 5 years before opening that magazine, to never let his mother or anyone else see it, and to not hide it under his bed, saying that it's not as great a hiding place as he'd think it is. He would have asked why. To all of the instructions, if the look on the man's face hadn't been so deathly serious. Instead, he just nodded solemnly and hid the shrink-wrapped treasure beneath all of the other things in his suitcase, already thinking of potential places to hide it when he got home. He was sad to leave them. He almost didn't want to go, knowing that while his mom and uncle were back in Tokyo, so was Kaken. Just the thought of the other boy made him want to cry. But when he started to tear up, the other kids, and even Kiryu, all wrapped him up in a hug and said, "We'll see you next summer. Okay, little hero?" And at that moment it was all okay. Sotenbori, Osaka 198X. Osaka. What was there to say about it, really? It was a city. Not all that different from Kamurocho if he were honest. It was a city built all around nightlife indulgence. Want proof? Look no further than the bright heart of the city, Sotenbori. Want to have a good time? There's a soapland right down the street. Want to make some quick with a risk? There's a casino by the bridge, knock yourself out. Want to feel like someone loves you for an hour? The Odyssey or the Grand? Take your pick. Sex, cash, and booze. That was Sotenbori. And then, there was Goro Majima. He wasn't here for pleasure. He was all business. He didn't have time to screw around. There was work to do. He knew this. He was completely aware of this. So why was he in a park arguing with a kid about the importance of putting trash in the trash can? He just wanted a smoke. Unfortunately, when he reached into his pocket and pulled out his pack, he realized that he had run out cigs. Grumbling, he threw the empty pack off to the side and was going to continue on with his day, when this curly-haired kid called out to him and started lecturing him. "What do you mean, kid? It's just trash. And that's the problem, mister. You know where that trash ends up?" "No, and why should he care?" "In our water. Do you know how nasty that is?" "Nanny? What? No way that's true." "It is. My dad showed me a newspaper once that said our rivers were getting more and more polluted, and I saw that a lot of the cans and bottles and other stuff we throw away was floating around in the water that we get most of our supply from, so it had me thinking, geez, whose kid is this?" Then I started reading about all of these rainforests that have started shrinking in the past few years, and this must be pretty important to him. And if half of what he's saying is true, it ought to be pretty important to me too. I'm too damn young for the world to end. And so, what I think dash. All right, kid. You've got me. I'll do my best to keep the streets clean from now on. Really? He nodded and the boy beamed. Thanks, mister. Don't mention kid. Say, what's your name? Oh, it's Hisashi, mister. What's yours? Goro Majima. Just call me Goro, kid. All right, Goro Nizan. That was a quick jump from Mr. to Nizan. All right, kid. I gotta get going. You take care of yourself. And so, Goro Majima walked his way out of the park, off to handle business at the Midoriya family office. Midoriya family office 5 minutes later. The office wasn't all that far from the park. It also wasn't as big as he was used to family offices being, though seeing as the Midoriya family wasn't all that big itself, it made sense. Ringing the bell at the front door, he waited a good minute before a pissy-looking prick came to the door. Fuck do you want? Well, what a barrel of monkeys this family is, if this guy's any indicator. I'm here to see Musashi Midoriya, on orders from Futoshi Shimano. The asshole told Majima to wait a minute before he stepped away from the door, likely to ask his boss if he should let the man in. The bull-haired man rolled his eyes and leaned on the wall to the side of the door. He understood protocol and all that shit, but he just wanted to get this over with so he could grab some cigs and head back up to Kamurocho. Highlights were cheaper in Sotenbori after all. Why the hell did I end up getting the short straw? He had no idea why the hell his boss told him to hop in a taxi and come all the way to Osaka to deliver a message. To a third-string family he hadn't even heard of. Nonetheless, whatever let's review I got on hand, before Mr. Sunshine lets me in. As far as he could tell, from the info he got from the locals in town, the Midoriya family was pretty new in the area. They were a subsidiary of the Sagawa family, a higher established family Omi alliance, and Musashi Midoriya answered directly to the Sagawa family patriarch. They allegedly also ran Cabaret Grand in town. It wasn't pulling in big numbers, and the place looked pretty empty from time to time, but they seemed to be staying in the black. Oddly enough, the most confusing part of the Midoriya family was its patriarch, Musashi Midoriya. No matter how much info dug up, he couldn't seem to dig up anything about the man. He could find all sorts of things about the man's men, like how some were hotheads who would cause trouble at some restaurants in town, before coming back bruised and apologetic the next day. Or how some would get drunk and hog the mic at the karaoke bar, being drunk and belligerent and all around bad for business. They'd come back a few days later, at most, and drop off a briefcase full of cash with a heartfelt apology for their behavior. Or even how some would start screwing around and name-dropping their boss for free shit. They'd end up missing the day after, all the free shit they obtained being given back by a different person who apologized for the inconvenience on behalf of Musashi Midoriya. So yeah, he could info on the man's boys and make assumptions, but he couldn't find a damn thing on Midoriya. It was honestly kind of frustrating. After all, it was generally accepted that you could find info on pretty much any patriarch if you looked hard enough. Majima had been fishing for just about anything he could find on the guy, and he reeled in jack shit. How the hell does a patriarch, of all people, end up being a ghost in a town he's supposed to be running? So here he stood, waiting for an audience with a ghost, all for the sake of a boss who probably wouldn't even appreciate it. Oh, the joys of family. Just as the young Yakuza tough finished lamenting his lot in life, the door swung open and out peeked the head of the hard-ass from before. The boss'll see ya. Come in. If he were expecting the office to be any more impressive on the inside than it was on the out, he supposed he'd feel mighty disappointed. The inside was just filled with desks and a couple of plush chairs, likely for any guests that they weren't rude enough to make wait outside. There was a painting on the far wall, but as far as he could see, there wasn't some secret safe hiding hundreds of millions in cash behind it. If the office looked so ordinary, he could only wonder what the owner looked like. Maybe the reason why nobody recognized him was because he was hidden by someone who looked more interesting. Coming to a stop at a door that wasn't anything like the others, a shoji, oddly enough, the hardest doorman knocked lightly. A soft reply of "come in" was heard, and the prickly man promptly slid the door open, stepping to the side to allow Majima to step in first. Uttering a quiet thanks, he stepped into the office for his first meeting with Musashi Midoriya. Majima didn't quite know what he was expecting when he was told he was going to meet the man known as Musashi Midoriya. He didn't know whether he was an old geezer who'd been in charge of young bucks like the dickhead doorman that had let him in for years, or if he was some promising young prospect that had impressed the right people and been rewarded with a nice new family of his own. Well, what he got wasn't either of those things. Instead, what awaited him on the other side of the shoji was a man in what had to be at least his mid-40s. He had a mop of black, curly hair with a bit of gray peppered in. Hard features, the kind that you'd expect from a leader, with a few wrinkles and defined laugh lines near his eyes. So he must have smiled a lot, for freckles in the shape of a diamond on both cheeks. His eyes were dark, in color rather than content. Instead of any ill intent or menace that a good number of patriarchs that Majima had seen and interacted with held, this man's eyes danced with amusement and what seemed to be fondness. And as he looked to the man's side, taking note of the other occupant in the room who had been chattering on the whole time, he could see why. There sat a miniature version of Musashi Midoriya. A miniature version of Musashi Midoriya, who Majima had met not even 10 minutes prior. Hisashi-kun. The words were out of his mouth before he even had a chance to give them a conscious thought. HM? Oh, hey, Goro Naizen. See? This is the guy, Dad. The one that actually listened to me. Funny how innocent little interactions panned out like that. Hello, Majima-kun. I'm Musashi Midoriya and I've heard that you have a message for me. This guy doesn't miss a beat. Yes, sir. From my boss, Futoshi Shimano. Third string or not, this guy was a patriarch. He had to show some respect. Let's see it, then. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the envelope that Shimano had given him before shoving him into a taxi bound for Osaka. Patriarch Midoriya gingerly plucked the envelope from Majima's fingers, eyes roaming and the scanning exterior, before opening it and skimming the contents. As he reached the bottom, the amusement from before seemed to fade from the man's eyes. Now he was all business. Laying the message face down on the table, he turned his head to address his son, who had been rather quiet after his initial greeting to Majima, with a kind smile. Hi-chan, would you mind stepping outside for a bit? I need to speak to Majima-kun about some adult business. It won't take long. With nary a murmur or complaint, the boy nodded, stood up, and walked his way out of the office. When he closed the door behind him and the two men still left in the room heard his footsteps retreating, Patriarch Midoriya turned his attention onto Majima. Tell me, Majima-kun, did you happen to have any idea about what was in this message that you were told to deliver to me? What's he mean? Course I didn't. No, sir. My job was to deliver the message, not read it. The older man stared hard at the messenger, while the messenger simply stared back. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there was nothing that Midoriya could do to intimidate him on that front. A beat passed, and Midoriya let the hard look fall from his face. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Then, may I ask you another question? Yes, sir. Do you like children, Majima-kun? That's outta the blue. What do you mean, sir? I mean, are you good with children? Are you okay with being around them and interacting with them? I guess I am. I don't dislike them at least, and I'd say I get along well enough with the kids that I do interact with. Good. Then I'd like to ask you for a favor, Majima-kun. Majima didn't like the sound of that. 2 years later, a now one-eyed Goro Majima walked the streets of Sotenbori. It was still a city built all around indulgence. A city that he now lived in. He was stuck there, kicked out of the Shimano family and on loan to one of the most reprehensible bastards he'd ever had the displeasure of meeting, Tsukasa Sagawa. Add that onto the fact that his sworn brother was currently in prison and you had what made for a shitty time in the life of one Goro Majima. He was currently on his way back from a long day of work at Cabaret Grand. And it truly was a long day. In the past 2 years, it had gone from firmly in the black to a hard plummet down into the red. Business was picking back up, but that was only after the new management came by to give the place a shot in the arm. Namely, him. As part of his punishment, he was being forced to run the cabaret and bring in some major profits by the end of the year. It was April already and profits were climbing up into the millions. He just needed to keep a steady pace and he could shoot past that bastard Sagawa's goal. If he did that, Sagawa promised to speak to Shimano about letting Majima back into the family. Majima was at least 80% sure that the man was full of shit, but he had to do it. If there was even a 1% chance that the bastard would honor their deal, he had to take that chance. No matter how much money he had to pour into the place, no matter how shitty a place he had to live in, he would make it work. He had to make it work. For his bro's sake as well his own. Turning the corner into the back alley that led to his apartment, he stopped in his tracks as he heard a noise. It wouldn't be the first time some asshole tried to mug him here, but he wondered what the hell made him seem like such a great target. Was it the ponytail? All right, whoever's there, come on out. I ain't gonna ask twice. He had a lot of pent-up aggression saved up from the day he just had, and the next person who pissed him off would be the one who took on the full brunt of it for the sake of everyone around them. It didn't have to come to that, however. Quickly, a small figure with curly, dirty, slightly matted down scrambled from behind the corner, an apology already on their lips. And as Majima looked closer and listened to the voice, he realized that he recognized this figure. No way, Hisashi-kun. The boy looked up in fear and slight shock, before his eyes gleamed with recognition. Goro Onaizen. That was just the beginning of a truly strange time for one Goro Majima, age 23. You want me to do what? I want to look after my son, in the event that something should happen to me. So he wasn't hearing wrong. Why me? The older man chuckled at this. It wasn't anything like his previous bout of laughter. A genuine show of merriment. No, this laugh was hollow. Bitter, though not quite angry. Just tired. Majima-kun, I've been Yakuza since I was 14 years old. I didn't swear up until 3 years after. But I've been Yakuza since I was 14. I was just a punk with nowhere to go. Then, deadbeat dad, trying to make a profit off of gambling all around Kansai. Missin' ma. Left after my pops racked up the first 100 grand in debt. So it wasn't exactly what most folk would consider a stable environment. Probably didn't help that I had my old man's temper. By the time I was old enough to really think about it, I just figured that since I came from shit, I ought to act even shittier. Midoriya had been speaking with a proper Tokyo dialect before. But as he went further and further down memory lane, he became more and more vulgar. Left home at around 11, wandered for a bit, shoplifted and dumpster dived for a time, slept in the subway on rainy nights, kept to empty parks on clear ones. Getting around unnoticed wasn't hard, especially when no one wanted to notice me, you know? It was a lonely year for me, one of the loneliest in my life. What could he say to that? A little bit after my 12th birthday, yes, I was keeping track while on the move, I ran into a gang. Not a huge operation, but rather sizable. Some of the folks were a little older, others a little younger than me. We were all punks that ran away from home, though. Came together to form some pseudo-Neverland and wreak havoc on the streets of Osaka. Now, I couldn't give you a good reason why I thought it'd be a good idea to join up with him. But, if I were forced to give an answer, I'd say, I just needed something, anything to look up to. The world's a cruel place, especially for those too young to know just why that is. I rolled with that gang for a good 6 months or so, beating the crap out of people who looked at us funny, shaking down assholes so we could go eat at fancy places, causing trouble at fancy places. For the time I did it, being a goddamn nuisance was fun. Way more fun than being ignored. But then, one day just before I turned 13, I got my ass kicked during a shakedown. Right here in Sotenbori. His tone was oddly fond. Some Yakuza in charge of the turf happened to be passing by when I was doing it. Told me stop and I told him to fuck off. He said 2 words to me and I saw red. Just 2. You know what they were? Make me. Can you believe it? I sure as hell couldn't, and it got me pissed. So I tried, and failed miserably. He kicked the crap out of me, humiliated me, and he hardly broke a sweat. He could see where this was going now. And after that, he didn't kill me or tell me to leave town. No, instead he said good fight and offered me a job. Next thing I know, I'm running errands for the newly minted Sawada family. Of course. That's how most folks got their start after all. Not specifically like that, of course, but with similar setups. Young men with no places to go and no people who want them. They get brought in by new patriarchs and boom, loyalty bred. Simple and somewhat morally ambiguous, but effective. Worked my ass for about 10 years, before Sagawahan took me aside and told me I was in line to become a patriarch. I just had to do one thing. I had to get rid of one Hideo Midoriya. What? My father, and an ex-Omi man who was sidling up to some Tojo boys in the area. Probably hoping that they'd pay off his debts for him if he gave him some Omi-exclusive info. He got banished a little while before my ma had me. Asshole was a lieutenant who tried to start his own gambling scam and fucked up royally. Ended up bringing the law down on his family, and the patriarch ended up footing the bill. He was out on his ass the day after the sentencing. The guy sounded like a real piece of work. So I had a choice to make. I had to choose between my asshole dad, who I hadn't seen or thought of in well over a decade, or my patriarch, who had looked after me and seen that I was looked after for just about a decade. It wasn't a hard choice, but a choice nonetheless. Majima could imagine so. So I found out that he was moving in and around Sotenbori. Figured I'd find him at some bar or another, so I just hopped from one to the next, before I smelled the stench of the prick that I never seemed to forget. The scent of tobacco from a cig brand that I can't remember the name of for the life of me. He looked even more pitiful than he did when I left him 12 years earlier. His hair was grayer, eyes sunken, cheeks were hollow and pale. He was a mess. To this day, I still don't know if the lift in my gut that night was some sadistic glee that he was suffering after the crap he'd been pulling for all those years, or if it was relief. Relief that I'd be killing a man that was already dead. Another chuckle. Whatever it was, it didn't change what happened next. I approached him, took a seat next to him, and got a drink. It wasn't exactly part of the plan, but I felt like it would make things more believable. Maida also needed some courage, iced and in the form of hard liquor. When I was on my third glass, I looked over and saw that he was still nursing the bottom half of his first. It was strange. I could remember him draining whole bottles in the time it took him to get to the bottom of that one glass. But even then, it didn't matter. I had a job to do. I looked closer at his face, pretended to try and place it, but before I could go through with the whole song and dance, he looked at me and I could see the recognition in his eyes. When he asked if it was me that he was looking at, I jumped on the chance, hugged him, offered him a bed at my place for the night. If the patriarch's voice was tired before, it was absolutely strained now. We got maybe a block before stopping for a smoke. It was nice, dark, and secluded. It was almost like the world was telling me that that was the place to kill him. The knife in my jacket felt heavy. It felt like it was pushing me into the ground further and further with every step that I took with it. I handed him a cig and lit it for him. I had to kill the man. What could it cost me to at least be polite? It was going to be his last smoke after all. When I lit my own, we just sat there for a minute. Strained to wistful, the man's voice swung from emotion to emotion as his story went about its course. It was nice, but I still had a job to do. So I pulled out the knife. He had his back turned to me, so I figured I could just get him in the back and be done with it then and there. I pulled it back. My knuckles were tunning white from how hard I was gripping the damn thing, and I shoved forward. That's when he turned around, and the blade pushed right into his chest. Midoriya's hands and voice were starting to tremble. It's amazing how easy it was. He was surprised, but he didn't struggle. He looked down at my chest and just seemed to accept it. After that, he looked me in the eyes and patted his pocket. Then he was gone. Just like that. He clenched his fists tightly. I realize now that when he looked at my chest, he was looking at my badge. He knew what he had done, and it seemed that for the first and last time in his life, he was willing to take responsibility for it. I could respect that. And his pocket, the one he patted, he had a photo. It was one of me and my ma before she left. He took it when we went to the beach for my birthday. I hardly even remembered it at that point, so I could hardly think of why he would still have it. I tried to not let it fuck with me though. Fists unclenched. Lo and behold, that night would fuck with me for a good 10 years after that. I could never wash that blood off my hands or get that picture out of my mind. After I did the job and told Sawadahan, he patted me on the back and told me my instatement was happening at Omi headquarters the next week. Clench. I would go on to kill a lot more people afterwards, just on instinct at that point. I got so good at it that they started calling the Omi's very own god of war. A stupid fucking title, I know. Back came the bitterness. It was more self-deprecating than anything else this time around. Got married to a lovely spitfire of a woman when I was 30, and she helped me cope a bit. Then, 3 years later, she died giving birth to a bouncing baby boy. I was grieving, but I couldn't just shut down and go on autopilot like I did before. I had someone count in on me now. I had to be there for him, for my son, and I've tried to be. He's real bright, you know. Probably gets it from his ma. I'm doing my best to turn him into a proper Tokyoite so he can get out of here, become a doctor or a scientist or something like that. Anything but a Yakuza, honestly. That's slightly through Majima. He knew the kid was smart, but he didn't expect his father to be so against him joining the family business. Why? Because it'd be a waste of his talent. And any father, any good one at least, would want his son to at least be a contender, and would hate to see his child's talent wasted. I want him to live better than I did. I want him to have good memories of his father. To be able to go to sleep at night without worrying about the nightmares creeping in and shocking him out of his sleep in a cold sweat. I want him to get married and have kids and not worry about fucking them up for the rest of their lives because he didn't know what he was doing. I don't want him to join the Yakuza, Majima-kun, because I want him to differ from me as possible. Okay, that answered that. So where do I fit into this? That was the billion-yen question. He had just met the man that day, so why was he being entrusted with what clearly the most important thing to him? The Midoriya patriarch smiled once again. A kind smile. A genuine one. He didn't start off on another long tale this time. Instead, he said 3 words. Because you listened. Sotenbori, Osaka, Cabaret Grand June. Because I listened. Huh? Majima sat back in his chair. There wasn't much going on in the club downstairs, so he had a rare bit of time to sit back and breathe. He had started to make a bit of a name for himself in the biz in the past few months, and that name led people to find Cabaret Grand, where the customer is king. The shit was exhausting, but he was making bank, so he couldn't really complain. The Grand made about 10 mil the past month. At the rate they were going this next month, they'd likely double it before the 20th. This was good. It wouldn't be long before they reached 100 mil, and he'd be out of his cage. He'd be able to breathe without assholes watching his every move. Sawada had people watching him 24/7, making sure he wouldn't just up and skip town one day. Not like he could, what with his new roommate. He was almost certain that Sawada knew about him. He couldn't exactly keep him a secret with the at least 10 people keeping an eye on his place. He ain't said anything yet, but if I were a bettin' man, the Cyclops took a breath and shook his head. There was no use dwelling on that. He just had to make the money and he'd get both himself and the boy out of Sotenbori. He made a promise, after all. 30 minutes later, Tsuruhashi Fujetsu. Thanks. No problem. Come back soon, Majima-han. With a box of okonomiyaki in hand and his wallet even lighter than usual, Majima left the eatery and started to walk back to his apartment. His roommate seemed a bit down lately. Hopefully a hefty serving of his favorite food could help a bit. Another long day at the Grand, but it was over until the next night at least. Now all he had to do was go home and hit the sack. That plan was kiboshed as soon as he turned onto East Shachifuku and felt his wallet moving up and out of his pocket. He whipped around, prepared to slug the shit outta whoever thought it'd be a good idea to filch his stuff. What? He was surprised to find no unlucky schmuck on the receiving end of his punch. Instead, he found his wallet floating in midair and lazily moving towards a small hooded figure. The hell? As Majima got ready to move towards the figure, they seemed to realize that their mark was wise to their antics and let their would-be loot fall before turning around and sprinting into the Bunzaman outdoor mall. Shit. Hey, get back here. And he took off after them, pocketing his wallet along the way, of course. Neither the pursuer nor the pursued made it far before the latter was cornered in Ashibata Park. Majima had arrived just in time to hear a thud and see the figure being surrounded by a few Yakuza toughs. Normally, he'd let that be it and go about his day. No real choice to be made there. Look, I said I was sorry, so could you just let me get past? The fuck you just say to us, brat? Unfortunately, his moral compass kicked in when he heard just how young the voice was. As one of the men raised their hand to strike the kid, the one-eyed man called out to them. Hey, could you not do that? Huh? And who the fuck were you supposed to be? Okay, rude. A concerned citizen, one who would rather not see you beat on a kid. Oh, I get it. You must be volunteering for us to beat on you instead. Not exactly, but I'm guessing they're not gonna take no for an answer. Settling into a low stance, Majima got ready for the punks to come at him. Get him, boys. Here we go. Focusing his one eye, Majima swept a quick look across the group charging at him. The world around him seemed to go gray with only the punks still in vivid color. He scanned from right to left, checking all around the front of their shirts for any suspicious bumps or bulges. You see, Majima had a keen eye for certain things in what many would consider dangerous situations. These certain things would be guns, knives, the occasional bottle, and so forth. After almost a decade in the Yakuza, he'd been attacked with so many different types of weapons he'd find odd if someone wasn't trying to stab, shoot, or slash him. It just came with the territory. Add in the fact that people have fucking superpowers now. Being able to spot guns and knives through someone's shirt almost seems like calling dice on a kid's playground. Nothing there, good to go. Now to just pick one to start and work my way around. One thug, a young man in a green tracksuit, bravely volunteered to be the Cyclops' first Vic-**ahem* volunteer. Fuck you. He threw a wild punch, throwing most of his weight behind it, just as he reached the man. He struck air, before something slammed into his ankle and he began to fall fast. What? Slam. He hit the pavement hard, face first. He wasn't unconscious, but probably wished he was if the pained groan he let out was any indication. One down, 4 to go. Fights against groups are never like the movies. You hardly ever have assholes in a group try to take you down one-on-one. It's all a team effort for X amount of people to gang up on and kick the shit out of one person. It's an incredibly smart tactic that would be guaranteed to work on 9 out of 10 people. However, 9 out of 10 people aren't Goro Majima. 2 more thugs, clad in dark suits and obviously older and bigger than first, ran up to the tuxedoed civilian together, their obvious intent to do harm present in the punches they threw at him. They didn't put most of their weight behind their punches like the first one did, but being as thick they were only made life simpler for Majima, who simply used his lithe figure to slip through the gap between the two and grab the collar of one. The funf dash! His clearly inappropriate exclamation was cut off as he was roughly pulled back into the front vending machine next to him, before receiving a quick strike to his face. He began falling forward before the steel tip of a boot found its way into the back of his head. The man's eyes rolled back into his head before he fell forward, hitting the ground with a thud. 3 more. The other 3 thugs, likely Chinpura if their badges and hot-headedness were anything to go by, were looking rather unsure about whether or not to cut their losses and leave with their pride still intact. Well, that wouldn't be good. The party was just getting started. Let's see if this gets him stirred up. Looking towards the bigger punk from before, he sneered and said, "Jayamada, debut." He seemed to take exception to that. All signs of hesitation left his body as he charged the one-eyed assassin, arms spread out for a grapple. A grapple that was swiftly evaded, before being countered with a swift chop to the neck. 2. Turning to the 2 remaining hooligans with a toothy grin, he asked, "So, who's next?" Only to be disappointed with the sight of one punk, who had seemingly passed out from fear and the smell of urine. Taking a closer look, it seemed like this punk was the one who had started the whole debacle. He wore a flashy suit with his badge featured prominently on the lapel of his blazer. Damn it, talk about a cock block. Whatever, let's see if I recognize the family you assholes re from. If they were Sagawas, it wasn't likely to be a problem. If they weren't, he'd have some explaining to do. Plucking the unconscious flashy hooligan's badge from his blazer, he gave it a quick gander. Would you look at that? Who would have thought that he'd run into punk from that family that night? It wasn't like they were out in force in Sotenbori anymore. Whatever, not like they could cause me any trouble right now. He had more important matters to take care of at that moment. Important matters that seemed to be attempting to tiptoe away quietly. Hold the hell up, kid, and Papa Squat. We gotta talk. The kid who Majima had just saved stopped in their tracks and sighed before about-facing and moving over to take a seat on a bench. Majima just got up and followed them, throwing the badge that he had appropriated over his shoulder. As the man stepped away, the Midoriya family emblem glinted in the moonlight. "So what gave you the bright idea to try and steal from me, kid? Come on, I ain't gonna hurt ya or turn ya in. Seems kinda pointless at this point. I ain't got all night. You are CL.S. Huh? What was that? You're CLO. You gotta speak up, kid. It was your clothes. Okay, your clothes. The fancy-ass butler shit you got going on. Whoa, wasn't expectin' that. Where'd all that attitude come from? You mean my tux? Sorry, kid, but this is a uniform. Sourced from my boss and the only one I got. Shit. I haggled these boots from an old shop going out of business a couple of months ago." With every word that left the Cyclops' mouth, the young lady, from the sound of her voice, seemed to deflate under her hood. So, you're not rich is what you're saying? Majima reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. Hold out your hand. She did, and Majima appended his wallet and shook it slightly, allowing its contents to fall onto her open palm. 3 500 yen coins fell out. Is that it? Yup. Are you serious? My jokes ain't this bad. Aren't you supposed to be some Lord of the Night or something around here? That's what people call me. I ain't ever said that's what I was. You can't even buy a tray of takoyaki with this. Don't you run that big fancy club across town? Where's all the cash going from that? Back into the club, you damn brat. TCH. Kyuso oyaji ga. I heard that, little shit. Humph. Seeing that this conversation was going nowhere fast, Majima took the initiative. Look, kid. Why are you out here this late at night? Ain't you got a place to be getting back to? Parents who are worrying. A granny with a bad heart. No, I don't. And she pulled her legs towards her, curling in on herself. Shit, she got a hell of a lot less mouthy after that. So you're telling me that you ain't got anybody waitin' for you at home? No. So dash. I'm telling ya I ain't got a home. Not here, at least. I see. So you ain't got a home here in Osaka. You must be a runaway or something like that. Yeah. Something like that. So, where'd you run away from? Shizuoka. Shit, that's far. How the hell'd you end up all the way down here? Black Thunder. Beg your pardon? Black Thunder. A Bosuzoku gang. They picked me up one night while they were riding through Shizuoka. I've been with them for a couple months now. Abio Sozuku. I've heard about them running through Kyoto and such, but I never heard of picking up and dropping off kids. Alright, so you were rolling with a Bosuzoku gang. That explains how you got here from Shizuoka to Sotenbori. My next question is, what did they want with you? Last I heard, they were mostly made up a teenagers and 20-year-olds. You're like, what, 10? I'm 12, and I'll be 13 in July. And as for why they took me with them, she paused, as if thinking about what she should say next. My power. My quirk. I see. You mean that Jedi Force shit you were doing with my wallet? Yeah, that. Doctors called it attraction of small objects, though. I showed it off to USN. He's the leader of Black Thunder and he said I could come with. Huh, okay. So where are they now? The girl stared back down. I dunno. We got split up after the cops showed up when we rode into town. I've been on my own for about a week now. If it's been a week and she hasn't seen him, chances that they're still in town are pretty slim. Last I heard, Bosuzoku don't tend to stick around for very long. He must have made a face, because the girl seemed to pick up on his thought process really quick. Yeah, I know they're probably gone already. I'm 12, not stupid. Alright, then what's your plan? Gonna keep trying to pickpocket unsuspecting passersby? No offense, but it doesn't exactly seem to be your strong suit, kid. I was doing just fine filching cash from some drunk idiots before you came along. You're just some kind of freak of nature, said the kid with telekinesis and no sense of self-awareness. Might as well set her straight before this gets really dangerous. Okay, well, what happens when they get wise to ya? Realize, just like I did, that there's some brat with a quirk floatin' shit right out of their pockets. What happens when they start looking around for ya? The skin questions. Keeping an eye out. Set in traps. What then? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I ain't got a plan for everything that comes. I don't know how I'm gonna keep this move in. I just know that I gotta. So if you're not gonna kill me or call the cops, leave me the hell alone, will ya? By the time she got to the end of her tirade, the little lady was trembling in anger. Wait, no, that ain't it. Is she? The drops of water that fell out of the opening of her hood only confirmed the ponytailed man's suspicions. Hey kid, I know it looks bad, but you ain't gotta see dash. It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. Ha! The hell'd that come from? It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. It's Confucius. Okay, go on. She reached into her hood, before seemingly wiping away any tears on her face. The other 3 thugs, likely Chimpera if their badges and hot-headedness were anything to go by, were looking rather unsure about whether or not to cut their losses and leave with their pride still intact. Well, that wouldn't be good. The party was just getting started. Let's see if this gets him stirred up. Looking towards the bigger punk from before, he sneered and said, "Jayamada, debut." He seemed to take exception to that. All signs of hesitation left his body as he charged the one-eyed assassin, arms spread out for a grapple. A grapple that was swiftly evaded, before being countered with a swift chop to the neck. 2. Turning to the two remaining hooligans with a toothy grin, he asked, "So, who's next?" Only to be disappointed with the sight of one punk, who had seemingly passed out from fear and the smell of urine. Taking a closer look, it seemed like this punk was the one who had started the whole debacle. He wore a flashy suit with his badge featured prominently on the lapel of his blazer. Damn it, talk about a cock block. Whatever, let's see if I recognize the family you assholes re from. If they were Sagawas, it wasn't likely to be a problem. If they weren't, he'd have some explaining to do. Plucking the unconscious flashy hooligan's badge from his blazer, he gave it a quick gander. Would you look at that? Who would have thought that he'd run into punk from that family that night? It wasn't like they were out in force in Sotenbori anymore. Whatever, not like they could cause me any trouble right now. He had more important matters to take care of at that moment. Important matters that seemed to be attempting to tiptoe away quietly. Hold the hell up, kid. And Papa Squat. We gotta talk. The kid who Majima had just saved stopped in their tracks and sighed before about facing and moving over to take a seat on a bench. Majima just got up and followed them, throwing the badge that he had appropriated over his shoulder. As the man stepped away, the Midoriya family emblem glinted in the moonlight. "So what gave you the bright idea to try and steal from me, kid? Come on, I ain't gonna hurt ya or turn ya in. Seems kinda pointless at this point. I ain't got all night. You are CLS? Huh? What was that? You're CLO. You gotta speak up, kid. It was your clothes. Okay, your clothes. The fancy-ass butler shit you got going on. Whoa, wasn't expectin' that. Where'd all that attitude come from? You mean my tux? Sorry, kid, but this is a uniform. Sourced from my boss and the only one I got. Shit. I haggled these boots from an old shop going out of business a couple of months ago." With every word that left the Cyclops' mouth, the young lady, from the sound of her voice, seemed to deflate under her hood. "So, you're not rich is what you're saying?" Majima reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. "Hold out your hand." She did, and Majima appended his wallet and shook it slightly, allowing its contents to fall onto her open palm. 3 500-yen coins fell out. Is that it? Yup. Are you serious? My jokes ain't this bad. Aren't you supposed to be some Lord of the Night or something around here? That's what people call me. I ain't ever said that's what I was. You can't even buy a tray of takoyaki with this. Don't you run that big fancy club across town? Where's all the cash going from that? Back into the club, you damn brat. TCH. Kyuso Oyaji ga. I heard that little shit. Humph. Seeing that this conversation was going nowhere fast, Majima took the initiative. "Look, kid. Why were you out here this late at night? Ain't you got a place to be getting back to? Parents who are worrying. A granny with a bad heart. No, I don't." And she pulled her legs towards her, curling in on herself. Shit, she got a hell of a lot less mouthy after that. "So you're telling me that you ain't got anybody waitin' for you at home?" "No. So dash. I'm telling ya I ain't got a home. Not here, at least." I see. So you ain't got a home here in Osaka. You must be a runaway or something like that. Yeah. Something like that. So, where'd you run away from? Shizuoka. Shit, that's far. How the hell'd you end up all the way down here? Black Thunder. Beg your pardon? Black Thunder. A Bosuzoku gang. They picked me up one night while they were riding through Shizuoka. I've been with em for a couple months now. Abio Sozoku. I've heard about em running through Kyoto and such, but I never heard of picking up and dropping off kids. Alright, so you were rollin' with a Bosuzoku gang. That explains how you got here from Shizuoka to Sotenbori. My next question is, what did they want with you? Last I heard, they were mostly made-up teenagers and 20-year-olds. You're like, what 10? I'm 12, and I'll be 13 in July. And as for why they took me with them. She paused, as if thinking about what she should say next. My power. My quirk. Ah, I see. You mean that Jedi Force shit you were doing with my wallet? Yeah, that. Doctors called it attraction of small objects, though. I showed it off to USN. He's the leader of Black Thunder and he said I could come with. Huh, okay. So where are they now? The girl stared back down. I dunno. We got split up after the cops showed up when we rode into town. I've been on my own for about a week now. If it's been a week and she hasn't seen him, chances that they're still in town are pretty slim. Last I heard, Bosuzoku don't tend to stick around for very long. He must have made a face, because the girl seemed to pick up on his thought process really quick. Yeah, I know they're probably gone already. I'm 12, not stupid. Alright, then what's your plan? Gonna keep trying to pickpocket unsuspecting passersby? No offense, but it doesn't exactly seem to be your strong suit, kid. I was doing just fine filching cash from some drunk idiots before you came along. You're just some kind of freak of nature, said the kid with telekinesis and no sense of self-awareness. Might as well set her straight before this gets really dangerous. Okay, well, what happens when they get wise to ya? Realize, just like I did, that there's some brat with a quirk floatin' shit right out of their pockets. What happens when they start looking around for ya? Skin questions. Keeping an eye out. Set-in traps. What then? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I ain't got a plan for everything that comes. I don't know how I'm gonna keep this move in. I just know that I gotta. So if you're not gonna kill me or call the cops, leave me the hell alone, will ya? By the time she got to the end of her tirade, the little lady was trembling in anger. Wait, no, that ain't it. Is she? The drops of water that fell out of the opening of her hood only confirmed the ponytailed man's suspicions. Hey kid, I know it looks bad, but you ain't gotta see dash. It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. Ha! The hell'd that come from? It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. It's Confucius. Okay. Go on. She reached into her hood, before seemingly wiping away any tears on her face. I ain't just gonna sit and wait to die. I wanna live. I'm gonna live as I gotta. I don't care what I gotta do. It doesn't matter how long it takes for me make something of myself. When I do, no one's gonna be able to ignore me or leave me behind. You'll see. Everyone will. Shit, that's a lot of conviction. Still, I can't just leave her out on the street. If something did happen, I'd feel responsible. But what do I do? After a few moments of thought, Majima's eye lit up as he had his lightbulb moment. Alright kid, that's a good dream and I want to help ya. This seemed to surprise the girl if the turn of her head at what had to be breakneck speed was any indication. Really? The hope in her voice was palpable. Yeah, I just need you to answer 3 questions for me that sound alright to you? Why yeah. Alright, first question. The girl sat up at attention. What all can your quirk? Attraction of small things is what you called it, right? A nod. Alright, what all can it do? Well, like the name says, I can pull small stuff towards me telekinetically. I don't know the exact limit to it, but the heaviest thing I've ever attracted was this book. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a book with the words the Analects written on the cover. Huh, so I guess that's where the Confucius came from. After she handed it to him, he lifted it a couple of times before lightly tossing it in the air, and catching it a few times. It wasn't all that light, but it wasn't backbreakingly heavy either. Handing the book back to the girl, Majima continued saying, alright, next question. You want a place to stay? Huh? It ain't glamorous and there are probably bigger closets than it, but my apartment's got room for one more. I'm never really there except for when I get off late at night, so it's not like we'd be in each other's way, and you'd only have my roommate to deal with and he's not likely to object, so yeah. He couldn't see her eyes, but he could feel the apprehension coming off of her in waves. I dunno, how do I know you won't try anything weird? 'Cause I ain't interested in bony brats like yourself now. If you're done flattering yourself, are you interested or not? TCH fine Kuso Oyaji Ga. She didn't even try to hide that one, and I'm not that old, I'm 23. So what's your next question? Oh right, last question, what's your name? What? Your name, I know the thing that people call ya and that you respond to. I know what a name is, you jerk. Cool beans, so what's yours? With a sigh the girl got up and pulled down her hood. Straight green locks flowed down, framing a pretty face. Big green eyes, slightly puffy and red, stared back at him. Inko Terasawa, what about you? I never got your name. Oh right, suppose it'd be kinda difficult for us to live together without her knowin' my name. With a small smile perfected after months of customer service work, he said, well Inko-chan, my name is Goro Majima. Wadia say, we show ya to your new home, huh? Seeing as Ashibata Park was only a few minutes away from his apartment, it didn't take long for him to have his key in the door as he shouted to Daima. Into his abode. Inko jumped, obviously startled by the man's sudden rise in tone. As the door creaked open, if one strained their ears, as Inko did, one could hear the sound of a very groggy Okiri coming from inside. As the pair walked inside, taking their shoes off, as they did, the girl could see what Majima meant about the apartment being small. If it were 3 adults living there, it would probably be a pretty uncomfortable fit. In one corner of the room there lied what looked to be a futon, an occupied futon. The one-eyed man called out to it. Yo Hai-chan, wake the hell up, I got someone for ya to meet. The futon groaned. Ugh, Nissan, it's 2 in the morning, can't it wait? Hai-chan, wake up before I get the spray bottle again. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the futon was no longer occupied. Instead there stood a boy. He couldn't have been any older than Inko. He had untamed curly dark hair, likely only made more unkempt by fact that he had just been in bed seconds earlier. His cheeks were chubby with a set of freckles in a diamond formation on both. His eyes were big and expressive, if a bit drowsy at that moment. A good, you're awake, meet your new roommate. He jabbed his thumb in Inko's direction, saying, that's Inko-chan. Turning his head towards Inko, he pointed in the boy's direction and said, Inko-chan, that's Hisashi-chan, get along you two. At that, he opened the one window in the room before taking out a cigarette and putting the end of it in front of Hisashi's face. Do you mind, Hai-chan? Rather than answer verbally, Hisashi nodded his and took a breath through the nose and held it. About 3 seconds passed before he released that breath, parting his lips ever so slightly. It seemed strange to Inko, who was looking rather confused, but it all made sense when a small stream of fire began to flow from between the boy's lips. It wasn't for long. The flames fizzled out a few seconds after they appeared, and Hisashi was out of breath afterwards. You're getting better, more control, and you lasted longer too. Keep doing the breathing exercises in those books I got ya, and you might get up to a full minute soon. After Hisashi caught his breath and nodded, Majima walked back over to the window. He brought his now lit cigarette to his lips and took a long drag. There was a beat of silence, almost uncomfortable for Inko being the newcomer and all. Hey Inko-san. The silence was broken unexpectedly by Hisashi. Huh? Something you need? Well, you see, it's it's just. The curly-haired boy's face was slightly tinged with red, and he was looking everywhere but her eyes. He was also stumbling over every other word. It kind off-red really annoyed the girl that he was trying to talk to. It's just. Would you spit out already? I just wanted to say welcome and sorry for my Nissan being him. Heard that, you little shit. The Lord of the Night was promptly ignored. So yeah, welcome and I'm sorry. Oh thanks, I guess sorry for yelling at ya. The corners of the freckled teen's lips lifted into a shaky smile. Don't worry about it, it's nothing that Nissan doesn't do on a daily basis. Another moment of silence passed as the two nodded in understanding, and a mutual bond of pain was formed. The adult in the room simply pretended not to notice the 2 ungrateful brats that he was housing. The silence was broken once again, this time by Inko, as she began to giggle into her hand. Her giggles got louder and louder until they became full-blown laughter. She started to laugh so hard that she was bent over at the waist, tears in her eyes. Hisashi wasn't much better off. He was almost on the floor. His face was starting to turn red with how much he'd been laughing. Majima, he just stood at the window and smiled as he took another drag from his cigarette. It was lively for quite some time after that, and laughter echoed through the streets of Sotenbori for a good many nights after. A week later, Hisashi had a bounce in his step as he walked hand in hand with his father. It was his birthday, one of the few days in the year where his dad could spend more than a few hours with him, and he was allowed to put off his studies until the next day. He grinned toothily at his old man as they made their way to his favorite okonomiyaki restaurant for dinner. They'd eat there, and make their way back to the family office to grab his present before heading home for the night. He wasn't excited to head to the office. He always had a bad feeling when he saw Hyasuke-san there. His father said that he trusted the man, but he also hadn't seen the way that he looked at Hisashi when the older man wasn't around. Granted, Hyasuke-san's face usually made it look like he had tasted something sour, but there was just something wrong about the way he looked at the boy. Something sinister, hungry. Even it was scary, but he didn't want to worry his father, who already had a lot on his plate. That aside, it wasn't like he would have to be there for too long anyway. They were just going to grab his present and go. His father gave him a gentle smile, the wrinkles near his eyes crinkling as he did. Bang! Hisashi shot up quick as a bullet as he clutched his chest. His breathing was heavy and he could smell smoke in the air. He could tell that it was mostly from his quirk, him having let out his fire breath in his stress state. But he could also smell cigarette smoke that wasn't from him. Looking over towards the doorway, he didn't see his guardian of sorts shoes. So that only left one person. Hisashi-kun? Without even looking towards the window, his suspicions were confirmed. Taking a quick breath, he steeled himself and smiled. Lo and behold, there stood Inko with Goronizan's ashtray in hand. In it, among a number of old butts, sat a freshly stubbed cigarette, hers if basic logic were to be used. Inko was a smoker. Shed made that clear on the second night of her stay. Neither of the other two residents really minded Goronizan, only really wanted her to make sure she used her own pack, and Hisashi grew up around a ton of smokers, his dad and Goronizan being the most prominent examples. Inko was nice. She could be a bit rough around the edges and swore a lot, but still nice. She had an interest in philosophy and gave him a book to read so they could discuss it. Inko was pretty. Hisashi was at the age where girls smelled really nice, and Inko cigarette scent aside smelled and looked really good. He might have had a bit of a small crush on her, but he really had no idea where to go from there. Inko was staring at him pretty worriedly. Is everything okay, Hisashi-kun? Why do you ask? Your pillow. Huh? He reached back and felt his pillow. His hand came back slick with sweat. Bang! His father's smile twisted into a pained grimace. Bang! 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 Musashi wrapped his arms around his son, his large frame shielding the boy from any of the other shots coming from behind him. Hisashi could feel his father tense up every time his back was hit. His breathing was heavy. He could hear his heart trying to beat its way out of his chest. Tears were streaming down his face as he felt arms wrap around him. Neither Inko nor he said anything. She didn't ask for an explanation. He didn't offer one. They just sat there quietly in that one-room apartment as one of them cried softly. At that moment, Hisashi had never been more grateful to have someone there to see him cry. July 5th. Come on, Hisashi-kun. Goronai's paying, so we might as well go big. Okay. Hisashi's face was bright red as he was pulled along by the now 13-year-old Inko, while Majima chuckled behind them. It was her birthday and Majima had offered to take the two kids to dinner at the place of the birthday girl's choosing. He took off early from the Grand and told the floor manager to page if something urgent came up, otherwise he was off for the night. Inko being Inko chose Komian, a traditional restaurant for Japanese cuisine that happened to be right across the street from Majima's apartment. It was also pretty expensive. But he had promised, so they were going. He could only hope that she would take mercy on his wallet, which happened to fit to burst that night for the occasion. After hearing the young teen order 2 of everything on the menu, that hope began to burn like a piece of overcooked tripe. And as she went back for seconds, his wallet seemed to tremble in fear. When she ordered one more platter of sushi, he could hear it sob, knowing that it would soon be empty once more. But as he looked at Inko's smiling face as she joked and laughed with a still furiously blushing Hisashi, he felt as though it was well worth it. 200 grand dinner bill be damned. November 20th. It was starting to get colder out. A fact that Hisashi and Inko lamented as they walked through Shofukucho, looking for a gift to give to their guardian for Christmas the next month. One might say it was a bit early to worry about Christmas in November, but they couldn't help it. They had been saving up the allowances that Majima had been giving them since August. His reason for doing so when they asked was that the Grand was raking in so much cash on a nightly basis that no one would notice if 10 yen 000 went missing every once in a while. Especially since he was the one that managed the books. He gave it to them to go out and have a good time at the Sega High-Tech Land or one of the restaurants near his place if they felt like it. It's your money, he said, do what you want with it. They wanted to spend it on him, so there they were. The only problem was, so you got any idea what Goro and I would want, Hisashi-kun? I don't actually. That. So they strolled the streets near the apartment, Hisashi racking his brain and muttering rampantly for anything that his Nissan had said that he liked before, and Inko with an unlit cigarette hanging from her lips as she stared into store window after store window. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks and grabbed Hisashi's wrist as she pointed into a window, saying, "Look there." Hisashi forcibly snapped out his thoughts, skidded to a stop, and looked towards the shop window that the young lady was pointing at. "You know, I think that might work." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking." And the two fools grinned at each other before stepping into the shop to make their purchase. Achoo! Whoa, that was a big one. You getting sick there, buddy? No, I'm fine. Majima sniffled slightly as he reached down and picked up the briefcase filled with that month's payment, sitting it on the table in front of him and sliding it across. Tsukasa Sagawa opened it, giving the bills inside a quick glance, and closed it, seemingly satisfied with what he had seen inside. "All right, buddy, everything seems to be in order. I'll be back next month." He got up to leave before stopping, as though he had remembered something important. Almost forgot here, he reached into his suit's jacket, pulling out a wooden box. "It's an early Christmas gift from Brother Shimano. Said it should give you something to look forward to in about a year or so." Sagawa shrugged and walked his way out of the office, leaving Majima alone at the table. "Boss sent me a gift, huh?" Reaching out and grabbing the box, he took off the top. Peering in, he saw a knife. A tanto, to be exact. One that he had seen before. "Just before his left eye was gouged out." Majima slammed the top back onto the box, grabbing it and shoving it into the inside of his tuxedo jacket. 2 years passed or not, Futoshi Shimano still had a really sick sense of humor. Hisashi bounded down the street with Inko's and his gift-wrapped present for their Nissan. It had been expensive, costing a good 40,000 yen, but well worth it. It fit their guardian's personality and style so perfectly that it must have been fate that they were the ones to see it and buy that night. They just had to get back to the apartment quickly so that they could hide before the adult in their lives got home. Unfortunately, they were moving so quickly and paying so little attention to their surroundings that they didn't notice the suit-clad man coming around the corner just before they reached their street. Hisashi ended up colliding with the man, and they both ended up tumbling to the ground. "Oof. Watch where the hell you're going, brat." Sorry, mister." The older man got up and dusted himself off before giving a scrutinizing look to the boy, who had just barreled into him, and was now all apologies. Suddenly his gaze shifted into one of recognition. "Oyaji?" Hisashi was too caught up in apologizing to notice what the man had said. Inko, who had been off to the side, apologized once more for the boy before pushing him along and disappearing around the corner, scooping their fallen package up along the way. The man that they had bumped into, Tsubasa Kurosawa, stood there frozen for another moment before turning around and walking away with purpose in his step. "Hi, Sukaniki's gonna wanna hear about this. November 30th. Majima, there you are, take a seat right there." Majima did as he was told, taking a seat on the pillow across from his boss at the low table in his office. On the table there lied a shogi board with the pieces for both sides set up. "You wanted to see me, boss? Did you play shogi, Majima?" "Sometimes, boss." "Are you good?" "I couldn't say I haven't played a ton, boss." "Hey, good enough for me. I want to talk to you, but I'm also in the mood for some shogi. You'll indulge me, won't ya?" "Whatever you want, boss." "That's the spirit. Why don't you start us off then?" He had no reason to refuse, so he picked up a piece and made his first move. Clack. "Hashiru Hashiru. Oritachi. Nagareru Asimo Sono Mamani. Itsuka Tadori Suitera. Kamini Uchiake Rararutaru." "Who? Sing it, Haichan." "You're doing great, Hisashi-kun." Man, if only she knew he was singing this song to her. It was Hisashi's birthday, and rather than drain his caregiver's wallet at an expensive restaurant, the newly 13-year-old boy decided that he wanted to karaoke with his crush and older brother figure. They were having a good time, and Hisashi decided that he wanted to take the first song of the night. It was a fun night. Clack. "You know the fun thing about shogi, Majima?" "No, boss, what's that?" Clack. "Yoku no neon and io rogue of love. Yogarit iku my heart, come take my heart. Yushokugyo no uni otamesh uni. Yamiwo oyo gu wa o rogue of love." Yep, kids got it bad. Don't worry, I'm sure if you keep this up, she'll notice eventually. Clack. It's the strategy, coming up with a plan, analyzing your opponent, and coming up with the win in the end. Clack. "Suanao and I love you. Tadoki. Kiddo, you love me. Sudaweru sa. Kimi and I niao glass no kutsu wa sagaso. You sound great, Nissan. Hit those notes, Goro and I. Clack. The most useful piece for all that plannin' and such would be the pawn I'd say. He lifted the pawn that he had captured mere seconds before. They're all about chess over in the West. Funny enough, there's a pawn in that game as well, a lot less versatile than a pawn in shogi, but I digress. The pawn's beauty lies in its simplicity. Clack. The two teens and their live-in cyclops were leaving the karaoke bar. They had all sung their hearts out and were having a good time, so they were headed to Tsuruhashi Fujitsu for some okonomiyaki. They were about to round the corner into Bunzaman Outdoor Mall before they heard footsteps behind them. This wouldn't be too strange if they weren't so hurried and in such large numbers. Turning around, the trio saw a crowd of men blocking the way behind them. In the direction that they had been headed, they heard more footsteps. Turning his head, Majima could see that that direction was blocked as well. There was one more way to go, but they'd have to outrun all of those guys. Not quite optimal. Shit. Yo, been a while, Hisashi-kun. Majima could see Hisashi freeze up. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. From the one unblocked path in the park, there walked a man. He was wearing expensive-looking clothes. They likely ran him over $500,000 if his eye for the material proved right. What's wrong, Hisashi-kun? Don't you remember me? He had a smug grin on his face. The ponytailed man wanted to smack it off his face. Hyasuke-san, the boy was shaking now, and his voice trembled with him. Inko grabbed his hand. Seems like you do remember, and you got a little girlfriend too. How cute. He seemed to finally notice Majima standing next to the boy, and his grin twisted into a scowl. Huh? The fuck are you? A pissy-looking prick came to the door. Farke, do you want? So that's where I know ya from. What do you want with Haichan here? I don't see how that's any of your business, asshole, so why don't you make like a tree and get the fuck outta here? Wow, so original. I can see why you had to kill your boss to be in charge. That seemed to shock the man. How did ya dash? He turned his gaze from Majima to the boy next to him. His scowl deepened considerably. Chatty little shit, ain't ya? Well, fix that. He turned his gaze back to Majima. You, how much do you know? I know that you shot a boy's father right in front of him on his birthday, and you chased him out of his home after taking over his father's business, and that you're a prick. Am I missing anything, Captain Hyasuke Serizawa? Patriarch Hyasuke Serizawa, and yeah, you missed the fact that I saved this fucking family. I did what was best for it. That's not a boy you got there, it's an asset, and a truly helpful soldier uses whatever assets he can to come out on top, even if some people gotta be sacrificed for the good of his army. You're goddamn delusional. And you're dead. Kill him, boys. Bring me the boy alive. I don't care what you do with the girl. Right, boss? They began to encroach. Majima settled into a fighting stance, telling the teenagers with him to get behind him. Fine then, if you want to get to hell quicker, step right up. Midoriya family. They were on him in seconds, two of them swinging on both sides. Clack. You see, Majima, the bishops here can move diagonally in 4 directions as long as there are open spaces for it to occupy or pieces to capture. He emphasized his point by taking one of his bishops and moving it to the edge of the board. See what I mean? Lot of distance in one turn, but there's still a flaw with the bishop. Take a look at the space in front of it. There sat one pawn. Thud. One of the thugs fell forward and hit the ground hard as Majima ducked forward under his punch and kicked him in the back. The other one attempted to whip back with an elbow, unprepared to come up empty with his swing, and more surprised to feel an arm squeezing around his neck. He tried to struggle, he really did, but crack. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he hit the ground with a dead thump. Clack. Next, UPS the lance. It can move straight forward as far as it wants as long there's space to occupy or a piece to capture. At that, he took one of his lances and slid it across the board, taking a pawn and promoting his own piece. Die! Another thug flew straight at him, attempting to dropkick the one-eyed man, but ended up missing completely. When Majima sidestepped him, he flew straight past the man and landed next to Inko and Hisashi. Clack. See, ain't that great? Check, by the way. He grabbed at the latter's ankle, which caused the former to stomp down hard on his wrist. Crack. Good use of the gold, General. Clack. Ah. Good job, kid. He couldn't verbalize his agreement with his charge's actions as he was soon grabbed from behind by another punk, and another came up towards him with a fist raised. Got you now, asshole. He kicked forward, nailing the guy in his stomach and sending him flying before he dropped down out of the hold. He was in catching himself with his elbow and kicking his assailant in the face with a high kick. You sure about that? Clack. But you see, the pawn can only move one space, just one, and it can only go forward. It likely won't ever capture the king, but bang. That's enough. Serizawa seemed to have enough of seeing his boys get torn apart. The The smoking gun and the bullet that had just whizzed by Majima's face were pretty big indicators of that. His face was twisted into a snarl as he aimed the gun back at the Cyclops' face and began to squeeze the trigger. It can be the perfect distraction lead in to bang. The gun flew from the Midoriya family patriarch's hand and clattered when it hit the ground. You're right, that is enough, Serizawa-chan. And there stood Tsukasa Sagawa, patriarch of the Sagawa family, progenitor of the Midoriya family. Behind him stood at least 30 of his men armed with bats, knives, bottles, and a number of other instruments designed to do harm. And none of them looked happy. Checkmate. Good play, Majima, when you pick up on my plan? I just saw an opportunity and took it. Had a different strategy, but one that fits ya, I'd say. You can go, Majima-chan. Me and the boys here have got some trash to take care of here in the park. You should take the kids and go celebrate the boy's birthday. You're only 13 once after all. Majima didn't say a word, nodding and ushering the two teens out over the unconscious bodies of thugs long beaten. Hold up a minute, Majima-chan here. He handed him an envelope. Consider that an early Christmas present from Muchan and I, and tell Hisashi that I said happy birthday. Majima nodded mutely before walking out of the park and taking the kids back to the apartment at their behest. The Midoriya family was never heard from again in Sotenbori after that night. December 5th. Do we really have to do this, Nissan? Yeah, it's for the best, don't worry, it'll still be with you right here. He pointed at the boy's chest right at his heart. That's some corny shit, Goro and I. Shut it, you. You can just go, no goodbye for you. Yeah. Well, I don't your stupid goodbye. Humph. Too bad, 'cause you're getting it anyway. Come here. He quickly ruffled her before she could get away. Damn it, Goro and I. It's gonna take me hours to get this fixed. Serves you right. The young brunette glared at the one-eyed man as he stared back with a shit-eating grin. She eventually caved and wrapped her arms around the man's neck, bringing him into a tight hug. Majima reciprocated, reaching over to Hisashi and bringing him in close to them to make the hug a group hug. Alright, you two better get going. The address is written on the paper I gave you last night, and the first 2 years of rent's already paid. You just gotta get there and do well in school, got it? The two younger people nodded in unison. Alright then, go on now, shoo, get outta here, go on and terrorize Shizuoka for a couple years, you hooligans. Inko stuck out her tongue at him and turned to get in the taxi that was waiting for the two. Hisashi stood for a moment before saying, Nissan, when you get home tonight, check under floorboards under the table, okay? We left something there for you. Merry Christmas. His piece said. Hisashi waved and followed Inko into the taxi. When the door closed, it pulled off into the distance further and further until they were gone. Majima was gonna miss those two. The city felt a little bit less like a cage with them around. But if they were going to be able to live happy and free from all the bullshit he was stuck in, he'd be plenty happy to sacrifice a bit of comfort. That's just what a Nissan would do. Right, bro? Later that night, Majima moved his table to the side. The floor under it looked normal enough. Hisashi had said to check under the floorboards, so he reached towards one end and pulled. Several boards came up together, revealing a compartment that he could have sworn wasn't there when he moved in. Hope I don't gotta pay to get that repaired. And in that compartment was a wrapped bundle. A gift. He pulled it out and looked at it fondly for a moment. Damn kids, I gave you that money to use for yourselves. Despite his thoughts, he made short work of the wrapping paper. What lied beneath it was the tackiest jacket he'd ever seen. Geez, it ain't really my style. You'd have to be blind or crazy to wear something like this in public. But it was thought that counted, so instead of throwing it in the trash, most sensible people would, he opened his closet and took out a hanger. When he closed the closet, back there within hung two things. A shimmering, spangled idol costume and a gaudy golden snakeskin jacket. Inko Midoriya was a sweet woman. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't curse. She didn't smoke. She hardly ever drank. She didn't hit people. She was all around just a sweet lady. Inko Midoriya was a caring wife. She started dating her husband after their second year of high school. Moved from Shizuoka to Tokyo with him before their first year of college. And married him a year after they graduated, he and her with degrees in quirk sciences and applied ethics in Hero Society respectively. Their relationship only bloomed further when they found out at age 26 that the better half of the couple was pregnant, and a couple of weeks after they celebrated Inko's 27th birthday on July 15th, Izuku Midoriya was born. Inko Midoriya was a loving mother. From the moment she laid eyes on her son, she knew that she loved him. His freckled cheeks just like his father's. Green tufts of hair just like hers. A fine set of lungs as evidenced by his cries. Everything about him made her love him, and the feeling only grew as he grew older. She cheered enough to drown out a full baseball stadium when her son took his first steps. "There you go, Izu. You're doing it. Just a little bit more." She busted her sides laughing at his first word. "Come on, Dikairu, please just say Papa. Gigi. PFTT. It's not funny, Inko." And when he cried after being diagnosed as quirkless, she cried with him. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." So yes, Inko Midoriya loved her son that much was clear to see, irrefutable even. And it was because Inko Midoriya loved her son that she was incredibly worried after he came in the state that he did after a long day out. "Izu," her tone betrayed nothing. "Why, yeah, Mom? What happened?" Her tone betrayed nothing, but the glint in her eyes said nothing short of "tell me everything." "Well, it's a long story. We have time." Inko's usually comforting smile widened as she gestured towards an empty seat across from her. "Papa Squat, we need to talk." Izuku gulped. Hours earlier near Tatooine Station. Izuku Midoriya was having an alright day as he left the convenience store, smile on his face with a water bottle and bento in hand. School was out. The sun was shining. The flowers were blooming. And best of all, there was no one crying out for help. A crud. The shout had come from a nearby alleyway, not quite dark in the light of noon, but secluded and far enough out of the way that he wouldn't. Now normally a young boy of 8 years wouldn't be put out by the sound of calling out for help. Startled and curious maybe, but not put out. Well, most 8-year-old boys weren't Izuku Midoriya. The child's legs were moving towards the danger long before his actions could register. He wanted to be a hero, and his usual company often led him into strange situations. Izuku liked to help people, so if he happened to hear someone shouting help, his instant reaction was to run on over and see if he could. Most people would call that a lack of self-preservation. His uncle and Kiryu-san called it a moral compass. Whatever that meant. As he neared the spot that he heard cry come from, he could hear someone saying, "You to the hell up and empty your wallet before this gets ugly." A muggers. In a world of superheroes and supervillains, there are often a good number of petty crimes that slip through the cracks. Muggings, assaults, sometimes murder. If there wasn't a quirk being used in full view of a hero, it was free game. Quirkless on quirkless crime was making a killing in hero society. The police would try to keep up, but unless you were in a place with a high concentration of quirkless, villains would take priority. Villains have the capability of doing more damage than criminals after all. So if no one was going to protect the defenseless, Izuku was going to. That's just what a hero does. Reaching the point of the alleyway where he heard the cry for help coming from, Izuku quickly assessed the situation. There stood 2 people, both men, one holding the other by his collar with a fist ped back and the other quivering in fear. It was definitely a quirkless on quirkless crime, which made it the perfect time for a little quirkless hero's intervention. Kiryu-san and Gorojiji told him that supervillains were completely off-limits until he was older, but in the words of the latter, punks and jackasses with knives and guns are fair game, go wild, champ. Had taken these words to heart, and so he placed his bento off to the side, got low, and readied his fighting stance. Left arm loose at his side, right arm crossed in front of him. Head gotten much taller since the first time Head used this style. Almost 4 years of training and healthy dieting would do that. He's supposed taller than most of his peers at over 140 centimeters. Not many people wanted to mess with him at the park anymore. Didn't really translate well against adults, but that's what the whole learning to fight thing came in. Oh right, safety first. Closing his left eye, Izuku squinted his right and focused on the man's pants pockets and torso. He was searching for any suspicious bumps or bulges, as his uncle had called them. The training for this particular skill was interesting to say the least. "Alright, Izu-chan, what do they got?" In a cleared area of the junk beach, Izuku stood beside his uncle and across from 4 men wearing yellow hard hats that said Majima Construction. Majima had told Izuku that they were some of his employees, and they would be assisting in his training that day. The boy didn't really need to hear much more than that, so he closed his left eye and focused on the group of 4 with his right. As he swept his gaze from right to left, he called out the following. "Gun. Correct. Knife. Right. Nunchucks. On the money. Banana. You wait, what? Nishida, what the hell? It's what you gave me, boss." The throttling that Nishida would receive soon after would be one that Izuku remembered for many months after the fact. Snapping out of his thoughts of the year-old memory, the green-haired boy focused back on the situation at hand. The perpetrator didn't have a weapon of any sort on his person, so Izuku wouldn't have to worry about any nasty surprises in what was sure to be a fight. He could feel the heat burning through his body as well. Now all he had to do was grab the mugger's attention. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Hey, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" Startled, the mugger whipped around, dropping his victim, and searched for the person who had clearly just challenged him. He couldn't seem to find anyone at first, if his confused countenance was anything to go by, but when Izuku cleared his throat, he looked down and snorted. "This is a matter between grown-ups, kid. If you don't want to get hurt, get the hell out of here." At that, he began to turn back to his victim, so that he could resume his nefarious scheme. "Why? Scared you're gonna get laid out?" Tch Chinpoko. That seemed to grab his attention. "The hell'd you just say to me, brat?" Izuku closed his eyes, rising slightly out of his low stance and giving the mugger his most innocent smile with a slight tilt of his head. "Oh, nothing, Chinpo-san." The criminal was fuming now. He was grinding his teeth and his face was turning red. That was the moment that Izuku knew he had him. The man completely forgot about his original victim and turned fully towards the small child that happened to be taunting him. "You got 3 seconds to say you're sorry, brat, before I kick your little ass." "I'm sorry, Chinchin-chan." Growling. "Gonna beat your ass. Come here, you little shit." Pokachin-sama. The man ran straight at the green-haired child, winding up a punch and swinging straight at the small boy. Whoosh! Only to be left dumbfounded when his fist struck nothing but air. "What are you aiming at? The hell?" The adult in the situation turned to see the boy that he had failed to assault not only behind him but staring at him with a shit-eating grin. So he swung again. And he missed again. Swing. Miss. Swing. Miss. Burabura Suru. Shisakuno. This would continue for over a minute or so before the poor mugger found himself winded. Heat move essence of blindside. And as he bent over at the waist, hands on his knees in an attempt to catch his breath, he heard a whistle. Looking up to see where it was from, he was assaulted by the sight of a rapidly approaching small fist and a brief sensation of pain before it all went black for him. And good night. As the criminal fell to the ground in a heap, Izuku turned to the victim of the mugging, who had been frozen in fear from the moment he had been dropped, and walked over to him. He offered a hand to the man, which was quickly taken, and helped him up. Thank you so much." He bowed repeatedly and thanked his tiny savior over and over again. Izuku just offered him a big toothy grin and told him, "Don't mention it, mister, it's what heroes are supposed to do." That said, he walked away, retrieved his bento and drink, and went about his day. Izuku wasn't even 5 full steps out of the alleyway before he was stopped by someone calling out and saying, "Hey, you with the green hair. Excuse me. Please wait up." Substories 1. Dreamers on the prowl. Turning to address whoever it was that called out him, Izuku was soon confronted with the visage of what had to be a middle school boy with short brown hair and kind brown eyes. Izuku's eye for hero merch immediately made the limited edition bronze All Might hoodie that the older boy was wearing. The boy was also incredibly out of breath. Izuku offered him his water bottle before being waved off and putting it away. It took the brown-haired boy a few moments more to catch his breath before rising up to his full height. He was taller than Izuku but still pretty lanky. He offered the younger boy a smile before saying, "That was an amazing fight. Huh? Back in that alley there, the way you took that guy down, it was awesome." "Oh, thanks. Like, you're just so tiny and unassuming, I never would have guessed that you'd have moves like that. Thanks, I guess. Are you a new hero or something?" "And no, I'm not." "Then are you a—" He looked around and leaned in before whispering, "Vigilante?" "No, I'm not." Technically, he wasn't under the Rhode Island New State Statute, and many of its international counterparts. Vigilantism is stated as the act of using a quirk to apprehend criminals without a provisional or permanent hero license issued by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku didn't have a quirk, therefore his crime fighting was legal and completely quirk-free. But how did you move like that? You had to have used a quirk, right? Some sort of speed quirk or reflex enhancer. No, just... A 7-year-old Izuku stood across from Kiryu, who held a bundle under his arm on the sands of Morning Glory Beach. "Alright, Izuku, we're going to work on your evasion today." "Okay, so what are we doing?" "Well, first you're gonna want to tie your shoe ID rather you not trip during this." "Oh, thanks." The young greenette bent down and began to tie his laces. As he finished the loop, he heard the sound of something light hitting the sand. He thought nothing of it until CHK. He had seen enough zombie movies with his uncle to recognize that sound, and his head whipped up. Kiryusen, why are you holding a shotgun? For today's training, Izuku, you're gonna dodge the bullets that I shoot at you. They're all rubber, so they won't kill you, but they still really hurt. Your objective is to not get hit by a single one. If you do, we do it again until you don't. We start on the count of 3. 1. Kiryusen, this isn't okay. There has to be a bet. 2. Can we please not do this? 3. Kiryusen. Bam. Training, lots of training. How well, that's pretty cool. Either way, the way you didn't even hesitate to help that guy was cool too. Didn't ask for a reward either. Are you planning to be a hero? Yeah, I am. I'm gonna be the world's greatest hero. Even greater than All Might. Well, that's a tall order. Well, I'm gonna be a hero too. I hope to see you in the papers sometime. Speaking of, I never got your name. Oh, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. What's yours? This Koichi Himawari. Pleasure to meet you. You too, Himawari-san. So if you don't mind me asking. Something on your mind? I had just wanted to ask what your quirk is? My quirk? Why, yeah, I have this thing for analyzing different quirks. You see, most people find it kinda weird when I start nerding out, so I try not to. He began to taper off into mutters near the end. Koichi seemed to take pity on the younger boy and said, I don't mind, go right ahead. The mutters continued. Midoriya-san? Mutter 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 mut termiter mutter 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 mutter. Midoriya-san. Ah, I was muttering, wasn't I? Big time. Sorry, that happens a lot. Don't worry about it anyways, ask away. Keisoa, what is your quirk? Well, I've taken to calling it slide and glide. I can use it to glide over just about any flat surface in any direction, even backwards. I don't have much control over turns and braking though. Izuku's eyes shined as he started scribbling notes into a notebook that he definitely wasn't holding seconds before. That's so cool. When you say just about any flat surface, does that mean walls and steep inclines and stuff? What about dash? His excited questioning would have continued had he not been interrupted by the sound of a phone vibrating came from Koichi's hoodie pocket, so the boy reached in, took it out, and flipped the phone open. His eyes scanned across the screen, and he had broken into a sweat by the time he reached the end of it. Sorry, Midoriya-san, that was my mom. I just remembered that I'm supposed to be grabbing some vinegar, and it's been an hour, and I haven't been to the store yet, so I've got to go. Or he shuddered here. Oh, okay, it was nice meeting you again, Himawari-san. You too. Oh, and before I go, are you planning on trying for the UA entrance exam next year? No, I'm 8. I see. He nodded and closed his eyes before they snapped, and he stared in shock. Wait, you're what? It was on that day that Koichi Himawari learned that heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Sub-stories 1. Dreamers on the Prowl. END. After bidding his new friend farewell, Izuku continued on down the street. He was on his way to the children's park to eat his bento and play for a while before he went to the clear moor of the junk beach for the day. He was about to turn the corner onto the street when he recognized a certain someone sitting on a bench and called out a greeting. Hey there, Tsukachi-san. The man, who was wearing a green polo over brown slacks, looked over to see the young boy approaching him. Oh, Midoriya-kun, hello. The man had been the Midoriya family's neighbor for just over a year and always had a smile and kind word for the young boy, which was why Izuku was concerned when he saw the man looking like death. His usually well-kempt hair was completely bedraggled, his clothes askew, skin pale, and eyes bloodshot. The officer looked like a dead man walking. Tsukachi-san? Are you doing all right? HM? Oh yes, I'm fine, Midoriya-kun, just fine. You sure don't look fine. Izuku wisely kept that comment to himself. He still wanted to see if he could help his neighbor, though the man had always been truly kind to him. Are you sure? You look like you have something on your mind. No, it's really nothing. Looking closely, Izuku could see a silver ring flash around the man's pupils. How weird. He could tell that the man wasn't going to tell him what the problem was unless he got out the big guns, so he tapped the forlorn officer on his shoulder to grab his attention and waited for the man to look at him. When he did, the plan was on. Blinking several times to prepare himself, he puffed out his cheeks, widened his eyes to almost frightening proportions, and stare. Midoriya-kun, what are you doing? Starry. Midoriya-kun, you're making me kind of uncomfortable now. Stare. All right, if I tell you what's up, will you stop doing that? Izuku let his eyes go back to normal before smiling wide and responding with yep. Now spill. Geez, kids these days. Izuku just kept smiling and waited. Tsukachi sighed and said, it's my mother. Sub-stories 2. The good son. Your mom? Yeah, my mom. Is she sick? What? No. WLN not that I know of. Oh, so what's the problem? I'm single. Huh? I'm single 29 and have no friends my age. My mom knows this and she's not pushy about it or anything, but I can see that little bit of disappointment in her eyes whenever I tell her I don't have a girlfriend yet, but it's not my fault. I'm just so busy studying up for the detective's exam, and I haven't had time to get out, and this was starting to bum Izuku out a bit. He also didn't really know how he could help at this point, seeing as he was 8 and a boy. But Tsukachi was nowhere close to done with his rant as he looked down and gripped his hair, and I swear that I heard her crying one day when I told her that I wasn't planning on having any kids time soon. I mean, come on. I can't bring a kid into my bachelor lifestyle. The only kid I know that really even likes me is. He turned to look at the boy he was talking to, and Izuku immediately decided that he didn't like where the situation was headed. Figured I'd split this up so I could have one half out today and edit the second half for release by the end of the week. Definitions and terms to know. Chinpoko, chinpo, chin-chin, pokachin, penis, they all mean penis in some way, shape, or form. Barora suru swing. Shisakuno miss. Most Icely Cafe. Alright Midoriya-kun, she always arrives right on time. We're here 5 minutes early, so that's how long we've got to get this down. Remember the story we went over? I still think this is bad. Midoriya-kun, I know how you feel about this, I really do, I just need your help this one time please. Izuku sighed. Minutes earlier. Tsukachi-san, no. But why not? Lying is bad, especially to your mom. Does hardly lying just not telling the truth? Exactly. That's lying, Tsukachi-san. NHG, the officer looked pained as Izuku stared him down, judgment present in his big green eyes. Midoriya-kun, please, I've never disappointed my mother before. I always scored high on exams in school. I did my best to be a good example for my sister. I even graduated from the police academy at the top of my class. This is the only area where I've ever disappointed her, and that hurts, so please Midoriya-kun, please help me. The longer that Tsukachi-san went on, the more Izuku's stare faltered. Yeah, lying to your parents was bad, but disappointing them felt even worse. His own mother had once given him a look that made him feel like another trash that had washed up on the junk beach, and all he had done was say a curse that he had heard his uncle say. He couldn't imagine how that would feel for Tsukachi-san, who put his all into making his mother happy. That's a good thing. His uncle and Kiryu-san didn't always do the right thing, but they always did it to help someone, and helping was good, right? Lying was bad, but Tsukachi-san wanted to do it to make his mother happy, and that was good. He needed Izuku's help for the lie to work, and even if Izuku didn't want to lie, heroes helped people. Therefore, the right thing to do would be, okay, the story is I'm your adopted son who you've been taking care of for the past month. You took me in because my parents had trouble providing for me because I have a special condition that means I require more assistance than your average child. His time with his uncle had left him far quicker on the uptake than anyone would ever reasonably expect him to be. That sound about right, Dad? Far more sardonic as well. Yes, this is kiddo. He looked off to the side awkwardly. It seemed that Tsukachi-san was just as uncomfortable with the situation as he was. The cafe was pretty empty, supposedly because not a ton of people were interested in a little hole-in-the-wall cafe when there was a Smile Burger right down the street. It was because the cafe was so empty that the dishonest duo heard the bell of the cafe ring when the door opened. Izuku, being quite the curious child, turned to the door to see who had just entered and was greeted with the sight of an older woman with graying hair tied up in a tight bun. Her face was stern and somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it until he turned to his companion. He nudged the man sitting next to him, who hadn't stopped staring embarrassedly at a portion of the floor. The man looked up before shooting out of his seat and making a beeline straight towards the woman with a cry of mother fresh from his lips. He promptly began ushering her towards the table while chattering rapidly in her ear. Subtle, Tsukachi-san, real subtle. When they reached the table, the older lady, who seemed to have little trouble keeping up with her son's bombardment of words, if her prompt responses were any indication, noticed the young freckled boy sat across from her. Turning to her son, who was sliding into his seat beside the young boy, she asked, "And who might this be, Masa-chan?" "Mom, I'm almost 30 years old. Could you please not use the same nickname for me that you made up when I was 2? The older Tsukachi smiled and said, "I'm waiting." The good son, knowing from years of pleading that he would be unable to convince his mother to let that particular issue drop side, and turned his attention to the previously asked question. "Mom, this is Izuku Mayas." He stopped suddenly as if he lost his voice. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, my Su." SSS. Masa-chan. My sewer. This is really sad. Izuku was beginning to suffer from second-hand embarrassment, and from the look of it, Tsukachi-san's mother was beginning to catch onto the farce. Not like it's all that hard, what with Tsukachi-san malfunctioning and all. Deciding to save the lie before it died upon birth, Izuku stepped in quickly. Tugging on the drowning man's sleeve, he waited for him to turn his way before he made his move. "To-san? Is this Mayo Bacon?" His question caught two people off guard. What? Amasa-chan. Tsukachi-san, it's up to you now, please don't mess it up. Part of being a hero was helping others save themselves, wasn't it? And it seemed like Tsukachi-san understood that as well. Giving the boy a small smile, he put a hand on his shoulder, looked the older woman in the eye, and answered, "That's right, Izuku, that's your Bacon." Addressing his mother now, he said, "Mom, meet Izuku, your grandson." My. I wanted to introduce you earlier, but he's just gotten used to being around new people, and I didn't want to overload him. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Tsukachi-san just went about selling his lie with all of his heart. A far cry from the fumbling head displayed mere moments before. A fond smile on his face, he heaped praise upon praise onto his fake son. All the while, and Izuku did assume that it might have just been the lighting a silver ring lit up around the man's pupils, occasionally flashing gold. Minutes later, after receiving food and drink coffee for the adults' fruit tea for Izuku, Tsukachi-san excused himself to head to the bathroom, leaving Izuku alone at the table with his grandmother. The older woman stared at him from across the table. He stared back. Stare. Tsukachi-san sure was taking a long time to get back to the table. Izuku-kun. Yes, Bacon? Thank you. Huh? For what? Helping my son with his lie, of course. Izuku's blood ran cold. If he wasn't making a conscious effort to look ignorant of any wrongdoing, he was sure his eyes would have widened to the size of saucers. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Bacon. I think I should tell you a little something about Masa-chan's quirk. Ota-san's quirk? Yes, his quirk, it's called Judge Eyes. Anytime he's speaking with someone, he can see what they're saying and determine if they're telling the truth or not by examining their statements, their tone, word choice, even the speed at which they speak. A rather useful quirk for police work, I'd say. Rather useful would be a gross understatement. A quirk like that sounded invaluable as a police officer. There are several major drawbacks, however. Of course. One, if the person that Masa-chan is speaking to is lying but either doesn't know that what they're saying is a lie or believes that lie to be true, it will be perceived as a truth by Masa-chan's quirk. Well, that made sense. Superpower or not, someone can't really say you're lying if even you don't know you are. 2, he can only listen and examine the statement of 2 people at a time. If he were to try and listen to more than that, the statements would become jumbled and he'd be left with a massive headache. Again, another reasonable weakness for the life of him, though he couldn't possibly understand where she was going with this. And 3, his quirk is always activated anytime he hears a statement. His eyes will flash gold for truth or silver for a lie without his knowledge if he's not focusing even for his own statements. Oh, then that's oh. Of course she figured out they were lying. If he noticed the ring of silver around the man's eyes, even if he didn't know what it meant, it would be impossible for his mother not to. If he felt bad for telling the lie before he felt even for being caught in it. He opened his mouth, not quite sure if he was about to justify what he did or apologize for being complicit in it. But even so, thank you. Huh? I'm willing to guess that my son did this because he believed that I was disappointed in him, is that right? Izuku nodded. The mother side, I'm not. He and his sister are my world. They've always made me happy, and I'd like to think I've made them happy as well as they grew up, even if I couldn't always be the fun parent, but I want to always be around, and I want them to one day feel the same joy that I felt with them. Mako-chan's always been good with people, so I don't worry that she'll settle down one day when she's older, but Masa-chan's always been a bit of a loner. Single, 29, and have no friends my age. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I think that if he made a little friend like you, he'll be completely fine. The kind older woman smiled and took a sip of her coffee before turning back to Izuku. And so, Izuku-kun, I have 2 requests if you'd care to hear them. Izuku nodded again. Well, first, I'd very much appreciate it if you'd keep getting along with Masa-chan. He's always been a fine boy, but I feel that he could use a good friend even if you are quite a bit younger than he is. A nod. He liked Tsukachi-san, so as long as the older man would like him around, he'd stay. Okay, thank you. And second, could you call me Bacon one last time? As he saw Tsukachi-san coming back from the bathroom, Izuku gave his grandmother a smile. Okay, Bacon. Sub-stories 2. The Good Son, END. Minutes after Izuku bid goodbye to both Tsukachi-san's mother, who had said something about meeting up with some friends in the area, and Tsukachi-san, who was extremely grateful for Izuku's help, the boy noticed that it was getting a bit too late to go play in the park and still be able to get any significant amount of work done at the junk beach. So he decided to forego the former and move on to his civic duty, as his uncle would call it. He had called it hero training when they were younger, but after Izuku became acquainted with his uncle's right-hand man Nishida, he understood that what he was doing was essentially community service. Granted, he was alright with that, nothing wrong with doing something good for the neighborhood, and he was getting stronger too, so that was nice. But Kiryu-san always said to call a spade, so that's what he would do. But I seem to have gotten off topic. This humble narrator apologizes. Ahem. Took a good 10 minutes for Izuku to make his way to the junk beach, and when he got there he was met with an unexpected sight. Gigi? Sorry this so late, and unfinished part 3 will be out really soon, I promise. My immune system just decided to go BRRR this past week. Anyways, if you guys like the sub-stories or have any ideas for some, please tell me. I'm always open to stuff like that. Gigi? Yo Izu-chan. Indeed. There at the entrance of the junk beach stood 2 men. One was an all-too-familiar Cyclops who had been gone on business for months. Up to that point, he stood with a shit-eating grin that was also all-too-familiar. Izuku ran for his life, his legs burning from the exertion. He had to get away, couldn't get caught. He had to keep running, he couldn't let that thing catch him. Ehehe. Oh god, it was catching up. He had to run faster, so he did. He kicked up sand every time his feet hit the ground, making it all blast up in clouds around him. That didn't slow his pursuer down at all. And when he ended up tripping, Izu-chan. Gigi, no. It was over. Awful memories associated with his uncle's grin aside, Izuku was happy to see the man. Had been gone for months on business in Kamurocho, and Izuku was worried that he wouldn't be able to see the man before leaving for Okinawa the next week. He always loved going back to Morning Glory, but it wouldn't have been the same with his uncle missing and unable to see him off. But there he was, smile and all, and it seemed he wasn't alone this time. Behind Majima stood a mountain of a man. His face was stern, and his hair was dark and long, falling to his shoulders. Had Izuku met this man 4 years ago, he'd likely be close to bolting at this point. Though when one considers the company that the 2 most prevalent male role models in his life happened to keep, it would come as no surprise that Izuku would simply walk up to the presumably devious duo. Self-preservation doth not a good warrior make. That was said by one of the smartest people he knew. Well, knew of. When you get back, Gigi? And where've you been? About an hour ago, and there was something important that I had to take care of. Important enough that you disappeared for almost half a year, Gigi? Yeah, that important. The grave tone in his usually jaunty and boisterous uncle's voice deterred Izuku from pressing the issue any further, so he nodded and watched his uncle perk back up. Truth be told, he had more important questions to ask, chief among them being the one related to the giant who stood just a few feet away from his ocularly challenged relative. Who's this Gigi? Ah, glad you asked. He turned and gestured towards the massive man with a flourish, saying, Izu-chan, this is my brother, well, my other brother Taiga Sejima. With an even more extravagant flourish, the Cyclops directed his words towards the Colossus, who had been quiet throughout the entire interaction between the young boy and his uncle. Sejima, this is my amazing nephew Izuku Midoriya-chan. Izuku, despite having been subject to it for a number of years, preened at the praise. Sejima simply stared back, though a discerning eye would note the slight quirk at the corner of his lips. To eyes like Izuku's, who had slyly kept them on his uncle's brother the entire time his uncle had been speaking, this was proof enough that this new man was all right. He just needed to figure out what to call him. Would Sejima-jizan work? Not too stuffy. Taiga Gigi, maybe? MMM too much like Goro Gigi. Then maybe that'll do. Speaking directly to the ogre-like man, Izuku smiled and said, Hajimashite Taijiji. Sejima blinked. Majima laughed. And Izuku, he grinned through it all. When Majima told him that there was someone he wanted him to meet, Sejima didn't know what to think. Things had been so hectic, and he had been so busy trying to rein in some of the young bucks in his family that they hadn't exactly had a ton of time to catch up. So when the Cyclops approached him earlier that day and asked him to come meet someone in Mizutofu of all places, his interest was piqued. When they got there and Majima brought him to what looked like a sandy junkyard, the interest sparked. And when a young boy with green hair and freckles approached the two of them without a hint of fear or apprehension in his eyes, calling Majima Gigi, that interest burned with a raging passion. But even still he remained quiet. Until the boy called him Taijiji. What the hell could say to that? He had just met the kid and he was already calling him uncle. He didn't mind it, but it was weird to say the least. Is that just what the kids do these days? Even weirder still was the feel he got from the kid. He looked like a cheerful puppy at first glance, but for what looked to be a 7-year-old, he gave off this strange presence that bubbled beneath the surface. Like a rabid mutt snarling in a cage. This kid just got more and more interesting by the minute. Ah! Crash! Well, that didn't sound good. Izuku didn't seem too perturbed as he sighed and made his way over to where the scream and the succeeding crash had come from. The two adults with him just gave one another an inquisitive look and followed along. When Izuku, his two uncles in tow, reached the spot that he had heard the ruckus coming from, he wasn't all that surprised by what he found. Hatsum-san, you really need to be more careful. Oh, Midoriya-kun. There you are. Think you could give me a hand with some of this scrap here? I can't seem to get a good grip on it. That's probably because it's slowly turning you into a Hatsum pancake. Stay still, it'll get you out. It wasn't very rare for Daiki Hatsum to be found at the junk beach looking for scrap for some invention or another. It was far less rare to find him buried under a pile of trash that he toppled over through haste and carelessness, much to Izuku's chagrin. What was rare, however, was the sight of him buried under the pile without a head of pink hair poking out right beside him. And so as Izuku began lifting a mini-fridge off of the man, he asked, so where's Mei-chan, Hatsum-san? She's not in another section, is she? He sure hoped she wasn't. As much he liked the girl, even he would have to admit that she was a walking disaster if left unchecked. Oh, Mimi? She's sleeping back at the workshop. I figured that while she was down I could come out and grab some new materials for my latest little darling. She's gonna be a real beaut, I tell ya. Right, and how many times has she exploded so far? 3 times, but hey, 4th time's the charm, right? I think you mean 3rd. Hold on, keep still, I don't want this shifting. Yeah, but we already passed the 3rd, so 4th it is. But 4's an unlucky number, isn't it? Right, Hatsum-san? He knew better than to argue with the eccentric man. Months of experience have conditioned him against that. And as the man continued to ramble, Izuku managed to get the last large bit of trasha thick stack of sheet metal of him. Alright, there you go, Hatsum-san, where's your truck? They'll help you carry this stuff there. He didn't even bother asking what the inventor wanted, he knew the answer. All of it. Hatsum started walking in a direction, so Izuku picked up the stack of sheet metal and walked off after him, leaving his somewhat baffled uncles behind until he came back to retrieve more of the trash. About half an hour passed before Izuku left with the last of the trash and scrap. Majima and Sejima, who had sat down and started smoking, heard what sounded like a small explosion ring out from the direction that Izuku had walked off in. Sejima had been ready to go and see if the child who had been seen walking in the direction was all right, but Majima, being the responsible and attentive adult that he was, stopped him. If he needs some help, he'll call for it, just give him a minute. Lo and behold, a mere few moments later Izuku came walking down the path completely fine. His clothes were slightly singed and tattered, and he was covered in soot, but otherwise he was completely fine. Yo, Izu-chan, what happened over there? Izuku coughed slightly, exhaling a bit of smoke before answering in short breathy bursts. Hatsum-san, machine lifted trash truck, then last load too heavy, machine overloaded, and boom, I'm okay. Majima shrugged and replied, well, if you say so, before taking another drag from his cigarette. Sejima, long having decided to stop trying to comprehend this child, simply sighed, a puff of cigarette smoke escaping between his lip. Izuku just laid down, Reed collapsed and tried to catch his breath. After a few moments of relative silence, broken only by the sound of Izuku's labored breathing, Majima spoke up. So, Izu-chan, it's getting a bit late, but I got a surprise for ya. You mind coming with me and Sejima here for a bit? Izuku perked up at the word surprise for you, and his response was no surprise to either man. 10 minutes later, karaoke can. Kenka-san wa keku ya jie. Moshiuchi no shima and I hate kid-era. Sun toki wa kega suru dake ja sumaniya. Majima no maji rock. Ikuda. This really is a surprise. I didn't know Gorojiji made music. Go all out, Majima. You're doing great, Gigi. Akora irai kamochi. Definitely a surprise. I ain't doing it. Come on, bro, just one, and you ain't gotta be especially great at it either. You trying to start shit, Majima? Please, Taijiji. Sejima was about to say no once again before he took a close look into pleading teary green eyes. Moments later. Dame de any. Dame yo, dame na no yo. Antajie suki de suki sujite. Dor dake tsuyoyosaki demo. Yugamanai omoi jie. Baka mitai. Both Izuku and Majima stayed quiet. They could both hear the emotion in the man's voice and they weren't going to interject before he could get it all out. When Sejima finished his song, there were tears in his eyes. No one felt the need to mention them. When it was Izuku's turn to pick, he took a few moments to scroll and look through his options. Zetsubushu Pride? That sounds cool. Artist's Judgment Kazi and Gorogorogoro-chan. Pass. Like a butterfly? Nah, I don't have a good feeling about that one. Then how about? Almost as if it were made for, Izuku felt drawn to this song, so he pressed confirm, picked up the microphone and got into the zone. Sinai boku to boku wa kakamu sekaida. Igate emo tsukand emo mata tukuda. Izuku, sing your song Izuku. Looking red-hot Izuku. He sang through the verse, feeling his heat rise with every word. And when he hit the chorus, it exploded. Sinai boku to boku wa kakamu sekaida. Igate emo tsukand emo mata tukuda. He could see himself on a fully clean junk beach, all grown up and muscular with a smile on his face. Nani wa Sudaraba Soko ni Tadoritsukuru. Nando emo sekend might emo. Villains stood all around him and the people he was protecting. When they came at him, he took them down, giving the civilians time to get away. Pretty soon all of them were beaten and Izuku stood above them proudly. Just before the ground opened up beneath him and he was blown away. And there stood a massive, snarling, sandy-furred, red-eyed Pomeranian. Boku wa boku de shikanai kara. Yum de aru to jinjitsu derotu. When Izuku got back up and charged at the massive hound, it barked and blew him away with a massive blast. Chippok na boku wa kinai hikari wa. And the vision started to grow blurry as he fell deep into the water. Was it over? Was that where his adventure as a hero stopped? Maybe he couldn't make it. Maybe the doctor, the kids at school kaken. Maybe they were all right. Maybe he should just... A hand found its way to his back. Then another. And another. And he felt more and more. And he could hear a myriad of voices, all of them so easy to recognize. Izumi, Eri, Riona, Taichi, Shiro, Mitsuo, Koichi, Ayako, Haruka, Kiryu-san, Gorojiji, Dad, Mom. Their voices mixed high, low, young, old. But as different as their voices were, their words all rang the same. Don't give up. Keep pushing on. You can be a hero. And then they pushed. Sordemo Sagashir Suzukaitaru. He could feel himself rushing towards the surface. Closer, 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 until he broke through and flew. He could feel all the hope that his family had in him. And it was with that hope that he charged right back at the colossal Pomeranian. Dana ni tokut emo Tadoritsukuru. Shiramu sora wa might koko ni Kazamitsukuru. It barked another blast at him, he charged straight through it. Nando emo sekenda might emo. Boku wa boku de shikanai kara. It swiped a massive paw at him, which was swiftly avoided before Izuku jumped and sprung off of it. Yum de aru to jinjitsu derotu. Kiddo kut yukaru. He flew straight past the monstrous pooch's head and went up into the clouds before he came back down, fist-ped behind him. Karanda T2. The big blonde dog wasn't prepared for this attack, so when Izuku came down hard on his snout, it let out a big yelp and a whimper before going down. Hard. Natat 2. When the dust cleared, Izuku stood above his defeated foe. Looking all around, he saw men, women, and children all clapping and cheering for him. Looking forward, he could see all the people who supported him. Itsuka sono sabit jie hana ni narukara. With a big bright smile, he raised a fist to the sky and loudly proclaimed, "I am here." And the song was over. He was sweating and panting, having put his soul into his singing, but he still had the biggest smile plastered onto his face. Soon after Izuku finished his song, the lady at the front desk called to inform the trio that their time was nearly up and asked them to return the microphones. As Sejima put the microphones back into the box that they were brought in, Izuku thanked Majima for his surprise. "Huh, what do you mean? I haven't given ya the surprise yet." "What?" "Yeah, that ain't the surprise this is," and he held out a bag that Izuku didn't notice that he had before then. "Happy late birthday, Izuchan, go on, open your gift." With his initial surprise gone, Izuku opened the bag and took out the contents. He was greeted with the sight of a green varsity jacket with a Hanya mask on the back. It had red kanji written all around the mask that said "Bring on the fights." So how Dia like it? Special order material that'll make sure it grows with ya. That jacket's gonna last for a while, kiddo. Izuku began to tear up slightly, but even still he smiled wide and said, "I love it, Gigi, I love it." Present Midoriya household kitchen table. As Izuku finished his story, he looked towards his mother, who had been listening attentively the whole time. She stared him down a bit longer before sighing. "Alright, Izu, eat and get out of those clothes, I'll go run you a bath." As Izuku nodded and set upon his dinner, Inko walked to the bathroom to start his bath. As worried as she was, her baby was going to be a hero. She would have to accept that. And she would, as this would turn out to be just an average day in the life of Izuku Midoriya, the most unpredictable hero the world would ever see. Goro Majima wasn't having the best of days. It wasn't awful, mind you, just not great. Though that wasn't all that unusual for him. It took some time for him to end back up in Kamurocho, but like most of the trash that got thrown out there, he was back on the street. Though unlike most trash, when he walked through the streets, people parted and made way for him to come through. He wasn't all that put out by it. If anyone had a problem with him being back, they could kiss his leather-clad ass. To show how not put out by it he happened to be, Majima began humming a jaunty tune. His snakeskin jacket glinted and shined in the streetlights. It was hardly designer like most of the crap he saw most punks wearing out when they went out to hit the town, but he hardly gave a shit. It was loud, tacky, and out of place. Just where he was at the moment. If Mireille was there, she'd probably tell him to at least put a shirt on under it. At that thought his humming ceased and he walked with a lot less swagger in his step. Mireille. Had tried not to think about her since the divorce. Really he had. But every once in a while there'd be that one intrusive thought just pushing to the front of his mind. Far more frequently than that she'd be in magazines, a bright smile plastered on her face. And if that weren't enough, he'd hear people talk about her everywhere he went. The next big idol. She's just so talented. Hey, have you heard about Michan's performance at the Tokyo Dome? It's gonna be amazing. I've already got my tickets booked. He had no right to be upset. He was doing well enough back in Kamurocho. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about the mad dog of Shimano, and the Majima family was going strong. Mireille was following her dreams. Who was he to get in the way of that? Though as much as he thought that, it didn't make the reality of it hurt any less. He missed her. He's the one that left, and he had no right to miss her, but he did. He wanted to see her, talk to her, laugh with her, sing with her, see her smile again just at him. He wanted to do all of those things, but he couldn't. Because he left, because he... Creech. He could hear the sound of leather being wrung against even more leather. Looking down he could see his hand balled into tightened fists. Loosening his grip and closing his eye, he took a deep breath and started walking again. FRK it, I need something stiff. And so he walked off to go find some very hard alcohol. Goro and I? Before being stopped in his tracks at the sound of a familiar voice. Mizudafu Tokyo 201X. Izuku Midoriya was having a strange day. Not a bad kind of strange, just pretty weird. It had all been normal until school let out for the day. And then several peculiar things occurred in sequence. First, Head witnessed this strange foreign guy ranting and raving about the perfect shot. That was something he found interesting but felt like he shouldn't get too deeply involved in, so he discreetly listened for a few more moments as the man talked about opportunities for things called revelations popping up all around Japan. The man was very clearly disturbed, or maybe that's just how foreigners were, but some of the things he said did resonate with the boy, who decided that he'd keep what the guy said in mind. Next he found himself accosted by some cooking show host that he had seen his mother watching on TV once or twice. It wasn't odd to see a few famous figures wandering around Mizudafu, given the fact that UA, a school for heroes in training staffed by pro heroes, wasn't all that far from the city. Though most of those famous figures were heroes like Vlad King Lunch Rush or even Hound Dog. What made the host's presence so peculiar to him was the fact that he was so normal. Normal meaning quirkless in that sense. It was so strange for Izuku to think of meeting so many quirkless people like him on his walks through Mizudafu. Granted, the dozen quirkless people that had met in the full decade that he had been alive paled in comparison to the several dozen quirked people he had met, but in a quirked society one could hardly expect to find half as many non-superhumans without looking really hard. Izuku's oddly frequent encounters with the less abundantly present members of society aside the host Kawa something he couldn't quite remember asked Izuku to find, and refer him to some local eateries if he knew any so they could be featured on the man's traveling cooking show. Why he would ask an actual child for help no one could say. But Izuku, having been most of the local eateries in Mizutofu with his uncle and neighbor while keeping up a lie that had long been uncovered, was able to help and referred Kawasamething-san to the most Icely Cafe, referencing their signature carbonic coffee. Sweet with a tinge of roguish bitterness for the outlaw in everyone. With a smile on his face and Izuku's recommendation in mind, Kawasamething-san and went off in the direction of most Icely while Izuku went about his day. Which brings us to the strangest event of the boys' day so far at the children's park. Hello Mizutofu. My name is Popstep. I'm a new idol and I hope you enjoy the show that I'm about to put on for you. The idol stood between two speakers in the center of the park, dressed in a cutesy black devil girl ensemble complete with bat wings, knee-high boots, and a rather short miniskirt. The third item in the ensemble caught Izuku's the most as it revealed an interesting part of her body to the boy. Yes, very interesting. Especially after he read the magazine that Kiryu-san had given him all those years ago. I need to thank him when I see him next. His slight nosebleed and wobbly smile would likely make the man proud, seeing as it meant that the boy had finally become a man. In the strange, twisted way that only the old dragon could see. That aside, when the lecherous thoughts passed and Izuku tuned back into reality to hear the idol's performance, he was impressed. Her singing was beautiful and her dancing was nothing to sneeze at. Her overall performance, however, seemed to be lacking something. Yes, her singing was fine on key and on beat with the music playing from the speakers. Her dancing looked nice too, her steps were certain and looked for all intents and purposes to be professional, but it seemed that that was also the problem. Her steps looked professional, but there was hardly any passion or flair to it. It just all seemed to be so by the book. Very briefly, it would seem like she was trying to say something through her movements, but it never quite reached. And it seemed he wasn't the only one who noticed. Most of the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle lost interest in the rather standard idol routine and went about their days. Soon enough, Izuku was one of the only people left loitering in the park, apart from some very young children and a few pearl-clutching mothers. Popstep finished with a distinct lack of enthusiasm compared to the bouncing excitement she had when she started. And as she got ready to start taking down the speakers dejectedly, Izuku approached her. Excuse me, Popstep-san? Spopasti, wait, huh? She stopped her automatic answer and whipped around, eyes landing on the green-haired child that had appeared in front of her. Substories 3. Popstep and a leap away. Oh, how can I help you? The dejectedness in her form and voice seemed to disappear at the sight of the young boy, and her exuberance from before seemed to come rushing back in full force. I just wanted to talk about your show. Is that so? What did you think, little guy? Her expectant smile was incredibly wide. It was kind of bland. Huh? The idol's face froze. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad. Your singing and footwork was great, but it was also pretty standard. I've seen a lot of other idols doing the same movements you did. They were professional, but even professional gets stale after a while, you know? With every word that spilled from between the boy's lips, the Popstep recoiled as if struck. By the time Izuku got to his point, the idol looked almost like she had been trampled by a herd of horses. So I want to help. Popstep perked back up slightly at that. Help? Yeah. Help how? Well, I want to help put a little more oomph in your dancing, something to keep people's interest. You're really good, but that didn't keep the attention. You need some more flair. That's all well and good, but what can you really teach me? I've been dancing for years. You're what? 9? I'm 10 and I can teach you loads of stuff. I know how to dance too. Sure kid. All of the warmth that the idol exuded was gone, replaced with a somewhat snide and cold demeanor. Ticked Izuku off a little bit, but he knew how to get her to listen to him. Well, what do you say to a dance battle then? Beg your pardon? A dance battle? They're pretty big in Sotenbori, but they're picking up here in Tokyo as well. If you think I can't teach you anything, beat me in one. I'll clean up for ya and leave you alone after. And if I lose? You let me help you with your dancing, no complaints. Right, kid? So I feel I should let you know when you're taking down the speakers, you go speaker first, then stand, then bass. Izuku smirked. Alrighty then let's pick a song and start. Popstep pulled out a remote and pressed a button. The speakers started playing and the game was on. Izuchan put on the skates. Gigi, I really don't get how this'll help me be a better fighter. Because I say it will. Now put on the skates. Okay, I'm doing it. Izuku pulled the line skates onto his feet and stood shakily. Majima gave him a quick glance over. As soon as he saw that Izuku was stable, he said, "All right, now dance." "I'm sorry?" "I said dance." Blink. Majima sighed, "Look, Izuchan, either you dance or you run, pick one in 3, 2, 1. So can you show me a few steps, Gigi?" This question was incredibly rushed. "Head, just watch and learn, kid." As Izuku watched Popstep panting on the ground, he smiled. He figured he would need to thank his uncle for the lessons when he saw the man for New Year's. Kneeling down and offering the tired idol a hand, Izuku grinned and asked, "So why don't we go talk on one of those benches?" Taking his hand, Popstep gasped, "Where did you learn to dance like that?" With a cheeky little grin, he answered, "Takoba Municipal, maybe you heard of it." Moments later, the two sat on a park bench. "Okay, Popstep-san, let's talk about your performance." The idol nodded. "Like I said before, your dancing and singing are really professional, but even still, professional doesn't mean fun, and if you're not having fun, how can you expect anyone else to? Well, I guess you're right, but what's your secret trick to dancing the way you do?" "Aside, didn't you hear a word I just said? I have fun while I'm doing it." "Yeah, but I can't just let loose and have fun. I'm an idol, I have to be a professor." "Popstep-san, why did you become an idol?" "What? Why did you become an idol?" "Because I wanted to make people smile." I love idols, I always have. When I was younger, I put on shows in Narahata to give the people something to look forward to when they walked by. I always had such a good time that I decided that I wanted to make a career out of it, so I practiced and practiced and practiced, and here we are. This was meant to be my big breakout performance into the public eye, but here I am unnoticed and pouring my heart out to a kid who just kicked my butt. How pathetic is that? I don't think it's pathetic at all. What? I think as an idol, what you want to do is amazing. He had Popstep's undivided attention now. Good, because what he was about to say would be important. Whether you're a hero or an idol, you're saving people, but while a hero saves people's lives, an idol saves their hearts, and they get to have a great time while doing it all with a smile, and for that, Popstep-san, I really admire you and other idols for working hard and having fun. Izuku closed his eyes with a smile. Head said his piece. Head just need to hope that Popstep got his meaning. When he heard movement to the side of him, he knew what was coming next. He could hear the footsteps of someone walking in front of him and stopping. Opening his eyes, he could see Popstep standing in front of him and leaning down towards him with a smile. "So why don't we get to work then, Midori-sensei?" "All right. So before we get back to dancing, I've got to ask, what's your quirk?" "My quirk?" "Yeah, so you can incorporate it into your routine. Is it lasers? Firework popping? Floating?" No, nothing that fantastic. My quirk is called Leap. It basically allows me to leap really high and not take damage when I fall. Mutter 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 mut termiter mutter 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 mutter. Midori-sensei? Mutter 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 mut termiter mutter 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 mutter. Midori-sensei. Mutter 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 mut termiter mutter 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 mutter. Midori. That snapped the green-haired boy out of his semi-trance, and he put down a notebook which he definitely wasn't holding before. Sorry, I do that sometimes." "Okay. But anyway, your quirk is perfect. Do you have any idea how many acrobatics moves you can apply to that? Flips, tumbles, springs, the possibilities are endless." Saying that, he showed his notebook to the idol and watched her face slowly light at what she saw. "So what do you think? Can you do it, Popstep-san?" The idol grinned and said, "Let's do it, Midori-sensei." "Hello again, Muzutafu. Once more, my name is Popstep. I'm a new idol, and I hope you enjoy this next show that I'm putting on for you." "Okay, Popstep-san, you've got this. Just remember why you're performing." The music began to blast from the speakers and the show was on. People gathered once more and were enraptured. The idol had seemed to receive a breath of life. No, not a breath, a full-on gust. Her by-the-book movements rang with personality and fervor. And through them, the rapidly forming crowd could hear exactly what she was telling them. "Smile. Just watch me and smile." And when the song came to its conclusion, she gave them a reason to. A step, turn, and spin before suddenly she leaped. In the air she spun, flipped, and rolled before coming back down and landing on one knee with a flourish. And the crowd went wild. Izuku, however, was hit with a flash of inspiration. He had an idea, a breakthrough, a revelation, if you would. And as he scribbled furiously in his journal, he could see it all in his mind's eye. He couldn't leap as high as Popstep, no, that'd be impossible without a quirk. But if he could leap over a charging enemy, he might get a quick and easy chance at a counterattack. It was all hypothetical, of course, but he would call this revelation of his essence of hurdling. With a nod, he put his notebook away and turned back towards the stage to see Popstep taking down the speakers and equipment. This time helped by a group of what looked to be adoring fans. Remember why you do what you do, Popstep, and you'll astound every time. And the young greenette walked away. Substories 3. Popstep and a leap away. End. After Izuku left the children's park, he knew he had to get home. It was almost time for a certain broadcast that he couldn't miss under any circumstances. So he began rushing home, dodging cars, people, and even stray cats. Hey, stop right there, you little shit. Crap. Izuku skidded to a halt as 3 men no older than 20 stood in his way. Hey there, Chinpoku-chan, Oshiri-chan, Kogen-chan. The 3 adults, mean-looking and red-faced, stared daggers at the boy. The trio had been fighting with the boy for the past 2 years. Well, saying fighting would be giving them a bit too much credit. It'd be a bit more accurate to say that they'd been getting beaten by Izuku for the past 2 years. They would seemingly prowl Mizudafu every week looking for the boy, confronting him whenever they found him. It was unlikely for the 3 to be together most times that they went looking seeing, as they were most likely using the divide and conquer method of searching. But of course they'd all be together when in a hurry. Listen guys, I'd be glad to fight ya any other day, but I need to get going, so please move. That was clearly not the right thing to say if the purpling of Chinpoku-chan's face was any indication. Let's get him, boys. Oh boy, here we go. Mooks. Okay, I'm strapped for time, so I shouldn't drag this out. It'll take too long to tire em all out, so we'll have to take em down with 1 or 2 strikes each. He got low and centered into his fighting stance. First up is Oshiri-chan. He always comes at me with a charging hook. Whoosh! Like clockwork. While dodging the older man's reckless attack, Izuku delivered a quick hard strike to his solar plexus, knocking the air out his lungs. When he bent over in an attempt to catch his breath, Izuku pirouetted and viciously jabbed his elbow into the man's temple. Oshiri-chan went down like a bag of bricks. Next up is Kogen-chan. He's likely sending a high round at my head. I should duck. Whoosh! After evading the kick, Izuku scrambled toward the man's other leg, using his head to ram his knee at full force. Seeing as his other leg was still off the ground, Kogen-chan was hardly what most would balance, so it was a surprise to no one but himself when the ground suddenly came rushing to meet him. Even more surprising was the fist that rushed towards his face before it all went black. And now Chinpoku-chan, oh there he is coming in with a tackle? Well, that's new. Let's meet him halfway. And so Izuku got to his feet and rushed at the charging man, feeling the heat all the while. Heat move essence of hurdling. As soon as Chinpoku-chan sprung into what would have been a beautiful spear tackle, Izuku leapt over him, kicking the back of the man's head and moving into a mid-air tumble before adjusting and falling to the ground with a graceful landing. Chinpoku-chan hit the pavement hard with a groan, while Izuku ran off shouting, "Alright guys, good fight, see you next week." And he was off while the trio of beaten men that he left behind moaned in pain. Tadaima. Okiri, Izuku, did you have a good day? Yeah, Mom, the show didn't start already, did it? No, not yet. It won't be on for another 10 minutes, so take off your jacket, wash your face, and eat your dinner. Right, slightly winded but incredibly relieved, Izuku took a breath and slid off the station that his uncle gave him. Station, that's what his mom called it. Apparently it was pretty cool to have one when she was a kid. He just liked it because his Gigi gave it to him. And the mask on the back looked just like his tattoo. After putting his station away and eating dinner, Izuku sat on the couch with his mom, waiting for the broadcast to start. Remember to finish packing your bag tomorrow, we're leaving on Sunday. Alright, Mom. And don't forget to pack more than just your manga, you need clean undies and shirts too. Okay, Mom. And don't forget to charge your phone. I was in Shizuoka with your father long enough to know how easy it is to get separated, especially around Suinpu. Got it, Mo? It's starting. On screen, a man in a gray suit with glasses was lowered by a platform towards 2 stages. How are you doing, everybody? It's showtime. I'm your host, Dolce Kamaya. He pointed and spoke with a bountiful supply of energy. Princess League 201X has finally reached its climax. The finals begin now. The audience erupted into cheer. Izuku was getting pretty close to doing the same. Kamaya quickly explained the rules to those in the audience, but Izuku tuned out during that portion. It wasn't all that interesting to him. He already got the gist of it. The 2 contestants in the league would battle it out live in a concert battle to win over the crowd. This would go on for 3 rounds. The contestant that curried enough favor with the crowd by the end of their performance would win that round. Whoever won the final round would win the league for that year. Izuku didn't really care about all that though. He was just waiting for the man to announce the contestants. Let me introduce you to the two top contenders. Starting with this contestant team. A camera panned to one of the darkened stages, revealing a pair of silhouettes standing back to back. Dancing in perfect unison and singing in perfect harmony is this duo's claim to fame. Their popularity has been soaring right out of the gate. With a string of Princess League wins under their belt, it's the Super Idol Unit T-set. A light illuminated the stage, showing the silhouettes to be two pretty brunettes who struck a pose at the sound of being announced. The crowd cheered and the camera went to the other stage where only one silhouette stood. And the talented newcomer who suddenly burst forward to beat out all other challengers. Can this rough-hewn diamond realize her dreams here in the Princess League? Haruka Sawamura. The crowd cheered here as well, and to the amusement of his mother so did Izuku. With introductions out of the way, the show was on and Izuku was blown away. The next morning Izuku spoke on the phone while he packed his bag for the trip he and his mom would be taking the day after. As he packed, his present mic radio played music and the occasional news story behind him on his desk. I know Haruka-nichan was amazing. I didn't doubt that she'd win for a second. Ayako spoke with a laugh from the other side of the call. We didn't either. By the way, did you get your letter ready for that magazine interview yet? Yeah, I've got it right. He took a moment to walk over to his desk and look here on my desk. I'll send it tomorrow when we pass the post office. Our top story is the Sapporo shooting incident early yesterday morning. Hokkaido police have determined the victim was a senior member of Kanto's organized crime syndicate, the Tojo clan. Tojo clan? Crime syndicate? He's been identified as Goro Majima, given the victim's status as member of the largest quirkless crime syndicate in Kanto. Izuku tuned everything out after that point, and his phone fell to the floor as one thought beat out every other and bounced against his skull. Gigi was shot? Oshiro's. Kogan testicles. I've got to say, when I heard you were back in Tokyo and decided to come looking for you, I didn't think I'd find you right on the street. I didn't think you'd come looking for me. Where'd you hear I was back in town anyway? You're kidding, right? Goro Majima, the mad dog of Shimano, is back in town. What? You think people don't talk about shit like that? Wow, with that Tokyo accent of yours, I almost thought you grew up or something. Glad to see the dirty-mouthed brat I sent up to Shizuoka's still kicking. Oh, shut it, don't try and change the subject, a retort said, with no real bite behind it, just a chuckle and the click of a fancy silver lighter before the smell of a cigarette filled his nostrils, a huffy, if the sweet scent were any indicator. I'd ask if you wanted one, but I'm pretty sure you don't want menthols. You're right about that mint shit just didn't suit him. Puff, and the smell, even though she turned away before her exhale filled his nostrils again. So how are you doing after, you know? I see. I'm doing fine. Okay, with less bullshit now. Really, I'm doing just fine. It wasn't gonna last anyway. Dumb to think that it would. Well, glad to see how smart you think I am. That ain't what I meant, and you know it. How can I Goro and I if you don't talk about it? Damn it, Inko. I don't need to talk about it. Alright? I'm just saying it might help you move on, even if just a little bit. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Quoting Confucius at me again? Lao Tzu, actually. Well, if the journey begins with a single step, why don't I start by stepping on outta here? Goro and I. It's not your fault, not completely anyway. What? I heard the rest of the story from Michan. You shouldn't have. Well, no, but she doesn't blame you for it, so you shouldn't either. Catch you later, Inko-chan. And with that, Goro Majima put some cash on the bar's counter to pay the tab and walked out of the bar, while Inko Terasawa looked on, worry written across her face. Midoriya Residence, Mizudafu, Tokyo, 201X. Inko walked to Izuku's bedroom, door tray in hand. It was still closed, most likely locked as well. Knock, knock. Izuku, I made your favorite. She kept her voice soft and quiet. No answer. She hadn't expected any different, but she'd hoped. They'll leave it out here, just put the tray back out when you're done. Putting the tray down in front of the door, Inko stepped away and walked over to her room. She had work to do, and seeing as their trip to Shizuoka was postponed until Izuku was feeling better, there wasn't anything stopping her from getting it done. Especially since she needed a distraction as well. Though if she had stuck around for a few moments longer, she might have seen the door behind her open to reveal a bedraggled, puffy-eyed Izuku Midoriya. He grabbed the tray with nary a word and retreated back into the dark room. It had been over a week since he'd heard that radio broadcast. Head looked up the incident on multiple news sites since, and the stories all added up. Goro Majima was shot and killed in Sapporo, Hokkaido over a week ago, and if he hadn't happened to be near his radio at the time that he likely wouldn't have heard for a while. Tojo Clan. Crime Syndicate. Goro Majima, patriarch of the Majima family. What did it all mean? His uncle could be scary sometimes, but he wasn't a criminal. The Tojo Clan. Head looked them up as well. They were a huge mass of Yakuza families but quirkless. The only family said to be able to rival them was the Omi Alliance in Kansai. But his GG, he wasn't a criminal, he wasn't Yakuza, he wasn't a criminal, he wasn't a bad guy. He took him out to the batting cages and taught him how to hit home runs. He walked him home from school whenever he was in town during the semester. He gave him his stage-in which he wore every day during winter and fall. He couldn't be a bad guy. He couldn't be a criminal. He couldn't be Yakuza. He's not dead. That's right, Gorojiji wasn't dead. He'd walk right through the door and say it was all a big mean prank. They'd laugh and go to Fujisoba and Karaoke-ken again. Taijiji could come too if he was back from wherever he disappeared to for the past 2 years. And then he and Kiryu-san could talk about Harukanichan's performance. Drip. He wasn't crying, there was nothing to cry about. Everything was fine, he was fine, his eyes just hurt because he'd been up too long. He hadn't been telling himself the same few lies every day. That'd be silly. And with that, Izuku laid back on his bed, his tray of katsudon and miso untouched on his desk. 2 days later. Ding dong. They had a visitor. Even from his place under covers, Izuku understood that much of the situation. It wasn't a package, his mom didn't close the door soon enough for that. Wasn't a repairman, he didn't hear boots when the outsider walked in. No, he heard heels clacking as they walked through the doorway. It wasn't long before he heard 2 voices in the living room. Both female, one his mom, the other he didn't know. Couldn't be Aunt Mitsuki, she was out of town. Not Mei-chan, she wouldn't wear heels. So who was in their house? Especially at 10 at night? I should go see. And so for the first time in over a week, Izuku opened his door and walked out of his bedroom. This is a really nice place you have here, Ko-chan. Thank you. Could I offer you a smoke? You liked Huffy, right? I've just opened a new pack and I actually quit a long time ago, so no thanks. So is Hisashi-kun still overseas or dash? What are you doing here, Mirai? Oh, I was in the area and thought I'd drop in. Again with less of the crap this time. Hey, you've always been sharp. And you've always been bad at keeping secrets. Why are you here? Talking to you, of course. Park, stop playing games and tell me why you're in my apartment trying to reconnect with me like a deadbeat parent. I just wanted to see how you were holding up after the news. I'm doing fine. That luggage under your eyes says otherwise. That's because of... Mom? Izuku. I didn't hear you come in. Izuku didn't respond right away, instead turning towards the newcomer in the room and drinking in what he saw. The woman was fair-skinned, pretty too. Her hair was short and dark, parted to the side. It was stylish and functional from what little he knew about hair styling and function. Looking closer at her face, he noticed that she didn't look that much older than his mom, a little more tired though. Her clothes were fancy, but the only things of note were a simple brooch with a cracked green jewel and a brace on her right wrist. She looked familiar, he couldn't remember from where though. Turning to his mom, Izuku asked, "Who's this?" Taken aback slightly by her son's question and presence considering the circumstances, Inko hesitated slightly when answering his question. This is Mirai Park, an old friend of mine. Turning to Mirai, Inko said, "Mirai, this is Izuku, my son." Mirai's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but not enough to notice if you weren't looking for it. And as quickly as her surprise had appeared, it was gone. But Izuku noticed, and he was intrigued. Mirai turned to Izuku and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku-kun." Izuku nodded and bowed slightly, not a word from between his lips. A beat of silence, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. And it all passed when Izuku turned around and walked back to his room. This left 2 remaining adults staring at the spot where he had just left. When they heard the click of a door closing and locking, only then did the 2 women look at each other to resume their conversation. "Inko, we'll talk about it in the morning." "Inko, we need to talk about this. In the morning, I can't deal with this now, so in the morning, please." Mirai, who clearly hadn't expected the conversation to end so abruptly, sighed and nodded. Inko lifted herself out of her seat and said, "You can stay here tonight if you want guest rooms right next to Izuku's. Just look for the door with the All Might sign on it." "Thank you, Inko." "You're welcome, Michan." Later that night, Izuku awoke to the sound of shifting in the room next to his. It was followed by the sound of a door opening and closing softly. It wasn't his mom. Her room was down the hall and her door was always open. Maybe that Mirai lady stayed the night? But it was only 4 in the morning. Where was she going? Bathroom? No, the door didn't open. He would have heard it. Her footsteps were quiet, but he was straining his ears to hear them easily enough. They sounded like they were headed for the Genkan? Mirai slipped her heels onto her feet, slung her purse onto her shoulder, and quietly slinked out the door. Several blocks away, she called a cab, told the dispatcher where she was, and stood on a curb while she waited for it to arrive. She needed to get back to Dinah Chair. She had work to do. Hori was likely holding the fort just fine, and Haruka was most likely learning a lot from Christina, but she needed to be there and not in Inko Midoriya's guest room. She couldn't stay there. She was so bold around her employees, so cold to the world. But against Inko, all of that seemed to fall apart. It only makes sense. He had the same effect, and they've always gotten along well. The thought made her smile wryly. She wanted to talk to Inko about him, the letter she got from him, the one sitting right in her purse, but she wouldn't know how to bring it up. She tried breaking the ice, complimenting her old friend's admittedly nice apartment, offering the cigarettes that they had both loved when they were younger. Inko saw straight through her. And then her son, that cute curly-haired child of hers. It was too much. Mirai acted like she had moved on from the past, but even then seeing that child reminded her of all that she had given up. Everything that deprived herself of in pursuit of a dream that fell apart anyway. Too late to go back now. I made my choice. Snap. Mirai whipped around instinctively at the sound of a twig snapping behind her, pepper spray in hand. It wouldn't do much against most villains, but seeing as she wasn't dead already, it would give her a chance to run somewhere. It was also completely pointless because as she looked down, she saw a head of curly green hair atop a small figure wearing a green stage-in and pajama bottoms. "Oh, Izuku-kun," she put her arm down and slipped the canister of pepper spray back up her sleeve. "What are you doing out here?" "Following you. Kids just say the darndest things." Shrugging that off like it wasn't one the creepiest things she had heard in years, Mirai responded, "Well, you should get back inside now. You shouldn't be out this late." "Neither should you." "Wow, can't beat that logic, can I?" "Why are you out here, Park-san?" "I just needed to get some air." "Is it easier to get air in a taxi?" "I've never been in one, so I wouldn't know." "So he heard that he's a sneaky one." "All right, Izuku-kun, you caught me. I'm going back to Osaka." "Why? Why? You had something you wanted to talk about with my mom, right? Why are you leaving before you can do that?" He heard that too. "It's a complicated issue, to say the least." "Seems pretty simple to me." You're scared." "I beg your pardon?" "You're scared and running away." "And what do I have to be scared of?" "I dunno, I just met you. What do you think you have to be scared of?" That stalled Mirai for a second. What did she have to be afraid of? She was just here to talk to Inko. Inko was her friend. Maybe that's what she was so afraid of. That the friendship she had with Inko was another thing of the past. Another thing she left behind. And the proof of it was the child standing right in front of her. If Haruka was the daughter she'd never had, then Izuku was the son she could never have. The perfect blend of his mother and father with just a little bit of a certain someone mixed in. She wanted that, but because of a mistake that she made years ago, she could never have that. And she had absolutely no one to blame but herself. She could feel herself tremble ever so slightly, but she wouldn't cry. She had run out of tears to cry years ago. She wouldn't cry. She couldn't cry. The thoughts all came to a screeching halt when Mirai felt arms wrapping around her waist and a small warm figure pressing against her in the cold night. And the next words she heard, "It's okay to be scared, it's okay to run. I do that too, but what's important is that we know that we can't be scared forever, right, Mirai Baba?" And Mirai was incredibly confused. "Mirai Baba?" She felt Izuku nod. "You were married to Gigi, right? I saw a picture of you two. Someone else was in it, but you two looked close." She could only remember one picture like that, and that was taken years ago. Where could a 10-year-old have found it? When she asked, she was given the answer. "It fell out of Gigi's wallet when we went to Fujisoba once. I asked who it was, and he said it was a really special girl. I asked my mom what special girl meant, and she told me it meant wife. So he kept it." The thought made her smile while she reached down to hug and grip Izuku back gently with her good hand. And as she heard a car coming around the corner, turning her head and confirming that it was a taxi, she said to Izuku, "Thank you, Izuku." The young boy said, "No problem, Baba. Can you tell Gigi that I said hi if you see him?" And she didn't have the heart to tell him no. When the taxi pulled up to the pair's spot near the curb and she got in, Mirai could only think one thing. Maybe he'll bring Izuku to Haruka's debut. I think he might like that. Inko to hell, I might as well bring them both. After Izuku saw off his aunt, he decided to go back to his room and wait for his Gigi again. He turned around and began walking back home. He made it a block before being stopped by a man who stood in his path. He was tall. He wore a sharp black suit with white pinstripes with a shiny pin on the lapel and fancy steel-tipped dress shoes not too unlike his uncle's boots. He had long dark hair that covered one of his eyes and a spattering of freckles on both of his cheeks. The strangest thing about the man, though, was the vicious grin he wore on his face. It made Izuku feel tense. He didn't like it. "Hello there, you're Izuku Midoriya, correct? Who are you?" "That's not something you should worry about now, my question. Answer mine first and tell me what you want." The man sighed. "Fine, people call me Yamakumo, but you, dear Midoriya-chan, can call me Mikumo Akatani, seeing as well be spending a lot of time together for the foreseeable future." Izuku's fist clenched. "And what do you mean by that?" "What I mean, dear boy, is that you'll be coming with me, but by all means do resist. I'd love to see how a boy trained by the mad dog of Shimano fares in a fight." "I see he's picking a fight." After a week of no action, Izuku was ready for a scrap, and if this weirdo Akatani was willing to give him one, who was he to refuse? So he got low and settled into his fighting stance while Akatani grinned and started walking towards him. "Looks like the pup's got some bite. Let's see if it's enough." And the fight was on. Akatani didn't waste time, quickly closing the distance between himself and Izuku. This startled the boy, who lashed out with a quick punch that was swiftly evaded. "Sloppy Midoriya-chan. Shut up." He attempted to make some distance, jumping away from the man, but that idea was shot when Akatani reached forward and grabbed the boy by the collar of his jacket, dragging him closer and lifting him. He smiled before saying, "Strike one," and tossing the boy into the wall to the side of him. Slam! Izuku's back hit the brick wall so hard that he bounced off of it slightly, with the air knocked out completely out of his lungs. When he hit the ground, he didn't even have time to breathe. Instead, he was forced to roll to the side in order to avoid the axe kick that cracked the pavement where his head was. "Holy crap. Ha ha ha. Strike two, Midoriya-chan. Start doing better. This guy's really annoying. What do you want from me?" Whoosh! He had to duck incredibly quickly to avoid the round that sliced through the air above his head. He hadn't felt danger like this before. The man was skilled, quick, nothing like the thugs had been fighting before. No, this man reminded him of Kiryu-san or his uncle. He couldn't even take time to think. He was running fully on instinct. He could feel the heat in his body rising with every strike he dodged, but it wasn't enough. Maybe I could tire him out? No, this guy's definitely got more skill than Shinpoko-chan and the others. Whoosh! Could I distract him? With what? He dodged a punch coming towards his face. Crack! It hit the wall behind him, smashing the area that it hit and spreading spider web cracks all around it. My God. Come on, Midoriya-chan, considering who trained you, I expected a better fight than this. What? I definitely expected a better fight. After all, I'm the one who shot Goro Majima. He what? You shot Gigi? Akatani grinned. That's right, I'm the man who shot your uncle. He raised his hands in a mocking shrug. Now what are you going to do about it? Izuku saw red. This man shot his uncle. He's the one who shot Gigi. This monster was going to pay. In a rage, a crimson haze flooding his sight, Izuku charged straight at the man, poised and coiled for an attack. Eyes straight ahead, he pet his fist back and punched forward. Akatani dodged to the side. UNF dash, and was hit by the spinning elbow that lodged itself into his side immediately after. If he was put off by that, he didn't show it. No, instead the grin on his face got wider. Nastier. Now that's the spirit. Show me more, Midoriya-chan. With that smile and those words, there seemed to be a wave of foulness that permeated the air. He took a step away and reached for the boy's neck slowly. And Izuku couldn't move. His body was trembling all over. He shook like a thin branch in the gusts of a harsh storm. Is this his quirk? Had never felt like this before. Had been afraid before, but that fear wasn't like this. No, this fear. It was the fear of death. I don't want to die, Kiryu-san. Gigi, mom, dad, help please. Izuku couldn't even scream out for help. All he could do was tremble and stare as the man's gloved hands reached closer and closer until bzzzztt. Hands mere centimeters from Izuku's throat. Akatani rolled his eyes and pulled away. Reaching into his pocket and pulling out a phone, he said to Izuku, just a second, Midoriya-chan, I have to take this. Izuku couldn't respond even if he wanted to. Akatani flipped his phone open, greeting the person on the other side. Moshi Moshi, what's that? You're already done? Kyuso, I was just starting to have some fun. Fine, it'll be right around HM. He turned his eyes to Izuku, who still stood frozen in fear, and a conspiratorial smile curled upon his face while he lifted his finger in a shushing gesture. No, I haven't caught the kid. Apparently some of our intel was off. Yeah, I ran into a little punk. I took care of him, but he's not quite who we're looking for. What? Are you doubting me? Oh, you're not? Sure as hell sounds like you are. Listen, be in the damn car and ready to go when I get there, otherwise we'll be having a little bit more than words. Bye. Click. Huffing and turning to Izuku with an exasperated grin, Akatani said, lackeys these days, am I right? Okay, Midoriya-chan, so hey race, the deal, I was supposed to have you come with me, and we were going to take a little trip. That was the plan. I'm changing that plan because I was having such a great time before we were interrupted, so we're going to play a little game now, yay. He gave a little clap with his cheer. Hey race, how the game's going to work? He pointed to himself. Here am going to take something of yours with me so far. Good, so you are going to find me. Do it quick enough, well, have a rematch and you'll get it back, no problem. Well, that's under the assumption that you find it quick enough. Now the game starts as soon as I leave. Can't have you seeing my hiding place after all, but don't worry, before I go I'll give you a hint. Listen closely now. Ahem, meet me at the place where the Shogun rests under Holahawk and Tamaru. Shogun? Holahawk? Tamaru? What does any of that have to do with anything? Akatani got up and began to walk away. So you've got your clue and your time limit's 2 days. I'll be taking my leave. Make sure to count to 100 before you come looking for me, Gianni. Midoriya-chan. He turned a corner and he was gone. And as soon he was, Izuku fell to the ground gasping for breath. He wanted to puke. He wanted to cry and puke. Head never fought someone with a quirk before. He hadn't felt helpless in years. Head certainly never felt helplessness like that. Kaken had never been terrifying like that. He didn't know how long he stayed like that, only that he needed to get moving. Dash. He forced down bile while pulling himself to his feet. Oh, Mom. He had to get home. Had to tell his mom about that man. Had to go somewhere where things made sense again. With his destination and thoughts all bouncing around in his mind, Izuku began to stumble back home. Minutes later, Izuku stopped in front of his apartment building. There were police cars with red flashing lights outside, people looking and trying to see what was going on while being shooed away by the officers on the scene. Izuku ignored them. He ignored the sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach as well. He walked forward past the officers and onlookers and towards the stairs. As he began to walk up, one of the officers on the scene noticed the young boy and moved to stop him, rushing forward and reaching out to grab him. Hey, stop right there. Whoosh! When he pulled back, he was surprised to find no one there and the boy already halfway up the stairs. Izuku just kept moving along. Up the stairs. Past Tsukachi-san's apartment. Past Dojima-san's. And right to his. There stood several police officers and men in suits. One of them was one he recognized. It was Tsukachi-san. He was talking with the other men in suits and it seemed pretty grim. But why are they here? More importantly to him, where's Mom? He walked in through the door and looked around. The place was a mess. Things thrown around, broken, and, is that BLD? In several different places Izuku could see it. Crimson red sanguine dripping from the counter. On the wall, falling from a knife embedded in it. Pooled on the ground with strands of long green hair. Oh my God. Izuku could feel the bile creeping up again. He covered his mouth. He felt someone pulling him back. He let them. His vision was swimming. His ears were ringing. He wasn't in the apartment anymore. Tsukachi-san was in front of him. He was saying something, but Izuku couldn't hear what it was over the ringing. He opened his mouth likely to ask him. It was, he said. All that came out was vomit. And then, darkness. Whether going ahead or staying behind, it is all the same. I am unable to take you with me, so it seems that this is where we must part. Lord Tokugawa's death poem. Okay, that's nice, but where were you buried, Shogun-sama? And what does it have to do with Hollyhock and Tamaru? I have only 5 hours left. Izuku flipped through his biography on Tokugawa Ieyasu. It was lucky that he had been reading up on the man before the trip he and his mom were supposed to take. It was luckier still that he managed to get Tsukachi-san to pilfer it from his room along with a change of clothes. The man was a detective now, and until they could get a hold of someone to take care of him, his guardian. That was fine with him. The detective had managed to get the boy set up in an old interrogation that wasn't being used anymore and was bringing him food as well. Speaking of food and Tsukachi-san. Qurik, Midoriya-kun, I've brought you some lunch. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Slam. Izuku heard the sounds of the man coming closer, setting something down on the table in front of him. He didn't have to look away from his reading to know that the man had gone to Smile Burger. Head recognized the scent of a small mite meal anywhere. Uttering a quiet thanks and pulling a burger from the bag, Izuku dog-eared the page he was reading before closing the book and asking Tsukachi a question that Head been asking for a day and a half. Have you found her yet? Tsukachi sat across from the boy and set the small stack of files that Head been holding down on the table before answering. Not yet. We've identified a few people from eyewitness reports and have warrants for their arrest. If anyone sees them, well, know immediately. What about Akatani? Who is he? Tsukachi pulled what looked to be the thickest file that he had from the stack and slid it across the table to Izuku, who opened it up and began to skim the first page. Mikumo Akatani, age 23, patriarch of the Yamakumo clan, a subsidiary of the Omi alliance. Apparently they're made up of old members of another family called the Goryu clan, but that's hardly important now. What is important is that he shouldn't even be here in Mizudafu. He said he was here for me. Yes, you told us that, but we don't know why exactly. Are there any heroes on the lookout? Tsukachi looked at him, eyes awash with pity. Well, we're trying, and we've gotten a few locals on the line. A lot of the heroes wanted to help, but they're also incredibly busy. Izuku watched the man's eyes flash silver at the final statement. His stomach turned. Is that really how things were? Mizudafu wasn't all that dangerous. A villain would attack here and there, but overall it was mostly quirkless crime on the streets. UA was literally right up the hill, a short train ride or a taxi away. But this is how it goes. Not all men are created equal, and those that are lesser get thrown away. Head learned that at age 4, but had never been truly able to apply it until that point. The point where it all sat right in his face. After the news that his uncle was shot, Izuku sat by the radio for hours upon hours. He waited for something more. More news on what happened. He flipped from station to station just waiting. But just like his uncle, no news came. The world just moved on. No heroes on the case. Didn't seem like the police cared, not really. It was just a quick broadcast and then nothing. And so he waited for an uncle who was never going to come. Not all men are created equal, and those that are lesser need to work twice as hard as the norm. So he would. He wrapped the half-eaten burger in his hand and put it down on the table before picking his book back up and opening it to the page that he had dog-eared. He never noticed the worried look on Tsukachi's face. 350 years after the shogun's death, a flower bed in the shape of his crest was made using tamariu and white and brown gravel at his castle in Sunpu. See image at bottom of page. It is a common misconception that this is where the shogun was buried, when in fact his resting place is. Izuku skipped the rest of the text, gaze shooting straight towards the bottom of the page. Bed of tamariu and the shogun's crest, the hollyhock. Meet me at the place where the shogun rests under hollyhock and tamariu. That's not where he was buried, but people think it is, so that where he rests. So that means. Tearing that page out of the book and closing it, Izuku slid his chair back and stood up. Tsukachi-san, I need to go to the bathroom. The detective looked up from a file that had been skimming. Oh sure, it's just down the hall, just give me a sec, it'll take yo. No. Tsukachi jumped slightly at the boy's rise in volume. Izuku composed himself and quickly explained himself, saying, I'd rather go alone, I can find it myself. At that he turned and walked towards the door. He muttered a soft thank you before opening it and heading off down the hall. Never noticing the perturbed frown on Tsukachi's face. The bathroom was just at the end of the hall, and in it a window in the cornermost stall. That was good. At the very least he wouldn't have to try his chances walking out the front door. Okay, up and out, right? Walking to the stall and closing the door, Izuku looked up towards the window. Yep, up and out. A quick climb atop the toilet and then a hop and Izuku was on the windowsill. He pushed the window open and was quickly greeted with the sight of iron bars. Of course. He could feel frustration and panic building. He needed to get out. He needed to get out soon. If he didn't, Tsukachi was going to come looking. He grabbed onto two of the bars and started shaking them. Come on, come loose. When he felt that that wasn't working, he shook harder. He could feel the heat in his body building. Come on, come loose, damn it. And a moment later he was still holding the bars. But they no longer connected to wall. And the bits of the wall that they had been connected to were slowly crumbling onto the asphalt below. He dropped the bars and clambered out the window after them, falling to the ground with a soft thud. In a crouch. Okay, first home, then incoming mom. Sneaking in and out of the apartment was easy enough. He was only there for two things, and they were both in his room. Now he just needed to hop on a train. Closest station was Tatooine and make his way to... Hey brat. Damn it, not now. He started walking faster. Don't ignore me, you little prick. And faster still. He heard a frustrated growl and 3 sets of hurried footsteps behind him. Whoosh! He quickly ducked under the fist that came flying at the back of his head. He knew exactly who it belonged to and felt no remorse when he swung around and lodged his fist into their stomach. Kogen-chan fell with a pained groan and the wind knocked out of him. He stared down Oshiri-chan and Shinpoko-chan, who stopped in their tracks. Oshiri-chan looked towards his leader, who looked back at him before he came charging at Izuku with a fury in his eyes. Shinpoko-chan stayed rooted to his spot. When Oshiri-chan got close, he threw a punch, which Izuku moved to avoid. Thwack! Before catching a kick to his side and flying off to the side. A faint thud. He hit his head after he fell. Blood filled half of his vision as it spilled from his split crown. I got him. Oshiri-chan couldn't seem to believe his eyes. While he was seemingly stunned, Izuku picked himself and rushed at him with unbelievable speed. Crack! It took a moment for Oshiri-chan to realize that his nose was broken as it began to bleed, and he fell back too shocked to scream or even groan. Izuku turned to Shinpoko-chan, who seemed rooted to the spot that he had been standing in that entire, and advanced. Shinpoko-chan looked like he wanted to run or scream or do anything that would get the boy away from him. But he couldn't do anything but stare. Good, then listen close, I'll only say this once. He leaned in really close and whispered in the man's ear before he got up. And walked away, leaving 3 men, one groaning on his back, another bleeding on his ass, and the last wide-eyed with a dark stain at the front of his pants. On his way to Tatooine Station, Izuku was stopped once more. This time by another familiar face. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Crap. Tsukachi-san, what are you doing here? That's my line. I was worried when you didn't come back from the bathroom, so I went to check on you. Imagine my shock when I saw the window open and the bars taken off of it. Tsukachi-san, please list. No, Midoriya-kun, you listen to me. I know you're worried about mom, and I know you're frustrated. Tsukachi-san. Tsukachi raised a hand and Izuku stopped talking. But you should have told me. What? Midoriya-kun, you're a good kid, a really good kid. You help just anybody who asks, and you almost never ask anything in return, and your mother's always been good to me. If you would have asked, I would have helped. Why do you think I set you up in that interrogation room? I wouldn't pull those strings for just anybody, you know, so please, Midoriya-kun, talk to me. I want to help. Izuku looked the man in the eyes and saw them flash gold. He nodded and pulled the page from the book out of his pocket, showing it to the man. Alright, so I think I found where they went. Akatani said something about meeting him at the place where the shogun rested under Halahawk and Tamariu. I kept thinking it was the place where he was buried, but that's not it. It's the place where people think he's buried with his crest, the Halahawk made out of Tamariu. Tsukachi's eyes widened. So that means... Izuku nodded, his gaze steely. That's right, Akatani took my mother to Ayasu Tokugawa's castle, and he'll be going to get her back. You mean... That's right, I'm going to Shizuoka, and I want you to come with me, Tsukachi-san. I'm sorry that I couldn't do more about that cut, Midoriya-kun. Don't worry about it, it's not bleeding anymore, so it's fine. Tap, tap. Izuku ran his fingers along the gauze on his forehead. Before they got on the road to get to Shizuoka, Tsukachi was adamant that Izuku at least let him clean and bandage the cut he had gotten from his earlier scuffle. Izuku felt fine and wanted to get going immediately, but the detective wouldn't budge. It didn't take long for him to cave. It took even less time for Tsukachi to get the boy mended and on the road. And there they were, an hour away from Shizuoka. An hour away from mom. It would be great news if they weren't stuck in traffic, with Tsukuchi incessantly tapping his finger on the steering wheel. They had just over 2 hours left. Tap, tap, tap. It would have been faster by train. We should have gone by train. Why didn't we go by train? Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi snapped him out of his thoughts. Yeah. WHYD you go back to your apartment. HM? You knew where you had to go and I know for a fact that you knew how to get there from the precinct so WHYD you head back to your apartment? You know the active crime scene. Didn't feel all that active. It was almost embarrassingly easy for him to slip in and out. The few cops on the scene didn't notice a thing. Okay, that's a lie. He did end up getting grabbed by an officer who happened to notice him on his way out. He elbowed the guy in the nads and ran before the word could get out. It would probably be a bad idea to mention that to Tsukachi-san though. I had to go grab a couple of things before I took off. And those things were. He started to tap his finger even more quickly on the steering wheel. Tap, 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 tap. Izuku sighed, opening his station and pulling 2 items out of the inner pocket. Seeing that it would be a while before the congested traffic on the highway began to flow again, Tsukachi stopped tapping on the steering wheel to see what Izuku had pulled out. Okay, an amulet and an old lighter, what do you need those for exactly? Pocketing the items once more and buttoning his station again, Izuku scratched the back of his head and said, well, I don't exactly need them, something just didn't feel right about leaving them behind. Some really important people gave them to me. I feel safer having them than not. At the end of his explanation, he patted the pocket where he put the amulet and lighter, smiling softly as he did it. Tsukachi didn't broach the subject any further, simply nodding and turning back to the still congested traffic ahead. Tsukachi-san? Tsukachi turned his gaze towards Izuku to see the boy fidgeting slightly. Something wrong? If it's the bathroom, I'm afraid you'll have to hold it. He gestured to the road ahead. And no, I just want to ask if I could take another look at that file on Akatani? Oh yeah, sure. It was lucky that he had the presence of mind to throw the Yamakumo clan files in the backseat of the car before he went to cut off Izuku at the station. He handed the thick file to Izuku, receiving a thanks from him before turning back towards the road. The still heavily congested road. Tap, 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 tap. What the hell is this traffic? Is there a 30-car pileup down there or something? Izuku ignored his neighbor's grooming frustration in favor of reading the file in his hands. Mikumo Yamakumo Akatani, age 23, patriarch of the Omi Alliance's Yamakumo clan, indicted for several different charges of assault, fraud, public intoxication, kidnapping, obstruction of justice, and murder. Izuku felt his BLD run cold. Tsukachi quickly moved to reassure the boy. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, I'm sure she's fine. The boys at the lab indicated that none of the BLD on the scene was hers, and her fingerprints were the only set on that knife. Thanks, Tsukachi-san. He began to read again. All charges but the assault charge were dropped. He was only 10, but his mom had kept up with enough court cases for him to understand that getting even one of those charges dropped was a big deal. Who was his lawyer? Ryuichi Naruhodo. All that aside, there was something he needed to know. He flipped one page, skimmed that, and repeated the process. When he saw that it wasn't what he was looking for, he continued on with this for about 10 more pages, but he still couldn't find what he was looking for. Where's his? Tsukachi-san? Yes, Midoriya-kun? Tap, 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 tap. Izuku could swear that the detective's finger was starting to smoke at the speed that he was tapping it against the steering wheel. I can't find his quirk registration form. Did the record guys forget it? Quirk registration FO? His voice tapered off as he seemed to understand the question he was asked. Midoriya-kun, maybe you should check the first page again, really take a look at the bottom of it. The bottom? Flipping back to the first page of the file, Izuku's gaze shot to the bottom. There he saw a box with words noted, proficiencies and behaviors typed just above it. It read, Akatani shows lack of empathy for most human beings, often mocking and belittling those that he assaults, though as shown from his disposition during his detainment and succeeding trial, he is a well-spoken individual capable of taking control of a situation with a few well-placed words and a smile. Physically, he has been shown to be adept in hand-to-hand combat, skilled enough to defeat a well-known vigilante while being quirkless. Izuku didn't even feel the need to read anything after that. Quirkless, he's quirkless? But there's no way he's quirkless, no way at all. And as he came to grips with the thought of someone so monstrous being quirkless, traffic began to move again. They had an hour and 30 minutes before the day was over. Shizuoka Cho Police Station. Why are we here? Because we're out of my jurisdiction and the Yamakumo clan is a few hundred men strong. We're wasting time, we only have 30 minutes left, and we're here, we need to dash. We need some backup before walking into what I'm almost sure is a trap. But, Midoriya-kun, you're 10. Admittedly, it would be shocking that you made it this far without someone with you, but I'd imagine that a nutcase like Akatani would jump at the chance for some easy pickings, and if I lost you and your mother on my watch. Tsukachi-san. Please just trust M. VVVRRR. VVVRRR. The sound came from Izuku's pocket. VVVRRR. Izuku pulled his phone out of his pocket, looking at the caller ID as he did, and his eyes widened. He showed it to Tsukachi and his eyes widened as well, because on the little LED display it read Mom. Tsukachi quickly got control of the situation. Answer it. What? Answer it. I'm going inside to grab an officer. Why can't I come inside with you? Because if that's who I think it is, we won't want to make it obvious that we're at a police station. Izuku didn't question the man any further, simply flipping the phone and pressing the answer button. Moshi Moshi. Midoriya-chan. How are you doing? Akatani. So cold, I figured I'd give you a call, time's just about up after all. You got your facts wrong, the shogun wasn't laid to rest under Hollyhock and Tamariu. Bah! You understood my meaning, at least the spirit of the shogun lies here at least, so I assume you've made it into Shizuoka, okay? Glad to hear it. For that much you deserve a reward, so if you'll just wait a moment, I have someone here who'd very much like to speak to you, someone who I'd imagine that you very much want to speak to as well. There was a bit of noise from the other side of the line, footsteps, a door opening, two voices speaking to each other before it suddenly settled, and there was a new voice speaking to him. A far more familiar voice. Hello? Mom? Izuku, is that you? Is that really you? Mom, it's me, are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you? Are you safe? Please tell me you're safe. I'm safe. With Tsukachi-san, he's inside grabbing a police officer, will be there soon. What do you mean you'll be here so? She was quickly cut off as the sound of the phone switching hands was heard. Midoriya-chan, I am shocked and hurt right now. Put her back on. You know, I don't think I will. Give the phone back to my mother, Akatani. I don't think you're in any position to be making demands of me, Midoriya. The playful lilt to his tone had disappeared completely. This game was between you and I, the rules were clearly laid out before you, and there's no mention, I repeat, no mention of you getting outside in this game. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't, the words kept getting caught in his throat. So it seems he'll have to incur a penalty. Izuku didn't like the sound of that. Click. He recognized that sound. Had heard it in his training with both his uncle and Kiryu. He didn't like the fact that he was hearing it then. Midoriya-san, I'm sorry about this, but I'm afraid that your son's broken the rules of our game, so I have to punish him. Please don't take this personally. What are you? Bang. Izuku could feel his heart drop into his stomach. No, this can't be happening. This is what happens when you don't follow the rules. A hero hopeful should know better. Mom? I'm not so cruel as to leave you out in the cold without a consolation, so I'll say this: if you get here quick enough, you might be able to bring her body back with you. Feel free to bring your friends, I'll be bringing mine. And the line went dead. And Tsukachi, with a local officer in tow, arrived back at the car to see Izuku holding the phone to his ear, tears streaming down his face and a single word on his lips. Mom. A hero hopeful should know better. Bang. This is what happens when you don't follow the rules. Midoriya-kun. What are you? Bang. This is what happens. Follow the rules. Bang. Bang. Don't. Bang. 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 Follow the rules. Bang. This is what happens. Midoriya-kun. Izuku's head snapped up, looking into the worried eyes of Tsukachi. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Tsukachi hesitated for a moment. He opened his mouth to say something before snapping it shut again. He shook his head and cleared his throat before saying, the police down here in Shizuoka are getting a team put together. Luckily your phone had been auto-recording your conversation with Akatani. That was more than evidence to move on him. Bang. Izuku twitched. We also have a few local heroes on their way. There's not a ton since the crime rate is so low here in Shizuoka, but it's something it should take a few hours or so before they're in position. A few hours? Yeah, a few hours. Tsukachi-san, we're less than 10 minutes away from the bastard. The bastard, and who knows how many members of his family. Midoriya-kun. What if he gets away? We won't let that happen. If it does, it won't, trust me. Last time I did that, it got my mom killed. Tsukachi flinched slightly. Izuku stared on. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. Sorry won't bring her back. And rushing straight into danger will? Izuku's glare was smoldering, Tsukachi's was steely. The stare down was only broken by the sound of someone clearing their throat off to the side. The pair turned their heads to see the officer that Tsukachi had initially brought out to help. Excuse me, Tsukachi-san? Yes? We need to see you inside the station for a moment. A few things came up with the operation. I'll be right there. He turned back to Izuku with a look that said in no uncertain terms, well, continue this later. TCH. What happens when don't follow the rules? Should know better. Follow the rules. Don't. What happens when you don't follow the rules? Bang. Fine, I want. And so Izuku hopped out of the car and began to leave the lot. He didn't get more than several steps before being stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya-kun. You want stop me, Tsukachi? Not planning to get in the car. Izuku turned around and looked in the man's eyes, seeing a flash of gold. He was back in the car in seconds. What made you change your mind? Tsukachi took a moment to answer. I'm sorry. That doesn't answer my question. I bungled that situation. I don't know what I was thinking I could have done. I should have done things differently. Tsukachi-san. Izuku took a breath. Tsukachi-san, what made you change your mind about waiting? The detective sighed. Midoriya-kun, if we were to wait, we'd be waiting forever. Huh? According to the officers here, it's a bit of a delicate subject. Not only are there more Yamakumo clan members than there are officers here, they're also holed up in Suinpu Castle, a place filled with civilians. What if they take hostages? He hadn't thought of that. There's a lot of protocol that needs to be followed for an operation as big as that, and that's ignoring the fact that we want to get heroes on the scene too. Paperwork, tactical planning, coordination with prefectural headquarters. It would take days. Most likely we don't have days. I'd go so far as to say that we don't even have hours, so I figure that the easiest way to do this, no, easiest is a bit misleading, the quickest way to do this is just the two of us going in and fighting our way through. Won't they just shoot on sight? Tsukachi shook his head. Not likely. Well, if it were just me then definitely, but with you there they'd probably keep their hands off of whatever guns they've got. What makes you say that? Tell me, Midoriya-kun, what did Akatani say to you the night that he fought you? That I would be coming with him. Not that he wanted you dead or anything like that. No, nothing like that. Then that's it. I'm not following. If he wanted you dead he would have done it then, and there he wanted you for something, and I feel like this little game of his might have been something off the cuff. Apparently some of our intel was off. Chim. I was supposed to have you come with me and we were going to take a little trip. You know, Tsukachi-san. But you can call me Mikumo Akatani, seeing as well be spending a lot of time together for the foreseeable future. I think you might be right. They turned another corner. Izuku hardly even noticed the time passing before seeing their target. Suinpu Castle. They were there. Izuku and Tsukachi stopped a ways down the street from the castle. Well, Castle Park would be more accurate. The place was an attraction for tourists and locals alike. That was hardly important though. What was important was the group of men in black who stood near the Higashigamen, only parting for a black car to pass through and over the bridge. Izuku stared through the windows. Akatani wasn't there. Good. Midoriya-kun, are you ready? Yeah. Alright, let's see if we can get in through one of the other entrances and surprise them. No, we go in straight through the Higashi. I had a feeling you'd say that. I don't hear a no. Would you listen if you did? Probably not. Well, there you go. I'm trusting you, Midoriya-kun. Let's go get them. Despite the situation, Izuku found the corner of his lips twitching upward. Yeah, let's. Tsukachi shrugged off his overcoat and suit jacket, leaving only his vest on, and the two were off towards the gate. As they walked, Tsukachi rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, showing off a strong pair of forearms. We need to figure out where Akatani is. Well, I figure those guys know. Why don't we ask then? Sure they'll answer? Maybe if we ask really nicely. Alright, I'll follow your lead, Midoriya-kun. They weren't far from the men in black when Izuku called out to them. I assume you're with Akatani? The men didn't say anything, not to the approaching pair at least. Instead they whispered to each other and pointed, coming to an agreement about something if their nods were any indication. They'll take that as a yes. Here, another question for you. Where is he? The pair didn't stop their approach. Tsukachi spoke up. If you speak up now, we won't beat ya into a coma. Nice bluff, Tsukachi-san. Nice Kansai accent too. The men at the gate clearly didn't appreciate his bluff or accent for that matter. Several of them began to charge the duo with the others hanging back. Don't kill the kid. Let's do this, Tsukachi-san. You've got it, Midoriya-kun. The pair charged right back across the two, meeting at the middle of the bridge. Izuku found himself standing in front of one of them, one that wasn't much taller than he, and took the initiative. He jumped up and thud. The guy was rattled after receiving a devastating hook to the chin. Yamakumo clan. Thud. Ah. Splash. Off to the side, it seemed that Tsukachi had handled two of the members that charged him, with one lying on the bridge and the other splashing around in the moat. That left one more, a heavyset one who he was grappling with and losing the grapple. Let's give him a hand. Cooperative heat move, essence of foul play. With a speed that he was only vaguely aware was unnatural without a quirk, Izuku was across the bridge and swinging from the heavyset man's neck. Tsukachi-san, get the hell off of me, brat. He tried shaking Izuku off of him, but the boy just held on tighter. Get off a Mak. Crack. Izuku's knee ended up in the man's right rib cage, likely breaking something if the noise were any indicator. Thwack. Crack. And Tsukachi drove his elbow into the man's nose, definitely breaking it. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Don't mention it. He turned towards the group at the gate. Now who's next? And the group charged. Tsukachi took a grounded stance with his arms in front of his face and torso. Izuku just took his usual stance, left arm loose at his side, right arm crossed in front of him. Izuku was vaguely aware of a few bystanders a ways away from them gawking at the sight that they just had witnessed, but that didn't matter. They were ready to rock. Thud. As the last thug fell, Izuku and Tsukachi stepped through the gate. Okay, now we actually need to find Akutani. Well, I'm pretty sure he's in the tower. Tower? Izuku pointed up towards the tower on the other side of the castle. Neat how Dia figure he's there? He's a narcissistic asshole, and that's probably the most important building in the park. Good detective work, and diction points off for the expletive though. Let's go. They made it several steps before being confronted by 10 more Yamakumo members. And the thunderous sound of score more behind them. Izuku turned to Tsukachi. Split up and meet at the tower? Split up and meet at the tower. And they both proceeded to run in opposite directions. Don't get shot. You either. And the two groups of Yamakumo members split into 5 members, each took off after the two. Izuku ran onto a path, his 5 pursuers hot on his heels. Okay, that's the Higashigamen Square over there. Over there. Get him. Go left. He veered left and kept up the speed. All that time he spent running away from his uncle was really paying off that moment. Okay, that's the Nainamaru Bridge over there. I should be going past the engraved stones pretty soon. It was darker out, but he could see the wall with the engravings in it with his discerning eye. If I keep on the path, I should end up right in front of the tower. Stop there, brat. Izuku took a hard right onto the path towards the sunken garden. He could feel himself sink slightly as he got further onto the wet and muddy ground. He could hear the sound of footsteps behind him rumbling like rolling thunder. And in front. We've got you now. Fine if that's how you want to play it. He skidded to a stop and looked around. There were over 30 of them. They stood at his flank where they'd just been snapping at his heels and in his path, walling off his way forward. But the tower was so close to Akutani was right there. He couldn't let him get away. He wouldn't. There were only 2 words that he could think of to strengthen his resolve. 2 words that he had heard from his Gigi time and time again during most of the awful situations that he found himself in. FRK it. He took his stance once more and shouted at the top of his lungs, whoever wants to die first, step right up. And they took that challenge. One set upon him in an attempt to grab him. An attempt that was swiftly evaded and countered with an even swifter punch to the gut. He didn't have time to catch his breath as 2 more tried their luck at restraining the boy, launching themselves at him in an attempt to catch him off guard. Izuku ran to meet them. Heat move, essence of hurdling. He jumped up and kicked off the back of one of the pair, sending him to the ground hard with his partner stumbling over him and falling as well. And Izuku landed quickly with a roll, getting ready to get back up and keep fighting. Thwack! Before his head snapped up after taking a savage kick to the chin which lifted him a foot off the ground. He would have tried to recover, but before he could, a fist plowed into his cheek, snapping his head to the side. And he flew. No, it'd be more accurate to say that he cut through the air for several feet until he hit the ground hard, rolling a few times for good measure before he settled on his stomach near a mikan tree. He could feel something seeping down his forehead. Moments later his eye stung, and the left half of his vision filled with red. His cut must have opened up again. His head was throbbing and he felt warm and cold at the same time. He could hear voices drifting in and out. W.U.L.D. I'm to the boss. Etsy looks, ready ad. O.U.K. Suzuki? I get ya a rink. No. He looked up to see the tower again. It was so close. Akatani was just so close. His vision was starting to fade and blur and swim and mix. The red half of his vision could see past the tower towards the moon. It was such a pretty shade of crimson. It was almost comforting. The throbbing was clearing slightly. He could feel. Maybe it wouldn't so bad to just lie down for a little. Izu-chan. He snapped out of his thoughts quickly. He knew that voice. Izu. He knew that one too. His eyes searched wildly for both, everything coming back into perfect clarity. Izu-chan, Izu. Where are you? Over here, Izu-chan. Look here, Izu. Where? He was starting to lose the clarity, his vision beginning to swim again. Where are you? He needed to find them, needed to see them. Needed to. His eyes stopped their frantic search as he stared straight ahead. Mere meters away he saw them. Mere meters away they stood smiling. Mere meters away Izuku could see his mom and Gigi. His mom looked almost radiant in the moonlight, her green locks the same shade as his swayed slightly as she breathed. She had an almost otherworldly glow to her. His uncle, he stood there with the same wide smile that he always had when he saw him. He waved, his jacket shimmering with his own glow in the night. He reached forward, gripping the ground in front of him, and pulled his body after. He reached forward again with his other hand and repeated the process. And he did it again, and again, and again. He could feel the wet grass and mud sticking to his pants, but he didn't care. He pulled again and again and again until he was halfway there. And then they turned and pointed. His eyes followed where they were pointing to, only to find the tower. And when he turned back to where his mother and uncle stood, they were gone. A hero hopeful should know better. My number one hero. Even greater than All Might. Soon to be first quirkless hero. Little hero. Saves everyone with a smile. Tower, gotta get to the tower, gotta get to Akatani. Gotta. He felt a hand reaching towards him. Where do you think you're going, bruh? Crack. Ah. The Yamakumo grunt found three of his fingers twisted the wrong way, gripped in the hand of the still prone child. He attempted to wrench them free, let me go, only to find himself in more pain as the grip around his dislocated fingers tightened. Hee. The sound was strange. Hee. It was high-pitched. Hee-hee-ha. It was coming from the boy on the ground as he shook. He rose slowly, shoulders still shaking, taking time to plant his unoccupied hand on the ground below him. He gave a slight push and rose to his knees, facing away from the men standing behind him. From there he took to one knee. He still shook with laughter. He still held on tightly to the man's fingers while the man in question was almost in tears. He twisted further before letting go, and the thug fell forward, cradling his now broken fingers. Izuku stared at him for a moment before turning away to look at the score of men behind him. He stood tall in the pale moonlight, his green jacket, like most of his front, caked in mud. He stared at them, one eye open, an emerald glinting amidst more mud and BLD. And one thing that they couldn't but notice was plastered across his muddy, bull-eyed face was a big, bright smile. Izuku had a smile wide enough to split his face. He could feel his skin crawling as the heat in his body rose. He could see the Yamakumo members staring at him, eyes wide. So many of them towered over him before, but now as he watched them start to tremble at the sight of him, he felt like a giant. In the back of his mind, Izuku wondered if this was what Akatani felt that night that he kidnapped his mother. Akatani need to get to Akatani. He scanned the crowd of Yakuza again before he let his eye, the one that he bled into, was clenched shut, rest on one of the men directly in front of him. They all stood behind and seemed to defer to him. He was probably a lieutenant or something similar. Had read about them while he was looking into his uncle's murder. Yamakumo-chan, I've got a question for ya. The captain that he had singled out snapped to attention. What is it? How many of you? His BLDY grin grew wider here, and he could feel the skin crawling feeling only increase by second. Are willing to die for your boss? He could see a lot of their faces pale. That was good. He needed fear for this to work. He took a step forward. They took a step back. He took another step forward. They took another step back. Let's make this work. He stared them down again, letting the smile drop from his face. He opened his mouth and spoke plainly, Jayama de Nikubukuro. As firm a grip as he seemed to have on them before saying that line, it disappeared, and the feeling of his skin crawling ceased as well. They charged him altogether, and he charged them right back. He ran at the lieutenant who led the group in their charge and was struck by a flash of on-the-fly inspiration. Only got one shot, let's make it work. He continued his run and waited until he was just a few feet away from the leader of the pack before dropping into a sliding tackle and sliding through the legs of the pack leader. He could feel it, the heat was coursing through him at full force. He could do it. Climax heat move, essence of crowd control. He popped up quickly right in front of a Yakuza that was still running. Before he could react to the boy's sudden appearance in front of him, Izuku scrambled up the man's body and delivered a vicious headbutt to the bridge of his nose. Crack. Fuck. He pulled back and did it again. Thwack. He quickly kicked off of the man, springing backwards and flying into the lieutenant who was positioned in front of his first victim. Arm hooked around the man's neck, he began to swing around, legs flying and striking anyone within reach. Roku. Thwack. Ichi. Whack. After hitting a few more people, he used all of his momentum to bring down his human swing post with a slam. Q. It's a good thing that he watched so much wrestling with Tai Chi. Some of those American wrestlers were so acrobatic. He had taken down half a dozen Yakuza with that one move. That had stopped all of the others advancing in their tracks. He could feel it again, that feeling of his skin crawling. It came back in full force with a bit of extra kick. And if he could feel it, he was sure that they could too. He looked at them again, and there it was. That hesitance in their eyes, hesitance that sat by just the tiniest bit of fear. Good, I can't waste any more time. Planting one foot on the back of the Yakuza that he just slammed, Izuku turned his attention to the remaining but now stock-still Yakuza in front of him. When he spoke clearly to all of them. Yamakumogumi. He could see them tense. Look and listen closely. This guy's a lieutenant, ain't he? They all remained silent. Ain't he? They all jumped and nodded so quickly in affirmation that a battalion of bobbleheads would be jealous. So if I could do this to him so quickly, he grinned again and swept his gaze across the men as a number of them gulped audibly. Just imagine what I could do to you. And that was the nail in the coffin. The remaining kicked up dust as they ran, not even looking back to entertain the thought of retrieving their fallen comrades. And with that, Izuku could advance to the tower. It was a short walk to the tower from the sunken garden, however short, it was though the feeling of his skin crawling, that foulness wouldn't go away. It dogged him with every step that he took. The heat had died down a little bit as well, while it had been a roaring inferno mere moments before it dimmed to something a little less than a candle light. The tower was right there, just a few steps in front of him. Tsukachi wasn't there, but he could hardly go and search around the entire park. Akatani was so close, he was going to get to Akatani and end this. Catch up, Tsukachi-san, please. He walked to the doors of the tower and pushed. Creak. And inside there was nothing, no suits of armor or exhibits, not even a stone floor. There was nothing but the echoing sound of his quarry's voice. My answer is no, he sounded serious, deathly so. A beat of silence. Izuku began to encroach upon the area that he heard the voice from. Why? Because it's a ridiculous notion. I don't think you realize how intrinsic they are to the society we live in. Another beat. He was close now. There was a wall with an empty doorway. The room on the other side was where Akatani's voice was coming from. Listen to me closely now. I've done a lot of shit in the past 6 years, none of it that I'm proud of, nothing that I'd ever let my mother know if she were still around, but if you think you're gonna intimidate me into joining your little coup, you've got another thing coming. Kyudai. Kyudai? He hadn't heard that word before, he had to look it up later. Shove it, Chisaki. Click. Chisaki. Why did he feel the faintest hint of dread when he heard that name? You can come out now, Midoriya-chan. Thank you for letting me finish my conversation. If I didn't know you were eavesdropping for half of it. The jig was up, so Izuku stepped through the doorway to face the murderous bastard himself. And he looked annoyed. Mikumo Akatani, for all intents and purposes, looked pissed. He leaned against the wall on the far side of the empty room. His eyes were shut, his eyebrow twitching. His mouth was turned down in a discontented frown. His arms were crossed, with one gloved hand gripping his sleeve and clenching harshly on the expensive-looking fabric. All in a second that all seemed to disappear. Akatani's grin returned to its vicious form upon his face. His posture straightened and his arms returned to his sides, hands in pockets, as pushed off of the wall that he was leaning against. You're not looking too good. Trip and fall on the way here? One of your friends knocked me down in the garden. Oh, my deepest apologies. Is there anything I could make up for that? You could just drop dead. Oh, so much venom, and here I thought we had something special. He turned, wiped away an invisible tear and sobbed. Izuku's fists clenched. You murdered my mother. Akatani ceased his faux crying and gave Izuku a condescending stare. He put a hand back in his pocket before running a hand through his hair and asking Midoriya-chan, are you really still caught on that? It's more your fault for breaking the rules. I don't see how you're angry at anyone but yourself. I didn't break any rules, you bastard. You didn't say anything about bringing in the police. Humph, you got me then. You're right, Midoriya-chan. I was planning to shoot your mother the whole time. Do you want to know why? Tell me. To show you that you can't be a hero. Izuku saw red. He charged Akatani, appearing across the room in seconds, arm in motion for a quick straight. Smack. A quick straight that was quickly caught in Akatani's hand. Mikumo Akatani, patriarch of the Yamakumo clan. Not bad, but you're gonna have to try harder than that, Midoriya-chan. He pushed back and Izuku jumped back and took his stance. Akatani reached for his shoulder and grabbed his suit jacket. He took one good pull and his torso was completely bare, showing off an incredibly cut physique. After that, he entered his fighting stance. A simple, grounded stance that he could sense a fair amount of power in. One fist by his chin, the other by his bicep, hip square with Izuku's. If you're feeling brave, come at me, little hero. Izuku took that challenge. Within seconds he had Akatani in striking range again and was lashing out with an elbow. Smack. Blocked again, this time by a knee, and he ducked down and forward quickly to avoid the roundhouse kick that came his way just after. Whoosh! He dodged by a hair's breadth. Look at you, I guess handicap ability runs in the family. He gestured with his left eye, the one that Izuku had clenched shut. Shut up and die, you scumbag. He turned and kicked at the man heel first. Thud! Only to find his leg firmly in the grasp of his opponent. He came around with a kick from the other leg. Thud! That leg was caught as well. Akatani grinned up and away, Yu-Gi-Oh! Slam! Drag! Izuku hit the ground hard and was soon dragged and thrown into the air. Looking down, he could see Akatani winding up for a punch. Izuku could feel a smirk coming on. Gotcha! Improvised heat move, essence of Hokurikimo. He clenched the dirt that he had grasped in his hand while he was dragged and waited until he began to fall. Wait for it. Akatani winded up a bit more. Wait for it. He watched Akatani's muscles tense in anticipation. Wait. He was close now. He could feel the heat in his stomach. Akatani's fist was coming for him straight towards his stomach. Now. He twisted his body and threw the dirt directly into Akatani's eyes. Shit. Eat this, asshole. And while still twisting his body, he used his legs in a spinning kick, catching Akatani across his jaw, sending him flying. Thwack. Unfortunately for Izuku, he couldn't celebrate the strike he had just gotten on his opponent. Slam! As he hit the ground hard on his side. Ag! He writhed for a few moments. Can't stop here, Akatani's right there. He forced himself through the pain and got up, looking towards Akatani to see him doing the same. And all of a sudden he could feel that same feeling of foulness from 2 nights before, the same foulness that he felt crawling across his skin earlier. Akatani stared him down, that same vicious grin on his dirt-covered face from 2 nights before. Izuku stared back blankly and he felt his skin crawl again. Is that supposed to scare me? Akatani's grin shrank slightly, becoming far less vicious. As a result, it almost seemed kind. Alright, what say we end this, Midoriya-chan? Izuku nodded and felt the foulness recede once again, with his heat rising as well. Yeah, let's do that, Akatani. They squared off once more, hips squared, legs bent, and ready to kick off. Izuku could feel it again. He could feel the heat. Thud! And in a flash they were in the middle of the room again, Izuku's fist buried into Akatani's stomach, while the latter coughed BLD and spittle and fell to the side. And the fight was over. Not for Izuku though, as he mounted Akatani's chest and began pummeling the man's face. Thud! Thwack! Thud! Thwack! He kept hitting him. Happy late birthday, Izuku-chan, go on, open your gift. He started hitting harder. Thud! Thwack! Thud. Thwack. Thud. I love you, sweetie. He started hitting faster. Thud. Thud. Thwack. My number one hero. Even greater than All Might. Thud. Thud. Thwack. Thud. Thud. Thwack. And the entire time that he did it, Akatani didn't even lift a finger to defend himself. He just laid down and took it, until eventually Izuku just stopped. He stopped, looked Akatani in his eyes past the BLD and swelling that he inflicted, and asked one thing. Why? Akatani grinned again, coughing a bit more BLD before answering, because you were weak. What? A wheezy chuckle here, Midoriya-chan. You just don't understand how weak you are on the world scale. You don't get to be stronger than All Might just because you really wanted. I know that better than anyone. What do you mean? Because he coughed again. I wanted to be a hero too. Izuku's BLD ran cold. You what? That's right, I wanted to be a hero just like you. No. Yeah, got as far as the UA entrance exam and then I flopped. Flopped? The hero course doesn't want quirkless brats no matter how hard they work or how much they want to help. They want kids with flashy quirks to make headlines when they grow up. Shut up. He could feel his skin crawl again. We're nothing but scum on the side of their shoes, not even footnotes in the grand annals of history. Stop it. His skin was writhing at this point. And you couldn't even protect your mother from a two-bit thug like me. How are you going to become a hero that can save everyone? Shut the hell up. He felt the heat again burning through his writhing skin, and he pegged back his fist for one more devastating punch. Midoriya-kun, no. He could feel someone grab his fist before he could bring it down on Akatani's face and turned to see a very sweaty and dirty Tsukachi. Midoriya-kun, he's had enough. Tsukachi-san, you know what he's done. I do, and he'll pay for it in prison. That's not enough. Izuku. Izuku stared hard at the detective. I don't care if you never trust me on anything ever again, but please trust when I say this: if you kill him now, you'll be killing a part of yourself that you can never get back. With this, Tsukachi loosened his grip on Izuku's fist, and Izuku turned his gaze back onto Akatani. He raised his fist again, his skin still burning and writhing all the while, and brought it down hard, right next to Akatani's face. Where's my mother's body? Akatani smirked. I knew I had a good feeling about. Thud. Don't test me. Alright, you won the game, so hey, race your prize. Your mother is in Tokyo. What? Just before you got here, I sent her on her way to Tokyo. Depending on which entrance you came in from, you might have actually seen her leaving. Group of men in black who stood near the Higashigamen, only parting for a black car to pass through and over the bridge. Izuku stared through the windows. Akatani wasn't there. Which part of Tokyo? The dazzling city of red lights that's seen more chaos and triumph than this whole island nation. Stop waxing poetic and tell us. She's in Kamurocho, dear boy, Kamurocho. Izuku turned to Tsukachi. His pupils were ringed with gold. Izuku got off of Akatani and let Tsukachi turn the Yakuza onto his stomach, cuffing him immediately. Akatani had one more thing to ask, however. Detective-san? What is it? Would you mind checking the gun in my jacket? There's something you might find interesting in there. You realize you're asking a police officer to tamper with evidence, right? I'm already under arrest, and I doubt that you're here legally, so this better not be a trick. Trust me, if I wanted to trick you, we wouldn't be talking here right now. With a sigh, Tsukachi walked over to Akatani's abandoned jacket and shirt and pulled a semi-automatic pistol from it. Akatani smiled and said, check the magazine. He did so and pulled out one of the bullets. He took a look at it before his eyes widened. These are dash. Akatani's smile widened further. That's right, rubber bullets. And when his eyes turned on Izuku, they took on a softer edge as he said, I'm not hero material, kid, but looking at you, I think I found someone who might be. 3 hours later. Back on the road, Izuku ran his fingers over new gauze on his forehead. After the whole debacle at Suinpu, Shizuoka law enforcement arrived and arrested Akatani and most of the Yamakumo clan on the scene. Akatani didn't put up a fight, and when he came across one of his family members he just stared them down until they stopped and complied. He said nothing, not a single word to anyone, and whenever he looked at Izuku, he just smiled and nodded. After the police took away the Yamakumo clan, they took Izuku's and Tsukachi's statements, patching them up as they did so. And so 3 hours later, they were back on their way to Tokyo. Tsukachi had got in contact with an old friend of his from the police academy, Tanamura-san or something similar, and had gotten information about a place called New Serena. It would apparently be the best place for the two of them to start finding information about his mother's whereabouts. But first, Midoriya Kuin? HM? You doing alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Judge Eyes says differently. Damn it. Language. I know. Wanna talk about it? Not really. Okay, I'm here whenever you do. Fine. So what's up? It's just I almost killed him, Tsukachi-san. Akatani? Yeah, I almost killed him and became just like him. I almost his breathing was heavy and he was starting to tear up. And then he felt a firm hand land on his shoulder. He turned to see Tsukachi with his eyes still on the road with a firm grip on his shoulder. It's fine, let it all out. And he did for a good 5 minutes. He cried his eyes out while Tsukachi remained silent and supportive. And when he finally composed himself after those 5 minutes, Tsukachi spoke. You're not like Akatani. Huh? You're nothing like Akatani. You're a kind young boy who has helped every that he could in Mizudafu for the past 6 years with no wish for a reward. You're not a monster just because of what you might have done after being put under pressure that would have broken most people. You know what you are? What? You're Izuku Midoriya, little hero of Mizudafu, future #1 hero of the world, and my friend. Tsukachi's words actually blew Izuku away. Had never heard someone speak about him like that before. It felt nice. Tsukachi-san, thank you. Don't mention it. He noticed that they were slowing down and he could see a huge red glow right in front of them. They made it. They had made it back to Tokyo. They made it to Kamurocho. Izuku hissed slightly as his body creaked with every step he took. The adrenaline from his brawl with the Yamakumo clan had worn off long ago, and despite feeling worn and tired during the whole ride from Shizuoka to Tokyo, he couldn't drift off and allow himself to sleep. He actually hadn't slept since the whole situation had begun with Akatani. He was too busy trying to decipher the clue the man had given him, and then after that he was far too wired to sleep on the way to get his mother back from Akatani. Pain aside, he could still say that Kamurocho was interesting to say the least. Flashing neon lights everywhere. Barkers drumming up business for one hostess club or another. Salarymen looking for a place to drink away their paycheck. A few couples stumbling about and looking just a bit too deeply into one another's eyes. His mom had told him about a short period in the 80s called the bubble where she said cash flowed like water, and looking at Kamurocho now he could almost imagine that the bubble never popped. Okay, so Tanamura-san told me that New Serena is a bar here on Tenkaichi Street and that we should speak with the mama there. Mariko-san, well, regroup there, and then get around to canvassing the city. According to Akatani, we should start at the Millennium Tower and work our way around. Apparently most of Japan's Yakuza are huge fans of the place. Right. Now let's see if we can find New Serena. You mean the New Serena right across the street from Stardust? I'm sorry? Izuku pointed at the little sign that said New Serena across from one of the brighter buildings on the street. Wow, I am off today. Do I need glasses or contacts? Maybe LASIK? This is getting embarrassing. What do you think, Midoriya-ku dash? Midoriya-kun? Izuku was already halfway down the street when Tsukachi turned to him. Hey, wait up. And the detective ran after the boy. Ding. The detective and child duo stepped off the elevator and walked over to the door at the end of the hallway. The sign on the door read closed, but they weren't there for any of the actual services that the bar should provide, so it was promptly ignored. Semi-remembering years of etiquette that had been drilled into him by his mother, he knocked twice and opened the door. Excuse me, but we're looking for. He trailed off as soon as he looked toward the bar counter and saw a familiar sight slumped over it. White shoes, gray suit, and the popped collar of a red shirt. Head recognized that sight from anywhere. The man in front of him was Kiryu-san. The man turned back to look at the boy in the doorway, recognition flashing in his eyes. Izuku? Izuku? That voice sounded familiar too. It came from his right, so turned his to see. Taijiji? His head was shaved, and he hadn't seen the man in 2 years, but he was still a mountain of a man with a very distinctive voice, so Izuku remembered his uncle's brother well enough from the few days that he had spent with the man. Okay, so who's this now? Izuku didn't recognize that voice, but it came directly from Taijiji's side, so he just turned his head to see who it was. He was greeted with sight of a man wearing a maroon pinstripe jacket, a black shirt, and dark gray slacks. Before Izuku could respond to the stranger, he heard a gasp behind him. It was clearly from Tsukachi, seeing as he had come in after Izuku, and the detective was pointing at the only other man wearing a trench coat who sat next to Taijiji. Why you're… Tsukachi-san? Why? Tsukachi-san, you're malfunctioning. I thought I was the one with a concussion. Makoto date. Okay, you're yelling now. I'm sorry, it's just he's my hero. He's the whole reason why I'm in division, for I wanted to be just like after I finished my time as a beat cop. The guy's a legend. Well, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Makoto date just said thank you to me. Tsukachi squee, both intrigued and disturbed Izuku. Regardless, he had damage control to run. Just give him a minute. This is a big moment for him. 5 minutes later. It took some time, but eventually Tsukachi managed to compose himself, and the group sans Kiryu, who still sat slumped over at the bar, moved to an alcove off to the side. So Midoriya-kun, you're telling me that you've met both Kazuma Kiryu, the Dragon of Dojima, and Taiga 18 Counts Sejima? Yup, gold. You've known the former for over half a decade, and you met the latter just before he went back to prison 2 years ago? Didn't know about the prison part, but yes, gold. Alright, last thing, you've never met Makoto date in your life? Aside from hearing about him in passing from Kiryu-sen, I never knew he existed. Tsukachi's eyes flashed gold one more time, and he sighed in relief. Okay, good, now I don't have to shoot you. Tsukachi-san. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It was a joke, Silver. Choosing to ignore the homicidal thoughts of his friend, Izuku turned towards Akiyama, the man in the maroon jacket. So what were you saying before we interrupted, Akiyama-san? Akiyama, proving himself to be incredibly used to strange people and situations, proceeded to explain the situation as he had been doing before the duo interrupted. He explained that the entire debacle involving Majima's shooting and the multiple situations that had to do with Sejima's daring escape from prison to Sapporo to Kamurocho and even Kiryu's return were kicked off by one man. The Omi Alliance's 7th chairman, Tsubasa Kurosawa. Omi Alliance? Sound familiar to you, kid? Tsukachi chimed in here. We just took down an Omi family down in Shizuoka, the Yamakumo clan. Never heard of it. How about you, Sejima? The escaped convict shook his head in the negative. Not me. They were an offshoot of the Goryu clan. Date brows shot into his hairline. The Goryu clan? I thought we wiped out most of them years ago. Apparently not. The leader and a few of his guys ended up kidnapping Midoriya-kun's mother a couple of days ago. They took her to Shizuoka, and we just got back from there. That's horrible. Did you get her back? Izuku answered no, but the leader told us that she was here in Kamurocho, so we're here to get her back. Wait, so when you say that you took down a family in Shizuoka, do you mean that you brought the police in and had them make arrests? Of course, after we fought our way through them, and Izuku kicked the crap out of one of their lieutenants and their patriarch. Wait, he did what? Akiyama seemed shocked. I'm sorry, that kid right there took out a lieutenant and a patriarch? Date did as well. Figures anyone who went through Majima's training a special kind of weird. Sejima, however, was quite unflapped. Look, that's enough about me. What's with this picture, Akiyama-san? He gestured to picture on the table, one that he had before. It was a picture of his uncle with his arms slung over the shoulders of two people. One was a man that he didn't recognize. The other was a woman that he had seen just a couple nights before. Baba. He had heard on the radio that she was putting together a debut concert for Haruka at the Japan Dome, but he hadn't heard from the woman herself since a couple nights before. Right, well, in the middle it's Goro Majima, to the right that's Natsuki Katsuya, president of Osaka Talent and patriarch of Osaka Enterprises, and to the left it's Baba, my uncle's wife. Well, ex-wife, but yeah, and Baba? I saw this picture fall out of my uncle's wallet once. My mom told me that the girl in it was Gigi's wife, so Baba. Alright then, moving on, these three had ended up realizing what Kurosawa was planning and worked to protect each other, and it ended up working for the most part. Izuku shifted his position slightly. He was still hurting, but he could bear it. He needed to hear this. Akiyama reached into his jacket, pulling out an envelope and sitting it on the table. Most of the situation down in Osaka revolved around this. It's a letter from Majima-san to Park-san. As it turns out, it ended up sparking some issues between Osaka Enterprises and Dyna Chair, where Haruka-chan is signed. Why? Izuku asked. Well, if you look close, you'll see that the postmark shows that it was sent after Majima-san was supposedly killed in Sapporo. Really? But Baba didn't say anything when she visited Mom. Not only that, but the letter indicated Majima-san's whereabouts. When the people at Osaka Enterprises learned this, they figured Majima-san was still alive, so they figured that getting a hold of the letter would help him pin down his location. Well, that makes sense, but wouldn't Baba keep it on her? Maybe in her purse? She had it with her when she visited. This led to a ransacking at Dyna Chair. No one was hurt, but Park-san ended up going to ground. She gave a key to the safe in her office to Haruka-chan, left some instructions for the employees, and disappeared until the end of the Princess League. Now she's here in Kamurocho with Haruka and T-Set, getting them ready for their debut as Dreamline, and she left this letter with me. That's a lot. Akiyama chuckled. That's not even the end of it, kid. Wait, so does this mean that Gigi's still alive? No, I don't think so, unfortunately. That's still hard to hear, but fine. If he were alive, he would have come after Kurosawa last night. But let me guess, he didn't. He didn't show. It's likely he was already. He eyed Izuku for a moment before choosing the next word to say, gone by the time Park-san received the letter. Then how did Majima get the letter over to this Park woman? Date asked. Katsuya, that's what Park-san told me when I asked her earlier. She figures that Majima-san had left the letter with him from the start, and I agree, but something still bothered me. What's that? How on earth would the people at Osaka Enterprises know about the letter? It just didn't add up. Someone from Dyna Chair coulda leaked it, Sejima suggested. No, that's not possible. Park-san had kept it in her safe and then took it with her after going into hiding. Probably when she came to visit Mom. None of her employees even knew she had it. So how? More importantly, why didn't she show it to Mom? That was probably why she was there in the first place. Was Katsuya-san and Park-san themselves that leaked the info about Majima-san's letter. But why? Izuku had an idea. Why had gone fishing with Kiryu-san in Okinawa a few times, and he remembered putting smaller fish on the line to attract bigger ones. To see who would take the bait. That's right, kid, they leaked word that Majima-san might be alive even after he was supposedly killed to set a trap. They wanted to find out who was behind it all, and what do you know? They bought it hook, line, and sinker. Then that must mean Osaka Enterprises captain working under Katsuya along with Kurosawa, who posed as a detective to get me all riled up and keep Haruka-chan from leaving Osaka. Then that must mean that he was the one after Gigi's letter. They talked about a man Daigo afterwards. Izuku didn't understand, so he leaned over to Tsukachi and asked who that was. Well, if I remember correctly, Daigo Dojima is the most recent chairman of the Tojo clan. He runs all the families in it, and he apparently went missing in Fukuoka when this whole mess started. Okay, so he's Gigi's and Taijiji's boss. Wait, Dojima? He was instantly reminded of one of his other neighbors, an older woman named Yayoi Dojima. She had moved into the apartment on the other side of Tsukachi's a year ago. She was actually quite nice and a friend of his mom, but the events and revelations of the past few weeks made him wonder. Is she a part of this too? He quickly shook his head free of those thoughts. He had to focus. He would worry about that later. Tuning back into the conversation at hand, he balked at what he heard next. The concert at the Dome's in danger? What? Yeah, that's the main thing I wanted to talk to you about. Haruka-chan is about to perform her major debut concert at the Japan Dome, but we think there's some serious trouble brewing. I thought the concert got cancelled. Nope, like I said earlier, Park-san's with T-Set and Haruka-chan getting them ready for their debut as Dreamline. Only thing is she and Katsuya pulled some strings to get the date changed from today to tomorrow, and now Haruka-chan'll be performing with her former rivals from Osaka talent, as was the plan all along apparently. Wait a minute, weren't T-Set set to do their debut in Haruka's place today? Date asked. Yep, but the plan was always to get them all together. They're likely practicing their big debut song as we speak. Sejima asked, so what's this threat to the concert all about? Akiyama, who seemed to have all the answers, replied. Both Park-san and Katsuya realized that Kurosawa was targeting Haruka-chan's original concert, so they made the conscious decision to stop it from happening and get Dreamline off the ground. Wait, but I don't get it. Why would this Kurosawa guy go after Haruka-chan? Well, I'm pretty sure she's the backup plan. If he can't finish off Kiryu-san, then threatening Haruka-chan's the next best thing. Now that you mention it, Kurosawa did say something. He said, Kiryu-san better watch out for Haruka. Izuku already didn't like Kurosawa, considering the fact that he was already sure that his mother's kidnapping was the man's fault, but every word that came out of the mouths of the men around him made him start to hate the man even more. But holding a concert at the Dome was something Park-san and Katsuya had wanted for so long, so, while I couldn't get any more details while I was with Park-san, I think they changed the day hoping that would dodge the threat to Haruka-chan. Things definitely didn't go to plan though. That confused Izuku. How do you mean, Akiyama-san? Right, you just got here. Well, to put things shortly, I imagine that he wanted to end things with Kurosawa last night, but Kurosawa got away, and even if we wanted to cancel the concert, Park-san's refusing. So then what's the plan now? Tsukachi asked after remaining silent for the longest time. We have to stop Kurosawa's men from getting into the concert tomorrow. Failing that, our only option is to beg Park-san to either postpone the concert or cancel it. Cancel it, huh? It's a concert at the Japan Dome. You're talking tens of thousands of people going in and out. I agree with Date-san. Even if we stopped Kurosawa from getting in, there's no feasible way of weeding out all of his men. Up until today, I was all for helping Haruka-chan get her chance in the spotlight and allowing Park-san to fulfill her dream, but with Kurosawa mucking things up, we haven't got much choice. Izuku took this chance to speak. Then let's make a choice. We can't let this concert be cancelled. Huh? I agree. The voice came from the counter. Kiryu-san? Kiryu had been slumped over the counter since Izuku and Tsukachi walked, but now he was sitting upright and getting up to walk towards the group. How are you still walking? Date asked incredulously. Kiryu ignored the question. Izuku's right, you can't cancel the concert no matter what. Did you hear all of that? I got the gist. Then surely you understand how risky it is to go ahead with it. I do. Then why? Because even if Haruka heard what was going on, she'd still choose to go on that stage. Yeah, Haruka-nichan's always been the most likely to put her neck on the line for us. You knew that before you came to talk with us, didn't you? And you also know that I'm the only one that could convince both her and Park to pull out. Akiyama rubbed the back of his head with a tired chuckle. You got me there. Haruka-chan would go on with the concert even if she knew the risk, especially with Park-san still completely on board, but if you told them to drop it, maybe even you took the kid here with you, they'd listen. Both Izuku and Kiryu remained silent. Are you willing to put her up on that stage knowing that her life is at stake? Kiryu kept his silence and walked out the back door. Izuku waited a moment before following him. Izuku looked at Kiryu across the roof of New Serena. The man leaned on the railing and stared down onto the street below, a cigarette hanging between his lips as he tried to light it. Kiryu had always been an ideal for him to look up to, a pillar of strength parallel to his uncle for him to draw his own strength from. But looking as he was now, Izuku could see Kiryu for what he really was. A man. A tired old man. A tired old man that needed someone to lean on just as others needed to lean on him. And Izuku, he was willing to do that, more than willing to do that. Kiryu-san. Kiryu didn't even turn around. What do you need, Izuku? The boy approached slowly. I just wanted to make sure you're doing all right. I'm doing fine. You should get back inside. So should you? I can't argue with that logic. This wasn't getting him anywhere. He needed to be more direct. Kiryu-san, we can go through with the plan. We can't let that concert get cancelled no matter what. Izuku, you keep saying we, but I don't think you understand. You're not going with us no matter what plan we make. This was first he was hearing of it. What? Yes, I am. No, you're not. I couldn't ask for you to do something dangerous. Then you're not asking him, offering, I want to do this for Haruka-nichan, Mirebaba, even Gigi. And what about your mother? You still need to look for her. I'm pretty sure that Kurosawa guy has her. If we take care of him, we can save Haruka-nichan and my mom all in one. You are not going. He stared Izuku down. Yes, I am. Izuku stared right back. And they stared in silence, the only sounds made being those of the streets below. Eventually Kiryu broke the silence. Fine, prove that you're ready. How? You have 10 minutes to land a hit on me. Punch, kick, knee, elbow, head, but doesn't matter what you hit me with or where you hit me, just hit me. We have this entire rooftop and I won't leave the rooftop. You want either, same as 6 years ago, only this time I'll be hitting back. The man took his fighting stance, raising an arm and putting a fist in front of his chin, leaving the other crossed down in front of his waist. After all these years, it still looked simple, but the red aura that burned around the man was anything but. Izuku couldn't back down, though. This was his benchmark, his way of seeing if he had really made progress since his uncle had found him crying in the park all those years ago. Fine, then he took his own fighting stance, leaning forward and keeping his body low, right arm crossed in front of him, the other held loosely at his side. Let's do this. And so Izuku was set to fight a dragon. Within seconds Kiryu was upon the boy, fist swinging straight towards his temple. Izuku ducked under it quickly, moving in for an attempt at a counterattack, only to catch a kick to the cheek. Thwack! He flew back, hitting the ground hard, while Kiryu moved out of his range once more. His already aching body screamed out in protest, but he refused to give in. Is that all you've got, Izuku? I was about to ask you the same thing. Your age catching up with you, old man? He brought himself back up to his feet. He could feel his crying joints and weeping muscles telling him to stop, but he couldn't. The heat was back again. He could feel it rising in the pit of his stomach, but even more so he could feel an even greater heat from someone else. It came right across him on that very rooftop. Came from Kiryu. He had seen that aura of his before, but he never truly felt it like he felt his own. His heat often felt to him like a warm stove, sending a tingle through his whole body. Safe, secure, and strong all at once. Kiryu's heat, however, was on an entirely different level. It burned like a raging inferno. It stifled the air and made him sweat the longer he focused on it. He's really strong, can I really? He shook his head to clear those thoughts before he could even finish them. Kiryu was on another level, but he knew that already he couldn't let that stop him. He had to win this. He steeled himself and came at Kiryu again, fist aimed at the man's stomach. Thwack! He flew back again, spittle flying from his mouth as Kiryu pulled his fist back from the straight he had delivered to the boy's torso. Izuku could feel bile rising up in his throat. He forced it back down and stood up again, rushing his opponent again. Thwack! Swatted again. He got back up and charged again. Thwack! Again. Thwack! And again. Thwack! It continued like this for a while. Thwack! Thud! Whack! Kiryu would knock him down and Izuku would keep getting back up. By the time 5 minutes had passed, Izuku stood with shaky legs and stumbled with every step that he took. If his body was begging to stop before, it was practically screaming at that point. Even taking too deep a breath hurt. It's over, Izuku. No, it's not. Izuku, you can hardly even stand. The challenge is over. Izuku's feet began to drag halfway, scraping across the concrete. SHFFFF. SHFFFFF. No, it's not. I'm still standin' and I've got 4 more minutes. S not over till I hit ya or time runs out. SHFFFF. SHFFFFF. You don't know when to quit, do you? Izuku grinned, the fatigue that he felt only showing on his body, never his face. You never taught me how. Kiryu sighed, but if you looked closely you'd be able to spot the tiniest twitch at the corners of his lips. And when Izuku finally reached the man, he could feel his heat die out. That was fine. I can hardly stand. My legs feel like jelly and concrete all at the same time. I've only got 1 shot at this. I need to make it work. I just need 1 hit. Kiryu's aura, his red heat, burned hotter and brighter than it had moments before, and a particularly persistent bead of sweat rolled from Izuku's forehead. From his crown to his temple, down his cheek until it stuck to the tip of his chin. It stayed there for a few seconds. 3, he kept his eyes on Kiryu. He was still in his stance. 2, he balled his hand into a fist. 1, his muscles tensed. Now, his balled fist flew forward. Whoosh! Striking nothing but air as Kiryu sidestepped him and moved to counterattack and likely end the challenge right there. Boom! Nanny? He likely would have succeeded if he hadn't been thrown back by the explosive counterpunch that Izuku launched into his chest. He anchored his feet and skidded to a stop before he could possibly stumble, while Izuku silently celebrated. Gotcha! He then started to fall. Oh dear. He caught himself on the rail at the edge of the roof. Clunk! He hit the chilled metal hard. It was definitely going to bruise, but he wasn't on the ground, so he would accept both of his victories while he tried to ignore his Boda's screeching reprimands. And as Izuku tried to not only celebrate his triumph but regain feeling in his legs, he heard footsteps approaching. Seeing as there was only 1 other person on the roof with him, he figured out who it was quickly enough. Where'd you learn the tiger drop, kid? Oh, so that's what it's called. Has anyone actually used to drop a tiger? I mean, it definitely hits hard enough. Well, anyway, you used it on me earlier, so I just copied what you did. He heard Kiryu chuckle, but he ignored that in favor of trying to push himself upright. Damn legs work. After a few more seconds of struggling, he felt himself being turned and sat down. When he looked to see why Kiryu was manhandling him, his vision filled with the sight of a small bottle with a black label decorated with an image of a blue star. Stamina Spark? Drink it, it'll make you feel better. That sounds incredibly suspicious. Then again, this is Kiryu-sen, so bottoms up. He twisted the cap and chugged the sweet drink with a taste that seemed almost familiar. And as he felt it slide down his throat, he suddenly felt energized and all the feeling in his legs returned. Whoa, I gotta get more of these. As he picked himself up off the ground, grasping the railing for support, he heard the sound of a flint being flicked repeatedly. Click, 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 click. Kiryu grumbled under his breath as his lighter sparked but stubbornly refused to light his cigarette. Here. He looked down to see a smaller hand holding a familiar old Zippo that he distinctly remembered parting with over half a decade earlier. He chuckled again as he took it from the boy and lit his cigarette, still holding on to this old thing. It was a gift from you, so I've been taking care of it even if I don't use it for much. Well, that's good of you. His cigarette lit. He attempted to hand the lighter back to Izuku only to be stopped when the small boy's hand pushed it back. You can keep it if you want, since the one you've got is well, Kiryu pushed back and pressed the lighter into Izuku's hand. It's yours, I gave it to you and am not taking it back, just keep it, I won't be asking for it. Izuku looked at Kiryu, who just leaned over the railing and enjoyed his smoke. He put the lighter back inside of his station and joined the old dragon leaning on the railing just to his side. And once more on the rooftop of New Serena there was silence. A silence that was soon broken by the older male of the pair. So now that you're calm, do you want to tell me what it was that was bothering you? Huh? You've walked into the bar as stiff as a board, and I could tell that it wasn't just because of your pain, so come on, what's your problem? Of course, he's been dealing with the guys at Morning Glory for forever. Course had noticed that something was wrong with me. Seeing that there was no use lying or pretending that nothing, Izuku just sighed. Alright, have I told you about Kaken? You've mentioned him before. Right, well, we were friends for a while before he got his quirk. Well, not really friends, I kinda just followed him around and he let me. Our moms wanted us to be friends though, and Kaken tried. Well, okay, he didn't really try, he was always kinda really cruel and mean and put me down and tell you out the truth. I don't really know. I went to his friend Sabati like my mom wouldn't care. She was friends with his mom. Butevan she could admit that there was a bit mukin mutter. Kiryu, having dealt with Izuku before after had gone into one of his fits, simply put his fingers in front of the boy's forehead and flick. Oh, sorry, Kiryu-san, what was I saying again? You were friends with Kaken before he got his quirk. Right, so before he got his quirk he was still a jerk, but a much less violent jerk. He showed me the kanji in my name and then rearranged them to turn it into Deku. Useless. Yup, it's got a few other meanings too. Good for nothing wooden doll puppet. There was a bitter edge to his tone as the final word spilled from the boy's lips. Kiryu stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. He played me, I'm supposed to be so smart, and Akatani played me. He got me all the way to Shizuoka, made me think he killed my mom, and if I had gone to get him by myself like I was planning to do, he would have taken me. He strung me along like a puppet. Everyone says that I'm so fucking smart, and he still played me, and when I actually beat him he almost made me. His breathing became heavy. Kiryu didn't say anything, he just gave the young greenette time to compose himself. It took a while, but Izuku eventually managed to compose himself and continue what he was saying. What kind of hero falls for that? All Might wouldn't, best Genist wouldn't, you wouldn't, and I know Gigi wouldn't. The boy was breathing heavily again, and he was gripping hard enough onto the railing that the metal began to twist. Kiryu decided that it was time for him to cut in. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed slightly. I was 12 when I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life. It was on Christmas Eve, and in the orphanage that I grew up in there was this older guy who used to come in and visit us kids there. We never knew when he was going to pop up. Well, we never knew, with the exception of one day, Christmas Eve. He always came to visit on Christmas Eve. It was one of the few things we orphans could count on. The look in his eyes was somewhat fond. That fondness only served to make the melancholy beneath it more pronounced. Then one year when I was 12 he didn't show I was worried, so that night I snuck out here to Kamurocho to see what the problem was. I saw him right there getting into a car right across the street from where we're standing. He pointed to the front of an office building across the street. I saw him, he saw me, and he told me to go home. I didn't. Instead I followed the car he was in to where it was going, and when I found him again he was at gunpoint. I thought he was in danger, so I rushed in to save him. He wasn't, and I ended hurting both the old man and someone who I'd getting close to years later. Kiryu-san. Fast forward about 8 years or so, I ended up joining the Yakuza to try and follow in the old man's footsteps to see if maybe I could live a more fulfilling life as a Yakuza. Then one day I ended up the smack dab in the middle of a full-on political war between the 3 lieutenants in the family I joined. I ended up having to leave the Yakuza for a while, go straight and try to figure things out. I made some friends around town, went on a few dates. I even ended up running a real estate firm. For a while it was a fine life while it lasted. It was too bad, honestly, that that's not what my life was intended to be. What do you mean? There was still a war going on in the family. I left Izuku and the old man that I ended joining the Yakuza to emulate. He was in danger. Because of it I wasn't going to let that stand, so with some help from a few friends, associates, my bro, I ended up pushing back. It was hard. A lot of people, good people, ended up dying. It wasn't fair. It was even worse when I found out the person behind it all was playing me like a fiddle the whole time. So that's why. I know how you're feeling right now, Izuku. It's normal to feel that way. It'd be shocking if you didn't. Majima wasn't perfect, neither are any of those heroes of yours. I'm definitely not, and that's because under the shine that we have in your eyes, we're just people too. We can be tricked or hurt or fall into despair just like anyone else, but keep this in mind, alright? Pride is received from despair. Accepting that despair allows you to tower over the fools who doubt you like a crane over landfills. Did he really just dash? Kiryu-san, did you really just quote your own song at me? The older male turned his away from the young hero, hopeful. No idea what you're talking about. Sure you don't. A shit-eating plastered itself across the boy's face. Judgment. Kazi. Cut that out. I dunno, maybe you'll start calling ya that now. Or you could not. I think I will. I try to cheer you up and you use that as an opportunity to make fun of my very short music career and my one collaboration project with your uncle? The gods cannot help those who do not seize opportunity. Pardon? It's Confucius. My mom quotes his stuff all the time to win arguments. Does that actually work? More than you'd think it would. Huh, neat. Anyway, getting back to the matter at hand, don't call me that, especially around the kids at Morning Glory. They don't know about that chapter of my life, and if I have it my way they never will. Alright, it was a joke anyway, Kiryu-san. That made the corner of Kiryu's lips quirk down just a little bit. You know, you could just call me uncle, 'cause I've been telling you that you could for 6 years now. Yeah, and I still haven't earned it. It'll make you a deal. Kiryu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? As soon as we save Haruka-nichan and my mom, I'll call you uncle, 'cause as much you want, I'll call you uncle, 'cause so much that you get sick of it. Kiryu looked the boy in his eyes as usual. When he did this with Izuku, he saw nothing but earnestness. Alright, you've got it now, let's get back inside. I think I hear your detective friend yelling again. Yeah, we should probably get on that. And with that, the two walked back down the stairs to New Serena, the younger of the pair, with a far lighter load on his heart. Several hours later, Izuku sat quietly at the counter of New Serena. He was tired but still couldn't sleep. After he and Kiryu came down from the roof, they met Akiyama's friend Tatsuo Shinada. He was a nightlife writer in Nagoya and a former baseball player who received a lifetime ban after being accused of stealing hand signals for a home run. He was also the one that had told Akiyama about the plot to target the Japan Dome after trying to borrow over 300 million yen to get Haruka's concert cancelled. After introductions were finished between him and the other men in the room, and after Tsukachi finished his second fanboy session of the night, they made a plan. Shinada said that if anyone wanted to take a shot at Haruka with a rifle, they'd do it from the outfield stands. It was the only place with a clear view on the home plate, which was where the stage happened to be set up. That narrowed down the area even further, making it so that the only viable spot would be next to the batter's eye screen. So the plan was set. They'd head out to the dome just before the concert started and work their way in from there. Date and Tsukachi would scan the crowd and look for anyone suspicious among them, while Kiryu and Akiyama would head into the crowd and keep an eye out there. Meanwhile, Shinada and Sejima would hide out in the outfield stands and wait for the sniper, and Izuku would sneak his way backstage and keep an eye on the lookout there. He knew both Park and Haruka personally, so if he got caught he could explain his way out of it. New Serena's Mama Mariko-san, as she told Izuku to call her, said that everyone was free to make themselves at home. And after the plan was set, everyone went about their business. This led to Izuku having nothing to do until it was time to go, which wouldn't be for at least another 12 hours. His phone was dead. It had been since he and Tsukachi left Shizuoka. Akiyama did the kind thing and offered to charge it for him upstairs in his office, which he accepted. Kiryu trusted the man well enough, and he trusted Kiryu's judgment. Tsukachi had left with Date to go make some arrangements at the station, so he wouldn't be back for a while. Sejima and Kiryu went to go pick up some supplies from Kotobuki Drugs, and they'd been gone for hours. Shinada went somewhere. He wasn't quite sure what the man went off to do. He just took off, saying something about needing to stock up on gear. Akiyama was asleep on the couch in the corner behind Izuku. The only one that was present in the room and conscious besides Izuku was Mariko. She had been kind enough to give him a glass of juice and let him watch the TV in the bar while she cleaned. So, Izuku-kun, can I ask you something? Yes, ma'am? I told you it's Mariko-san. Ma'am makes me sound far older than I am. Right, sorry Mariko-san, what did you want to ask? I just wanted to know how you know Kiryu-san. Ah, well, it's because he knew my uncle Gorojiji. Gorojiji? Ah, sorry Goro Majima, I call him Gigi because when I was really little I couldn't say Ajizan even after I could. Gigi just stuck, so Gorojiji. Ah, well, that's cute. And your uncle introduced you to Kiryu-san? Not exactly. Haruka-nichan was on a class trip to see UA High School in Mizudafu. They toured Mizudafu for a while, and Kiryu took a short break to take a smoke break. I was cleaning up garbage on a beach there, and we ran into each other. I was scared of him when we met, but my uncle told me he was nice. He asked him to train me, and Kiryu-san said yes, so I've been training with him in Okinawa every summer for the past 5 years. Well, isn't that quite a story? She giggled slightly. This made Izuku smile. Well, thank you for sharing that with me, Izuku. I've got some errands to run, but there's juice and snacks here behind the counter, so help yourself. Alright, thank you, Mariko-san. Don't mention it. She walked out the back door, and there was silence again. Aside from the TV show playing on the television, something called Truth Man or something similar, and Akiyama's snoring. This is gonna be a long day. 11 hours later. Hey, race your phone, Izuku-kun. Thanks, Akiyama-san. He checked his phone and balked at the number of missed calls and texts from his fatherhead. Have to call the man back on the way to the dome, but at the moment he just sent him text to let him know that he was fine. Alright, should we head on over to the Japan Dome? Slam. The back door slammed open suddenly and Mariko ran in out of breath. We've got a problem. What is it, Mariko-san? The TV turned on the TV. Akiyama did as she asked, and everyone in the room watched as a news bulletin appeared on the screen. Breaking news: just after 5 p.m. today, the Tokyo Metropolitan issued this announcement. The Millennium Tower has been seized by an unidentified group. They have taken a hostage Goro Majima, a high-ranking member of a criminal organization known as the Tojo Clan. He is being held on the top floor. I repeat, just after 5 p.m. today. The rest went on to be ignored as Sejima said exactly what Izuku was thinking. What the fuck? Izuku could hardly believe what he was hearing. First, his uncle was dead. He refused to believe that. Then, forced to face facts after a long week and a very long 2 days, he accepted it. And after that, after all of that, his uncle was not only alive but in Kamurocho? What the actual foo? Grrr. Grrr. His phone was buzzing. That didn't matter, he had a more important matter to think about. Grrr. Grrr. How is he dash? Grrr. Why is he dash? Grrr. Just what is going on? Grrr. 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 And who the hell is calling me right now? He shoved his hand into pocket, yanking out the offending device and glaring at the caller ID. Inko Midoriya. He answered immediately. Hello? Finally. He knew that voice, he knew it so well at this point that it disturbed him. Akatani, how are you calling me from my mother's cell phone when you're supposed to be in jail? Yeah, I escaped, but listen. You what? I escaped early this morning, but that's not important. Listen up. That sounds incredibly important. What do you mean you escaped? How did you escape? Most importantly, why the hell are you calling me after escape? Midoriya, shut the hell up for a minute and listen. We can talk about my amazing escape and flight to Kamurocho later. You're in Kamurocho? Yes, and I've got some info and a warning for ya. Is your detective friend there? He had no real reason to be obstinate at this point. Akatani had already lost to him once, and he didn't even have backup that time. He had Kiryu and Sejima to back him up now, so if Akatani tried something, the guy was screwed. No, not now, but with some friends. You trust them with you and your mother's life? More than anyone in this world, no hesitation. Alright then, listen close. The chairman knew I was going to give up the gig. He had most of my boys ready to gut me after I got locked up. I got out and managed to make my way here. What? You probably just saw the news, right? Well, that's the only for sure. I've got a couple of assholes here that were looking for you earlier. They've got something to say. He heard some struggling from the other end of the line, a few grunts and thuds before it ultimately devolved into whimpering and slight sobbing. Now tell him exactly what you told me or else I break another one. Got it? Why yes sir, and Nanadame-sama told us that we should keep on the lookout for a green-haired boy wearing a green station. If we saw him, we were supposed to take him to the Millennium Tower immediately. And who's at the Millennium Tower? Nanadame-sama, and some woman. Come on, don't be stingy with the details. What's the woman look like? Why young, green hair, pink sweater. Cardigan, but close enough. You get all that, Midoriya-chan? Yeah, I got it. Good, I've got some more business to take care of, but I'm pretty sure you and your friends have got that situation with your mom handled. Johnny. Wait, don't hang up. I've still got K's beep. Tyen's that friggin' guy. He put his phone back in his pocket and looked around him. All of the adults in the room were looking at him like head grown a second head. He took a breath and cleared his mind before saying clearly and concisely, we have to get to the Millennium Tower now. Moments later. Nakamichi Street, Kamurocho. After relaying all he had learned from his conversation with Akatani to the men in the room, Izuku was happy to see that all of them were ready to go. He walked with the other 5 men down Nakamichi Street. He could hear police sirens at the base of the tower. It would have been nice to have Date or Tsukachi with the group to see if they could maybe talk their way past the police line, but things didn't work out that way. Truth be told, he wasn't exactly sure what the plan was when they got to the tower. He just knew that his mother and his uncle were there, and he was going to get them both back. They arrived on West Taihei Boulevard to the sight of a crowd being held back from the tower by a police line. They needed to get past that, but Izuku had no idea how. Screech! The sectet turned back to see a black car tearing down the street, plowing through a few people, and heading straight towards them. Wait, heading straight towards us? The group of males quickly moved out the way as the car rounded the corner and screeched to a rubber burning stop. From the next street over they could see an identical car doing the same. Izuku had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. A feeling that only grew worse as 4 men in black emerged from the 2 vehicles with what looked to be submachine guns in hand. Akiyama seemed to assess the situation quicker than Izuku, shouting for everyone to run just before the 4 men let loose a hail of bullets. Izuku ran for cover behind a cop car, sliding behind it just as Kiryu and Akiyama rolled over the trunk and hood respectively. He didn't have a clue where Sejima or Shinada ended up, but he could hardly peek out his head to try and check. He heard a bullet whiz by his ear in the rumpus and felt a strong hand pull him closer towards the back door of the car. He looked to see Kiryu peeking above the trunk intently in the spot that Izuku had previously occupied, while Akiyama kept Izuku's head down through the barrage. "Thank you, both of you." The fusillade continued a few more seconds before it stopped and Kiryu and Akiyama sprang into action. They leaped over the car, taking out 2 of the gunmen upon landing, and when the 2 remaining assailants attempted to fire on them, Akiyama hit the one closest to him. The man in black snapped to the side finger firmly on the trigger. And that was that. Izuku stood from where he had taken, seeing Sejima and Shinada do the same, and walked over Kiryu and Akiyama. There was ringing in his ears, but aside from that he was fine. Through the ringing he could hear screaming. He didn't like it. He took a moment to shake it off before listening to what the men around him were saying. Trying to make this look like the Majima family's work. They're what? That's why they took Majima hostage. Now the Majima family looks like they resorted to violence to rescue their patriarch. But that stupid Nishida and the guys wouldn't do that. They were always so nice. They were ones that used to bring him stuff at the junk beach whenever he got tired, and they never even asked for a thank you. They helped him with his training, his homework. They even danced with him on roller skates during his balance training. They wouldn't do this. They'd never do this. We know that, but no one else does. And suddenly there was the sound of footsteps from all over. All around them footsteps. And looking about he could see why. They were surrounded. There had to have been at least 100 men there. And none of them looked very friendly. Akiyama spoke again. "What's our move? Majima-san and Haruka-chan are in danger. Hell, the whole town's at risk. Taking them on here would be playing right into their hands. Not much choice but to split up," Kiryu said. "Then I got a request. Let me and Izuku go after Majima and his ma. Taijiji. Sejima-san. Now that I know that my bro's alive, I'm gonna go punch him in the face, and I feel like Izuku feels the same." "Well, he's not wrong. What about Haruka-chan?" Shinada answered this time. "I'll handle it. I think that's the play." "You?" "Yeah, Kiryu-san would stick out like a sore thumb." "Once again, not wrong. I know the layout of the stadium and the bad guys won't recognize me. But one wrong step and you could end up dead. I couldn't let you go alone." "Didn't you just say we don't have much choice?" "I owe it to Dojima-kun for giving my dream back. I had given it up completely, but he protected it like it was his own. For that I'll do whatever I can to help, even if it means giving my life." "Shinada-san. Let me handle it. I'll make sure Haruka-chan comes to no harm." "So Kiryu-san, Akiyama-san, it's up to you to protect the town." Dojima-kun put his life on the line. "For you've got to save the Tojo clan, please." He bowed deeply. Kiryu didn't hesitate. "We will." As they finished their discussion, they once more took note of the horde of men that now surrounded them. Izuku Sejima Shineda Akiyama, and I will hold the line here. You all can get where you need to go from through the sewer tunnels. Got it. Let's do this. You got it, Uncle Kaz. And the fight was on. Majima bolted out of the taxi that he arrived at his destination in. Rushing through the door, he made beeline for the front desk, startling the receptionist there. Inko Midoriya checked in here. What room's she in? I'm afraid I can't give you that information. And why the hell not? Your mouth's workin', ain't it? Well, you see. The Cyclops glared. Eek. The woman trembled. This continued for a few moments before it was interrupted by a call of Nizan over here. Majima looked over towards the elevator to see Hisashi waving at him. With not but a glance back at the receptionist to glower at her once more, he ran to the elevator and quickly stepped in. The receptionist just slumped down into her chair, face a rather unhealthy shade of pale. Inside the elevator, Majima was a bit less tense. Hisashi wasn't fidgeting like he had been in the months leading up to the day, so clearly nothing had gone wrong. As great as that was, it didn't make the silent ride of anticipation too much better, so Majima opened up the conversation. So how's she doing? Much better now. She's the one who told me to come down and see if you were here. Good thing I did. That poor lady looked like she was about to cry. Serves her right, she wouldn't tell me what room to go to. Honestly, who does she think she is? You know what we call people that Haichan? A hospital receptionist that's doing her job while following the law? A narc, that's right, Haichan. The freckled man opened his mouth seemingly to protest before thinking better of it and snapping his mouth shut. The silence continued for another beat before being broken by Hisashi this time. I'm really glad you made it, Nizan. Are you kiddin'? Wouldn't miss it for the world. The man in the snakeskin jacket grinned. Ding! They were there. Majima could feel a genuine smile creep across his face as he walked out of the elevator following behind his younger brother. Halfway down the corridor, however, he felt his grin drop. His one dark eye met the bright and sharp red eyes of his ashen-haired nemesis, Mitsuki Tengen. Though judging from the man at her side and the band on her finger, it was actually Mitsuki Bakugo. It wasn't that he didn't think of the possibility of being there. She was Inko's best friend after all. It was just that the thought of being in the same room as her made his stomach turn like a washing machine left on a spin cycle. Of course, he wasn't the only who let his distaste be known through their locking of eyes. Mitsuki was hardly one to let her opinion go unknown, least of all her opinions on the bowl-cut man that she had found herself engaged in a glaring contest with. Her husband Masuru, on the other hand, sighed and readjusted the cooing blonde child in his arms, offering a nod of acknowledgement to the similarly exasperated Hisashi. The freckled man sighed and asked, "Can you two just not? For today at least, just don't." The two opposing parties ceased their clash of wills and came to a quick consensus. No BLD would be spilled on such a joyous day. But next time I ain't letting you off so easy. And with that, the conflict was resolved, and the quartet plus one walked into the hospital room of one Inko Midoriya. One Inko Midoriya, who was currently cradling the newest member of the Midoriya family. A small babe of a mere few hours, at the most, wide green eyes like his mother's, chubby freckled cheeks reminiscent of his father's, and a shock of curly green hair. He thought the kid was cute, so did the she-devil and her husband. Hisashi was on an entirely different level from all of them, though. Within an instant, barely even the blink of an eye, the new father was at wife's side, fussing over both her and the curiously staring infant. It made the oldest man in the room smile as one thought ran through his head. He grew up nice, Midoriya-han, he grew up real nice. And then he heard the faintest of chuckles, not from anywhere in particular, and certainly not from anyone in the crowd he was with. It felt almost familiar, though. Shaking himself out of his brief distraction, he turned back to the new parents who were looking at him expectantly. Huh? Head clearly missed what they asked him. That didn't seem to bother Inko at all, as she asked her question again. Do you want to hold him, Goro and I? Hold him? As in the kid? I'm good. Come on, Nizan, just for a minute. I ain't sure that I should. Please, Goro and I. The look that he received not only from the pleading parents but from the curious infant as well was more than enough to cancel out any protests that he had in mind. He leaned down towards the young mother, scooping up the baby in her arms and ignoring the snickers from his blonde mortal enemy. Alright, give him here, I hold him like this, right? Yeah, just shift him a bit, he's oddly active for having just been born, he's likely to try and wriggle out the door over there if you let him. Heeding the Greenette's instruction, Majima adjusted the small baby in his hands so that he was nestled into his chest and just looked at him. The little thing looked so soft. Fragile almost. It was something he almost had. Something we coulda. He stopped that thought before it could even get off the ground. Happy day, it was a happy day. Whatever he could have had didn't matter. What mattered was what he held in his hands right at that moment. What they say, they were namin him again. It was right on the tip of his tongue. Ah, that's right. Izuku-chan, as if he knew he was being addressed, the newborn stared directly at the eye-patched man's face, not focused on any one thing but certainly focused on him. Izuku-chan, I want you listen real close. As long as I'm alive, no one's gonna hurt you, I promise. West Taihei Boulevard, Kamurocho, Tokyo, 201X. Thwack. Izuku's knuckles were starting to hurt. That had to have been the 12th Omi Alliance member that he had just knocked out. And looking towards the rest of his companions, he was still far behind. Sejima had picked up one of Kurosawa's men at some point and was swinging him around like a ragdoll, knocking down anyone that came too close to him. It was a thing of beauty to Izuku at least. Shinada had disarmed a pipe-wielding Yakuza and was wielding that same pipe with the dangerous elegance that Izuku had only seen in samurai films. In the back of his mind, he could feel a spark of inspiration, almost like the inspiration that he had felt at Popstep's show. He decided to follow up on that later. Akiyama was quick and dangerous, kicks a flurry amongst the group of mooks surrounding him. He resolved to ask the moneylender for some pointers. When all of the fighting was over and done with, his resolve was strengthened when he saw the man kick a particularly beefy Yakuza into the air before jumping up after him and bringing him down hard with a dolphin kick. Head definitely need to learn that. Greatest among them was Kiryu. The dragon sped from man to man. It hardly even looked like he was stepping the blink of an eye, and he was just there knocking out the next guy, and after that he could feel an even greater heat than he had felt when he fought the man. At that moment Izuku counted all of his blessings. Kiryu had definitely held back just a bit when they fought atop New Serena. If he hadn't, Izuku had no doubt that had been left comatose afterwards. Seeing the rest of his party doing their best pushed the boy to go past his best. He could feel the heat envelop him again and knew exactly what to do next. Running into a particularly thick group of Yakuza with a burst of speed, he put his plan into action. Climax heat move, essence of crowd destruction. Thud. URK. Burying his fist into one man's stomach, he quickly pulled back and ducked under the strike of another assailant, sliding through his legs and jabbing him in the crotch as he did. After that man went down, he moved on to the next, springing up and attaching himself to a particularly portly man's neck. Leaning into his ear, Izuku whispered, "Go ahead, struggle. Get off of me, you damn runt." He tried grabbing at the small child, who simply swung to the man's front and gripped his lapels. Shit-eating grin in place, the Greenette sang, "Guess you missed," and the man began to froth at the mouth. He wound up and brought his fist down hard to smash the little pest on his chest. Thud. All the while not realizing that the same little pest had already scampered back to his back. UNF. With all the wind knocked out of his human jungle gym, Izuku kicked off, sending the big man to the ground with a hard thud. He hooked an arm around the neck of his next and final target, a tall and lanky fellow, and used his momentum to start swinging and kicking every poor schmuck that happened to be too close. Roku. Thwack. Itchy. Whack. Q. Thud. Oi. Slam. Several kicks and one slam later, Izuku stood amongst a considerably less congested portion of Taihei Boulevard. Unfortunately, less congested didn't mean clear. There was still over a score of men surrounding him and even more around his friends. They needed to get away, but Izuku had no idea what he could do aside from. He had taken down half a dozen Yakuza with that one move. That had stopped all of the others advancing in their tracks. He could feel it again, that feeling of his skin crawling. It came back in full force with a bit of extra kick. And if he could feel it, he was sure that they could too. He looked at them again, and there it was. That hesitance in their eyes, hesitance that sat by just the tiniest bit of fear. Izuku wanted to kick himself, of course. Why didn't he think of that earlier? Whatever, I just need to do it now. Focusing on the men around, he could feel his skin start to crawl. The feeling was disgusting as always, but it was necessary. Come on, get scared. He could see some of the men hesitating, but it wasn't enough. Come on, get scared, damn it. He pushed even further. His skin was writhing at this point and saw even more of them stop in their tracks, but even still it wasn't enough. Is this really how it is? Fine, let's go. He could feel the sensation begin to recede and took up his stance again, ready to continue fighting, when he heard a noise. Screech. Thud. 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 And suddenly a lot of the Omi members in the crowd directly went flying as yet another car came barreling through the crowd directly at him. Oh sure dash! Honk! Honk! He dived out of the way as the vehicle skidded to stop right next to him. From it stepped 4 men in black suits, and one of them had a very familiar face. Yamakumo-chan? The lieutenant that he had singled out and made an example of in Shizuoka stared back at him not with malice or even discomfort. On the contrary, it seemed to be a stare of grudging respect. It's Yamamoto, kid, listen, you should get going. The boss told us to take care of the trash in the streets. Apparently you've got a steaming pile of shit to take care of on top of that tower. The boss, Akatani? Yamamoto shooed the boy. Go on now, off you go. 1 Yamakumo clan members worth 10 of these bastards. Let's see how they do against 12 of us. 12? Screech! Screech! Thud! 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 And right on time 2 more cars came careening through the other portions of the crowd, slamming into any unfortunate Yakuza without the chance to move out of the way. And from those 2 cars out stepped 4 men each, all of them presumably Yamakumo clan. But none of them were Akatani. He voiced his observation to Yamamoto. The boss is busy with something at the moment, you just get to where you need to go. Seeing as almost nothing about the man made sense to Izuku at this point, he took it for what it was and found Sejima and Shinada. Shinada-san, Taijiji. Now's our chance, we gotta go. Right? Got it. In his peripheral he could see Kiryu and Akiyama had come to the same conclusion as he as they took off down another street. Good, now we're coming for you, Mom. Gigi, just wait, we'll be right there. And so the trio headed by Sejima took off towards the sewers. Fuji Soba, Mizudafu Tokyo 200X. Sluerp. Careful there, Izuchan. Last thing I want is to have to explain to your mother that you choked on a stray noodle. Airing too much ag fun. Swallow, kid, you're getting noodles everywhere. Gulp. You're worrying too much, Gigi. I'm just fine. Right, should I call the ambulance now or later? This made the 6-year-old Greenette giggle. The Cyclops smiled before saying, alright, come on, pack that up to go, I got something to show ya. Izuku tilted his to the side inquisitively. Yamajima batting center. Crack. Ooh, that was awesome, Gigi. That was nothing, shoulda seen me when I was younger, home runs aplenty. Majima's grin only widened at the sound of his nephew's praise. The batting center was a great investment. It was a good pastime for both high schoolers and family esquirked and quirkless alike, making it a big hit after school and over break, truly a brilliant business decision.